everyone. आज के इस स्कूल शिक्षा एवं साक्षरता विभाग के कार्यक्रम में, जिसमें कि कुछ नए इनिशिएटिव्स लॉन्च किए जाने हैं, मैं माननीय स्कूल शिक्षा मंत्री जी और सामाजिक न्याय एवं अधिकारिता मंत्री जी का स्वागत करता हूं। और स्टार्टिंग में सेक्रेटरी स्कूल एजुकेशनल लिटरेसी से अनुरोध करता हूं कि वो अपना वेलकम एड्रेस और नए इनिशिएटिव्स के ऊपर एक इंट्रोडक्शन भी दें।
नमस्कार। आज के इस वर्कशॉप में हमारे साथ हाजिर हैं हमारे देश के शिक्षा मंत्री जी श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस एंड एम्पावरमेंट के मिनिस्टर श्री वीरेंद्र कुमार जी। आप दोनों मंत्रीगण का मैं बहुत हार्दिक दिल से स्वागत करती हूँ। ये जो कार्यक्रम है सर, इसमें हमारे साथ पूरे देश से स्टेट एजुकेशन सेक्रेटरीज जो स्कूल एजुकेशन विभाग को देखते हैं, स्टेट प्रोग्राम डायरेक्टर जो समग्र शिक्षा को कार्यान्वित करते हैं, सारे स्टेट्स के जो स्टेट काउंसिल ऑफ एजुकेशनल रिसर्च एंड ट्रेनिंग के डायरेक्टर्स और उनकी टीम, फिर जो SCRT के नीचे जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे डिस्ट्रिक्ट इंस्टीट्यूशन फॉर एजुकेशन एंड ट्रेनिंग डाइट्स, उसके सारे मेंबर्स जो टीचर एजुकेटर्स हैं, उनके नीचे जाएं तो जो ब्लॉक रिसोर्स सेंटर होता है जो ऑन साइट ट्रेनिंग सपोर्ट देता है स्कूलों को, वो, और ब्लॉक के नीचे जो क्लस्टर रिसोर्स सेंटर होता है जो 10 स्कूलों को करीब एक क्लस्टर में बांध करके ऑन साइट सपोर्ट देता है फॉर ट्रेनिंग पर्पसेस एंड हैंड होल्डिंग। ये सारे मेंबर्स आज हमारे साथ प्रेजेंट हैं। और अभी माननीय मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट फॉर एजुकेशन श्रीमती अन्नपूर्णा देवी जी भी आई हैं। मैं आपका बहुत स्वागत करती हूँ। हमारे साथ ये जो सारे लोग जुड़े हुए हैं और ऑटोनमस बॉडीज़ जो हमारी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की है, उससे जो सारे लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस एंड एम्पावरमेंट से आए हुए अधिकारी और उनकी टीम जो हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, आप सबका मैं बहुत बहुत आज स्वागत करती हूँ। आज के दिन हम लोग 5 हमारे जो इनिशिएटिव्स हैं जो नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी से रिलेटेड हैं, उनको हम लॉन्च करने जा रहे हैं। और हमारे समक्ष जो माननीय मंत्रीगण हैं वो आज इसे लॉन्च करेंगे। उन 5 इनिशिएटिव्स के बारे में मैं थोड़ा सा बताना चाहूँगी। सबसे पहले जो हम लॉन्च करेंगे वो है नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में अब तक किया गया काम जो स्कूल एजुकेशन विभाग के द्वारा किया गया है, उसके बारे में एक हम लोगों ने बुकलेट तैयार करी है। इस बुकलेट में करीब 52 ऐसे काम हैं अंडर डिफरेंट हेड्स लाइक करिकुलम, पेडागोजी, इंक्लूजन, प्लानिंग, टीचर एजुकेशन, टीचर इन सर्विस ट्रेनिंग एट्सेट्रा। इन सारे एरियाज़ में किए गए काम को इसमें जो एक अचीवमेंट बुकलेट बनाई है, इसके अंदर बहुत ही आसान भाषा में और फ्लो में इसको दर्शाया गया है। और इसमें ये भी दर्शाया गया है कि आने वाले कुछ दिनों में हमारे कौन कौन से ऐसे इनिशिएटिव्स हैं जो हम लोग रिलीज़ करने जाएंगे। तो पूरे मिला के 62 इनिशिएटिव्स का ब्यौरा है इसमें। ये 62 इनिशिएटिव्स एक ओवरऑल सिस्टम दर्शाता है, क्योंकि इनके अंदर भी सब इनिशिएटिव्स बहुत सारे हैं। दूसरी चीज़ जो आज लॉन्च होगी वो है निपुण भारत, यानी फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी एंड न्यूमरेसी का जो मिशन है, उसके लिए जो क्लासेस प्री स्कूल टू क्लास 3 एंड एक्चुअली अप टू क्लास 5 जो हम लोगों ने टूल्स और रिसोर्सेज तैयार किए हैं, ये सारा कुछ हम लोगों ने दीक्षा पे अपलोड कर दिया है और उसको आज माननीय मंत्री जी रिलीज़ करेंगे। ये टूल्स सारे राज्यों के लिए अवेलेबल है थ्रू दीक्षा, और ये इनको बड़ा साइंटिफिकली प्रोड्यूस किया गया है। इससे बच्चों का असेसमेंट हो सकता है कि उनका लर्निंग लेवल किस लेवल पर है। इससे बच्चों को एक्टिविटी और कंटेंट मिलता है जिससे वो घर बैठे सीख सकते हैं। और यही जो कंटेंट है, इसको हम लोग टेलीविज़न थ्रू स्वयं प्रभा भी और रेडियो थ्रू शिक्षा वाणी भी इसको आगे बढ़ाने का हम लोग प्रयत्न करेंगे। तीसरी एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग एक्टिविटी आज लॉन्च होने वाली है, वो है वर्चुअल स्कूलिंग। जो NIOS के द्वारा तैयार की गई है, इसमें 9th to 12th स्टैंडर्ड के बच्चों के लिए ये ऑप्शन रहेगा कि वो वर्चुअल स्कूल ज्वाइन कर सकें। इस वर्चुअल स्कूल में शुरू से लेकर के अंत तक सब कुछ वर्चुअल होगा, यानी कि जो क्लासेस हैं, जो एक्टिविटी बेस्ड होंगी, एक्सपीरियंशियल होंगी, टेक्स्ट बुक बेस्ड होंगी। उसके बाद जो इनका असेसमेंट होगा, जो प्रॉक्टर बेस्ड असेसमेंट होगा, इनका जो रिजल्ट्स होगा, एवरीथिंग, और उसी तरह का लाइव इंटरेक्शन होगा जो कि प्रयत्न किया जाएगा जो कि क्लासरूम में होता है। और ये दिस विल बी अ फर्स्ट ऑफ इट्स काइंड सर इन दिस कंट्री, जो वर्चुअल स्कूल हम लोग लॉन्च करने जा रहे हैं। चौथी चीज़ है ऑल्टरनेटिव एकेडमिक कैलेंडर। आप लोग को याद होगा कि पिछले साल जब कोविड शुरू हुआ था, उस वक्त NCERT ने ग्रेड 1 to ग्रेड 12 के लिए एक कैलेंडर तैयार किया था, जिसके जो वीकली कैलेंडर है, जो लर्निंग आउटकम बेस्ड है, और जिसमें कुछ कंटेंट के लिंक्स दिए गए थे, जिससे स्कूल भी, टीचर्स भी, SCRTs, राज्य सरकार, ये सारे लोग उस लिंक पे जा कर के एक वीकली कैलेंडर के तौर पे उसको इस्तेमाल कर सकते थे। इसको अभी एक्सपैंड किया गया है। इस बार जो कैलेंडर जो लॉन्च हो रहा है, उसके अंदर जो बच्चों के पास किसी भी प्रकार के डिजिटल डिवाइस नहीं है, वो किस तरह से घर बैठे घर के रिसोर्सेज से एक्टिविटी करके उस पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक या लर्निंग आउटकम को समझ सकते हैं, और उसी तरह जिन बच्चों के पास डिवाइसेस हों, वो किस तरह से उस लिंक पे जाके उस एक्टिविटी को देख करके लर्निंग कर सकते हैं। ये दो चीज़ें इसमें समावेश की गई हैं। और इसके अलावा पहली बार इसमें असेसमेंट आइटम्स, उस बच्चे ने क्या सीखा, उसका असेसमेंट हम कैसे करेंगे, उसका क्वेश्चन बैंक भी इसमें डाला गया है। और ये ऑल्टरनेटिव एकेडमिक कैलेंडर अभी एलिमेंट्री लेवल का हम लोग लॉन्च कर रहे हैं, और इसी तरह का बाद में सेकेंडरी और हायर सेकेंडरी का भी किया जाएगा। द फिफ्थ थिंग एंड नॉट द लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट इज़ प्रिया। प्रिया जो है एक एक्सेसिबिलिटी बुकलेट है, और ये कॉमिक बेस्ड है। इट इज़ एन एक्टिविटी बेस्ड कॉमिक बेस्ड बुकलेट फॉर एक्सेसिबिलिटी फॉर स्कूल गोइंग चिल्ड्रन। और इसके अंदर दोनों तरह के, जो विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड होते हैं बच्चे और जो हियरिंग इम्पेयर्ड बच्चे हैं, दोनों के लिए जो है ये कॉमिक बुकलेट बहुत काम आएगी, क्योंकि उनके लिए, दोनों के लिए इसमें प्रावधान है। इसके अंदर QR कोड्स हैं हर एक पेज के ऊपर इनफैक्ट, और वो जो QR कोड है, इसके पीछे कंटेंट टैग्ड है, और वो जो कंटेंट है वो विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड एंड हियरिंग इम्पेयर्ड दोनों प्रकार के जो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, उनके लिए ये बहुत ही सिग्निफिकेंट साबित होगा। और ये जो इसके अंदर इंटरैक्टिव एक्टिविटीज़ है इस कॉमिक बुक के अंदर, जिसको पढ़ के ये हमारे बच्चे जो हैं, दे विल बी एबल टू अचीव सर्टेन लर्निंग लेवल्स। तो सर ये पांच प्रोग्राम आज लॉन्च होंगे, और सर उसके बाद ये जो सारे लोग हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं सर, उनके साथ आज हमारा फुल डे वर्कशॉप है निपुण भारत के ऊपर, जिसमें कि हम उनके साथ चर्चा करेंगे कि निपुण भारत को पैंडेमिक के दरमियान किस तरह से हम आगे ले जा सकेंगे। और उस चर्चा में हम लोग काफ़ी क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशंस, डिस्कशंस, ये सब काफ़ी कुछ इसमें रहेगा सर। इन शब्दों के साथ सर हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद मैम। Now I request Honorable Education Minister Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji and Honorable Social Justice and Empowerment Minister Dr. Virendra Kumar ji to kindly launch a booklet on one-year achievements and Madam Annapurna Devi ji, Minister of State for Education, to kindly launch a booklet on one-year achievements of NEP. Thank you, sir. Taking the next phase of the program, now I request Honorable Education Minister to kindly launch the NIPUN Bharat FLN tools and resources on Diksha by way of a video which will be played.
निपुण भारत के अंतर्गत 3 से 9 आयु वर्ग के बच्चों में बुनियादी साक्षरता और संख्या ज्ञान सीखने की प्रक्रिया का आधार है। पूर्व प्राथमिक से कक्षा 3 के विद्यार्थियों के लिए सीखना एक ऐसा अनुभव होना चाहिए जो समग्र, समीकित और समावेशी होने के साथ आनंददायी और रुचिकर भी हो। बुनियादी साक्षरता और संख्या ज्ञान के समग्र अधिगम अनुभव के लिए आवश्यक है विद्यार्थियों, शिक्षकों और अभिभावकों के लिए रोचक ई संसाधन उपलब्ध कराना। इन हितधारकों के लिए NCERT द्वारा दीक्षा पोर्टल पर उचित ई संसाधन उपलब्ध कराए जा रहे हैं, जिनमें पूर्व प्राथमिक से लेकर कक्षा 3 तक के सभी सीखने के प्रतिफल समाहित हैं। विद्यार्थी अब खेल, कहानियों, बाल गीतों, शिल्प व अन्य रुचिकर शैक्षिक गतिविधियों के माध्यम से सीख सकेंगे। दीक्षा पोर्टल पर सीखने के प्रतिफलों को सुनिश्चित करने वाले ई संसाधन जैसे इंफोग्राफिक पोस्टर्स, वर्कशीट्स, असेसमेंट शीट्स और वीडियो उपलब्ध कराए जाएंगे। इस पोर्टल पर भविष्य में अन्य संस्थानों द्वारा तैयार रुचिकर सामग्री भी शामिल की जाएगी। बुनियादी साक्षरता और संख्या ज्ञान के ई संसाधन प्राप्त करने के लिए www.diksha.gov.in पर लॉगिन करें।
Thank you, sir. Now I'll request you to kindly launch the virtual school program of NIOS by way of a video.
सबसे बड़े मुक्त विद्यालय संस्थान के रूप में NIOS द्वारा दुनिया का सबसे उन्नत वर्चुअल ओपन स्कूलिंग प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार किया गया है। ये प्लेटफॉर्म लाइव कक्षाओं में सीखने, लक्षित परिणामों को बढ़ाने और वर्तमान डिजिटल आवश्यकताओं की चुनौतियों का सामना करने में सक्षम है। दिव्यांग जन समावेशी शिक्षा की सुलभ पहुंच को सुनिश्चित करते हुए लाइव इंटरैक्टिव कक्षाओं में भाग ले सकेंगे। ऑनलाइन इंटरैक्टिव लाइव वर्चुअल क्लासरूम, वर्चुअल लैब, ऑनलाइन ऑन डिमांड वीडियो सेशन, ऑनलाइन असाइनमेंट, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आधारित रिमोट प्रोक्टर्ड परीक्षा और प्रमाणन, कौशल आधारित NIOS पाठ्यक्रम सामग्री, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, साइबर सुरक्षा और माइक्रोसॉफ्ट पाठ्यक्रम सामग्री। नई शिक्षा नीति 2020 के क्रियान्वयन को दृष्टिगत कर शिक्षार्थियों के लिए शिक्षण में रचनात्मकता के साथ साथ रोजगार क्षमता विकास, वेंचर कैपिटल के साथ जॉब पोर्टल तक पहुंच को सुनिश्चित करना अब आसान होगा। शिक्षा मंत्रालय भारत सरकार के निर्देशन में वर्चुअल स्कूल के लोकार्पण द्वारा NIOS शिक्षा में भारतीय मूल्यों के साथ कौशल विकास को सर्वसुलभ कर एक नया आयाम स्थापित करेगा।
Thank you, sir. Now, the next program is for release of the PRIA accessibility booklet, which has been prepared by NCERT and Department of Social Justice and Empowerment. And I'll request Honorable Education Minister and Honorable Social Justice Minister to kindly release the booklet, followed by the video. थैंक यू सर। सर ये अनुरोध रहेगा कि वीडियो के माध्यम से भी इसको काइंडली रिलीज करें।
मैं हूँ प्रिया, एक सुगम्यता योद्धा। आओ चलो मेरे साथ, हम बनाएंगे भारत को सुगम्य एवं सशक्त। मिलकर सबको बताएंगे दैनिक जीवन में सुगम्यता के लाभ, ताकि सब जुड़ सके बातचीत में। सबके लिए सुलभ हो यातायात, इंटरनेट, शौचालय, विद्यालय और करेंगे सुनिश्चित सबका साथ।
थैंक यू सर। मेरा आपसे अनुरोध रहेगा माननीय मंत्री महोदयगण से कि ऑल्टरनेट एकेडमिक कैलेंडर जो एनसीईआरटी द्वारा तैयार किया गया है उसका करें। धन्यवाद सर। अब मेरा निवेदन है माननीय सामाजिक न्याय एवं अधिकारिता मंत्री डॉक्टर वीरेंद्र कुमार जी से कि वो हमें संबोधन करके हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें।
आज निपुण कार्यक्रम के अंतर्गत 5 अलग अलग तरह की गतिविधियों के एवं उनसे संबंधित पुस्तिकाओं के विमोचन कार्यक्रम के अवसर पर इस कार्यक्रम में सामाजिक न्याय और अधिकारिता मंत्रालय के द्वारा ई-कॉमिक्स सह गतिविधि पुस्तिका के विमोचन के अवसर पर भी हमारे बीच में उपस्थित हमारे एचआरडी मिनिस्टर श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, हमारे एचआरडी एमओएस अन्नपूर्णा देवी जी, श्रीमती अनीता करवाल जी सचिव स्कूली शिक्षा और साक्षरता, श्री संतोष कुमार सारंगी जी अपर सचिव स्कूली शिक्षा और साक्षरता, श्रीमती तारिका राय संयुक्त स्टेट दिव्यांगजन सशक्तिकरण विभाग तथा साथ ही साथ इस कार्यक्रम में राज्य सरकारों के अधिकारीगण यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं वर्चुअल माध्यम से, मीडिया के प्रतिनिधि और हर उस व्यक्ति को हम हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देना चाहते हैं जिसने ई-कॉमिक्स सह गतिविधि पुस्तिका के विमोचन सहित इस समारोह को देखने के लिए अपने आप को इसके साथ में जोड़ा है। सभी को मैं नमस्कार करता हूँ। सुगम्यता अवसर और विकास के द्वार खुलती है, इस प्रकार हर किसी के लिए एक सुगम्य वातावरण तैयार करने के महत्व को पुनः स्थापित किया गया है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास के संकल्प को ध्यान में रखते हुए भारत सरकार ने दिसंबर 2015 में 3 स्तंभों नामतः निर्मित वातावरण, परिवहन क्षेत्र और सूचना और संचार प्रौद्योगिकी आईसीटी इकोसिस्टम के तहत सार्वभौमिक रूप से सुगम्य भारत बनाने की दृष्टि से सुगम्य भारत अभियान शुरू किया था। तब से सरकार सुगम बुनियादी ढांचे और सुविधाओं और सेवाओं के रूप में सुगमता के आधार स्तंभों को विकसित करने के साथ ही समग्र क्षेत्रवार सुगम्यता मानक या दिशा निर्देशों के अनुपालन को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए सामूहिक रूप से कार्य कर रही है। भारत सरकार के द्वारा दिव्यांगता के क्षेत्र में कमियों को दूर करने के लिए उठाए गए एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम अधिकार आधारित दिव्यांगजन अधिकार अधिनियम 2016 को लागू करना था। समावेशी शिक्षा के सिद्धांतों के आधार पर सरकार ने यह अभिज्ञात किया कि कुल मिलाकर शिक्षा लोकाचार में परिवर्तन किया जाना अपेक्षित है, जिसमें भौतिक पर्यावरण और संबद्ध सेवाएं दोनों को शामिल किया जाना था। IPWD अधिनियम 2016 की धारा 16 और 17 में समावेशी शिक्षा के लिए कार्य करने के लिए शैक्षिक संस्थानों और समुचित सरकारों का प्रावधान है। IPWD अधिनियम 2016 के अतिरिक्त धारा 40 से 46 के माध्यम से सुगम्यता का निर्देश दिया गया है। सुगम्य भारत अभियान के तहत 1500 से अधिक केंद्र और राज्य सरकार की इमारतों को पहले से ही सुगम्य बना दिया गया है। इनके अलावा हवाई अड्डों, रेलवे स्टेशनों, बसों आदि में सुगम्यता की सुविधाएं उपलब्ध कराई जा रही हैं। शिक्षा संस्थाओं जैसे कि स्कूलों, कॉलेजों, प्रशिक्षण संस्थानों के साथ साथ विश्वविद्यालयों को भी सुगम्य बनाया जा रहा है। शिक्षा मंत्रालय बाधा मुक्त भौतिक वातावरण के निर्माण के लिए शिक्षा क्षेत्र के सुगम्यता मानक भी तैयार कर रहा है, जिनमें न केवल शिक्षा के लिए बच्चों का व्यापक समग्र विकास शामिल है, बल्कि इसमें खेल, कला, संस्कृति, नृत्य और संगीत आदि जैसे पाठ्यक्रम कार्यकलाप भी शामिल हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त शिक्षा मंत्रालय स्कूल पाठ्यक्रम में सुगम्यता से संबंधित सामग्री को शामिल करने के साथ साथ विशेष आवश्यकताओं वाले बच्चों के लिए समावेशी शिक्षा शास्त्र विकसित करने के संबंध में शिक्षा क्षेत्र के लिए सुगम्यता से संबंधित कंटेंट भी तैयार कर रहा है। जागरूकता संवेदनशील समुदाय किसी भी क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन के लिए आवश्यक है। इसलिए भारत सरकार ने बच्चों में सुगम्यता के महत्व को उनके प्रारंभिक वर्षों से ही समझाने और शिक्षा क्षेत्र में सुगम्यता सुनिश्चित करने की दिशा में अपेक्षित बढ़ावा देना उचित समझा। इससे प्रिया सुगम्यता योद्धा शीर्षक की इस ई-कॉमिक सह गतिविधि पुस्तिका बनाने का मार्ग प्रशस्त हुआ। यह देखते हुए कि सुगम्यता का विषय महत्वपूर्ण परंतु जटिल है, इस ई बुकलेट को सरल, आकर्षक और रोचक और इंटरैक्टिव बनाने पर विशेष जोर दिया गया है। इसे मैं इस प्रकार भी कह सकता हूँ कि यह सरल, छोटे और रोचक तरीकों से बड़ी और महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ों के बारे में सीखने का प्रयास है। बस में चढ़ने के लिए व्हीलचेयर उपयोगकर्ताओं के लिए फोल्डेबल रैंप के साथ सुगम्य बसें, सुगम्य पार्किंग, टैक्टाइल पथ, सुगम्य शौचालय और पेयजल स्थल सभागार में मंच पर ऊपर जाने के लिए रैंप, सीढ़ियों के साथ रैंप और हैंड रेल, सुगम्य लिफ्ट के साथ साथ सुगम्य वेबसाइटों और सूचना और संचार प्रौद्योगिकियों जैसी सभी सुगम्यताओं की मूल बातों को ई-कॉमिक में एक आसान फॉर्मेट में समझाया गया है। मैं यहाँ कहना चाहूँगा कि हमारे परिवेश में सुगम्यता न केवल विभिन्न प्रकार के दिव्यांगजनों को सशक्त बनाती है, बल्कि हमारे समाज के अन्य समूहों जैसे बुजुर्गों, गर्भवती महिलाओं, बच्चों, निसर्गजनों और बीमारों को भी लाभान्वित करती है। वास्तव में हमें अपने जीवन के सभी चरणों पर सुगम्यता की आवश्यकता होती है। ई बुकलेट की भी पूर्ण सुगम्यता सुनिश्चित करने के लिए इसमें सुगम्यता सुविधाओं जैसे टेक्स्ट टू स्पीच, कलर कंस्ट्रक्ट, फॉन्ट साइज, साइन लैंग्वेज, इंटरप्रिटेशन आदि प्रदान किए गए हैं, जिससे कोई व्यक्ति इसे पढ़ सकता है और यहाँ तक कि इसे सुन भी सकता है। इस ई-कॉमिक बुक को QR कोड से भी एक्सेस किया जा सकता है। इस पुस्तिका के हर एक दृश्य को ऑडियो डिस्क्रिप्शन के माध्यम से भी समझाया गया है। वास्तव में इस ई पुस्तक को न केवल हमारे सभी स्कूल जाने वाले बच्चों के लिए एक सरल मार्गदर्शक के रूप में देखता हूँ, बल्कि शिक्षा क्षेत्र के अनेक स्टेक होल्डर्स जैसे नीति निर्माताओं, स्कूल प्रशासन, प्रधानाचार्यों, शिक्षकों के साथ साथ दिव्यांगजनों के परिवारों और उनके देखभाल करने वालों को संवेदीकृत करने के लिए एक साधन के रूप में भी देखता हूँ। मैं इस अवसर पर राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक अनुसंधान एवं प्रशिक्षण केंद्र NCERT के अंतर्गत केंद्रीय शिक्षा प्रौद्योगिकी संस्थान को इस ई-कॉमिक सह गतिविधि पुस्तिका बनाने में मेरे दिव्यांगजन सशक्तिकरण विभाग के साथ मिलकर काम करने के धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। अब हमें पूरे भारत के सभी स्कूलों तक इसकी पहुँच सुनिश्चित करनी चाहिए। इसके साथ ही साथ मैं स्कूली शिक्षा और साक्षरता विभाग और उच्च शिक्षा विभाग दोनों से आग्रह करूँगा कि वे समावेशी शिक्षा, जो नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति का एक महत्वपूर्ण घटक है, की दिशा में लगातार प्रगति करते हुए मिशन मोड पर सुगम्य शैक्षणिक संरचना और विषय वस्तु तैयार करने का कार्य आरंभ करें। भारत की स्वतंत्रता के 75वें वर्ष के अवसर पर हम सभी को अपने बच्चों को सुगम्यता युक्त बनाने के लिए, उनके साथ काम करने और अपने सभी नागरिकों के उज्जवल भविष्य के निर्माण के लिए समावेशी शिक्षा को वास्तविकता बनाने के लिए कार्य करना चाहिए। हमारा कार्यक्रम चल रहा है। हमारे कार्यक्रम में पीछे एक बेटी जो है ना, यहाँ पर सारी गतिविधियों का अपनी साइन लैंग्वेज के माध्यम से इस कार्यक्रम के द्वारा प्रस्तुतिकरण कर रही है। मैंने अपने सारे कार्यक्रमों में और इस तरह के ट्रांसलेशन करने की व्यवस्था साइन लैंग्वेज के माध्यम से इसको सुनिश्चित किया होगा और ये पहल कर दी है। मैं आदरणीय धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी से भी अनुरोध करना चाहता हूँ कि हमारे जहाँ पर शिक्षा विभाग के और इस तरह के दिव्यांगजनों से जुड़े हुए गतिविधियों के उनकी शिक्षा के बारे में जो कार्यक्रम होते हैं, उसमें अगर इस पहल को आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा, जिसमें साइन लैंग्वेज की हमारे उसको ट्रांसलेशन करने की सुविधा वर्चुअल के माध्यम से प्रारंभ की जाएगी, तो इसका बहुत अच्छा लाभ हमारे दिव्यांगजनों को मिलेगा। और इसके साथ ही साथ मैं आप सभी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ और मुझे विश्वास है कि आज इस तरह की गतिविधियों को आज यहाँ प्रारंभ करने का और लोकार्पण का कार्यक्रम हुआ है, ये आने वाले समय में देश के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो नई शिक्षा नीति को लेकर जिस तरह का गतिविधियों को आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य किया जा रहा है, इससे न केवल समावेशी शिक्षा बल्कि साथ ही साथ हमारे दिव्यांगजन हमारे बच्चे हैं, बच्चों के साथ साथ जो वयस्क लोग भी हैं, उनके जीवन में एक महत्वपूर्ण परिवर्तन लाने का, विकास की गति को आगे बढ़ाने का ये सिद्ध होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Now I request Honorable Education Minister Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji to kindly address us with his words of wisdom and guide us on the way forward. Thank you.
नमस्कार। आज की इस महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में मेरे साथ उपस्थित देश के सामाजिक न्याय और सशक्तिकरण विभाग के मंत्री आदरणीय वीरेंद्र कुमार जी, शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री आदरणीय अन्नपूर्णा देवी जी, शिक्षा विभाग स्कूली शिक्षा विभाग के सचिव आदरणीय अनीता करवाल जी, इस सभागार में उपस्थित सोशल जस्टिस एंड एम्पावरमेंट तथा स्कूल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट के मिनिस्ट्री के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी मित्रगण, टेक्नोलॉजी की माध्यम से जुड़े हुए देश की सभी राज्यों की शिक्षा सचिव महोदयगण, शिक्षा जगत से जुड़ी हुई व्यापक शिक्षा परिवार की सदस्य मित्रगण, पत्रकार मित्रगण और इस कार्यक्रम को जुड़े हुए सारे अतिथि और अन्य मित्रगण, हम सभी के लिए सौभाग्य है राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को 1 साल 1 महीने आज अगस्त 24 तक लगभग पूरे हो रहे हैं। और अगर हम पिछले 1 साल को थोड़ा सिंहावलोकन करते हैं, थोड़ा पीछे मुड़ के दिखते हैं, ये आत्मविश्वास और बढ़ती है। ये सिर्फ पिछले 1 साल का नहीं, पिछले 4-5 साल में भारत की एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग शिक्षा और सामाजिक न्याय और कल्याण विभाग जैसे विभाग मिलके जो एक नई अप्रोच लाया गया है, जिस अप्रोच के जिस आग्रह के एक मूल मंत्र है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास। अभी 15 अगस्त की भाषण में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सैचुरेशन की बात कही है। जो विषय हम करेंगे सरकार टुकड़े में नहीं कर सकती है, इंक्रीमेंटल ग्रोथ नहीं हो सकती है, टोटालिटी में करना पड़ेगा। आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव जब हम मना रहे हैं तब तो सैचुरेशन की बात और महत्व हो जाती है। और उसी दिशा में सिर्फ फिजिकल सैचुरेशन नहीं, हमारे सामने जो परिसंख्यन की चुनौती है, हम कितने नंबर उपलब्ध कराए वो नहीं, फिलोसॉफिकली हम पूर्णांग हुए कि नहीं हुए। मैं मानता हूं राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति उसी का एक लेखा जोखा है, उसी का एक विचार बिंदु है, उसी का एक फिलोसॉफिकल डॉक्यूमेंट है। ये कोई आंकड़ा प्राप्ति करने का एक मसौदा नहीं है। ये 21वीं सदी को भारत की 21वीं सदी में भारत की मूल्य व्यवस्था की और भारत की नागरिकों की नेतृत्व में विश्व कल्याण हो, ऐसा एक मसौदा राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति है। और जब हम शिक्षा के बारे में भारत में चर्चा करते हैं, शिक्षा कोई अंक गणित या डिग्री प्राप्त करने की प्रतिस्पर्धा नहीं है, परंतु ज्ञान के माध्यम से चरित्र निर्माण और चरित्र निर्माण से राष्ट्र निर्माण के माध्यम बने, ऐसी अवधारणा सदियों से भारत की जीवन में है, भारत की परंपरा में है। उसी को इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम, इसी को भारतीय शिक्षा, जिसको अभी मैं कहता हूं, मैं संत कवि भीमो भोई को याद करता हूं, मैं श्री अरविंदो को याद करता हूं, मैं स्वामी विवेकानंद जी को याद करता हूं, मैं महात्मा गांधी जी की मौलिक शिक्षा के बारे में याद करता हूं, या मैं जिस प्रांत से आता हूं उस प्रांत की पंडित उत्कलमणि गोपबंधु दास जी की को याद करता हूं। ये सभी ने भारत की आत्मा को प्रस्फुटित करने के लिए इन्हीं सारे विषयों को शिक्षा में याद किया है। और मैं मानता हूं 21वीं सदी में हम सभी के लिए, जिस प्रक्रिया से मैं इस मोह में रहता हूं बार बार, संविधान सभा के उपरांत अगर आजाद भारत में सर्वसम्मत से नियर टोटल कॉन्सेंसस की अप्रोच में से अगर कोई मसौदा बनी है तो आज की राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति है। और हम सभी के लिए सौभाग्य है, हम उस राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति की 1 साल 1 महीना पूरा करने की ओर है। और स्वाभाविक है, कोई भी विषय जब हम लेके चलते हैं उसको थोड़ा रेगुलर इंटरवल में थोड़ा पीछे मोड़ के दिखने की आवश्यकता होती है। उपलब्धि क्या हुई, जो सोचा गया था उस दिशा में है या नहीं है, या इस प्रकार की सामाजिक विषयों की जो डायनेमिक्स रहती हैं, जो चुनौतियां रहती है, उस चुनौतियों को ध्यान में रखते हुए हम नित्य इवोल्यूशनरी प्रक्रिया में है कि नहीं है, हम खुद को तैयार कर रहे हैं कि नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये सारा विषय उससे जुड़ा रहता है। आज मैं दोनों विभाग को धन्यवाद देता हूं। कम समय से ही मैं पिछले 7 साल में सरकार में काम कर रहा हूं और मेरे से बहुत अनुभवी लोग यहां बैठे हैं। कोई भी सरकार आजादी के उपरांत जो नीतियां बनाई है, कभी गलत उद्देश्य से नीति नहीं बनती है। उसकी प्रीफेस से उसकी एंड चैप्टर तक एक विजन रहती है, एक उत्साह रहती है, लेकिन चुनौती रहता है उसको इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करने में, उसको क्रियान्वयन करने में। और इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है, पिछले 75 साल में ऐसे कई सारे अच्छे मसौदा फाइल के अंदर छुपी हुई है। कल्पना में ही रह गया है। लेकिन मैं अगर एनईपी को देखता हूं, जिस प्रकार से आज हम 5 उपक्रम को आपके सामने एक प्रकार से रिपोर्ट कार्ड के नाते, ये कोई परफॉर्मेंस अप्राइजल नहीं है, हम रिपोर्ट कार्ड के नाते प्रजातंत्र में पब्लिक डोमेन में सर्वसम्मुख अपने कामों के बारे में विनम्र प्रतिवेदन करना एक जिम्मेवारी बनती है। आज ऐसे ही कुछ काम हमने पूरा किया है, जिसमें महत्वपूर्ण है कि हमने एनईपी के आधार पे पिछले 1 साल में क्या किया, उसकी एक डॉक्यूमेंट बना के हमने सर्वसम्मुख रखा है, पब्लिक डोमेन में रखा है। ये कोई जरूरी नहीं है हम अपना बात को पूरा कर लिए, इसकी वादा क्लेम हम कर रहे हैं। यह हमारी प्रयास है। आप उसको परामर्श और समीक्षा कर भी सकते हैं, परामर्श दे भी सकते हैं। हमने निपुण भारत जैसे फाउंडेशनल लर्निंग और न्यूमरोलॉजी 3 क्लास तक बच्चा, आखिर भारत में 2.5 करोड़ बच्चे हर एक साल स्कूल इकोसिस्टम पे ज्वाइन करते हैं। यानी ये लगभग 7.5 करोड़ यानी हम कोई मैंने विश्व की कई बड़े बड़े अर्थनीति की समूचा आबादी उतनी होती है। स्कैंडिनेवियन कंट्री में अगर हम 75 मिलियन कहते हैं, वो अपने आप में, अच्छा इतने स्कूल बच्चे क्लास 1 to 3 में हैं, ऐसे बच्चों की फाउंडेशनल कोर्स मजबूत हो, उनमें से और क्लैरिटी आए, पढ़ना लिखना अंक गणना की स्पष्टता बढ़े, ना केवल विद्यार्थी शिक्षकों के अंदर भी वो गुण आए, उसकी एक शायद एक स्पेसिफिक कॉन्क्रीट विषय आज हमने क्या उसमें करने वाले हैं, क्या करना चाहिए, उसकी एक मसौदा हमने पब्लिक डोमेन में रखा है। हमने ऑल्टरनेटिव एकेडमिक कैलेंडर ये वितर्क हो रही है रोज में, पिछले लगभग 1.5 साल से मैं भी अभिभावक हूं, मेरे घर में भी स्कूली बच्चे और कॉलेज बच्चे हैं, मैं खुद उसको अनुभव प्रतिदिन कर रहा हूं कि क्या कैसे चला बीता ये 1.5 साल। क्लास बंद है, डिजिटल एजुकेशन पर्याप्त है क्या? मैं भी स्वीकार करता हूं, शायद डिजिटल एजुकेशन क्लासरूम की ऑल्टरनेटिव नहीं बना है। क्या नहीं बना इसलिए हम उसको छोड़ दें? इसमें कोई दोहराई नहीं है, ये बात सही है। पिछले दिनों में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की पहल के कारण भारत में 18,000 गांवों में आजादी की 72-73 साल के बाद भी बिजली नहीं पहुंची थी। हमने ग्राम स्वराज अभियान जारी करके 100% बिजली पहुंचाई है गांव में। स्वच्छ भारत के तहत हमने टॉयलेट बनाई है। स्वजल धारा की योजना के माध्यम से गांव-गांव में, घर-घर में पानी, और प्राइमरीली स्कूल में पानी। मैंने पिछले दिनों में कुछ रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा था, आखिर ड्रॉप आउट क्यों होते हैं? ड्रॉप आउट होने के एक प्रमुख कारण हमारी विशेषज्ञों ने, मेरे अधिकारी मित्रों ने हमको समझाया कि सर स्कूल में जो व्यवस्थाएं होनी चाहिए, जिंदगी बदल रही है, एस्पिरेशन बढ़ रहे हैं, स्कूल में अगर पानी ना रहे, स्कूल में अगर टॉयलेट ना रहे, बच्चियां जाएं कहां, क्यों जाएं? इस कुंठा से ड्रॉप आउट भी बढ़ने का एक कारण है, अकेले नहीं। आज हमारी नीति सैचुरेशन की ओर है, हम उसको पूरा करेंगे। इंटरनेट आने वाले 2 साल के अंदर इंटरनेट हर एक स्कूल में पहुंचे। मैंने आईटी मिनिस्ट्री से, कम्युनिकेशन मिनिस्ट्री से चर्चा कर रहा हूं, हमारी टीम पूरा लगा है कि आने वाले दिनों में अगर गांव में पहले कहां इंटरनेट की हॉटस्पॉट लगे, वो स्कूल में आए। जब स्कूल में इंटरनेट आएगा, स्कूल में बिजली आएगी, स्कूल में टॉयलेट और पानी रहेगा। स्कूल के भवन लगभग बन चुके हैं, अभी भी कुछ बाकी है। समग्र जैसे योजना में उस गैप को हम पूरा करने वाले हैं। ये सारे व्यवस्था जब होगी तब डिजिटलाइजेशन ही बढ़ेगा। फिजिकल क्लासरूम प्लस उसमें से डिजिटलाइजेशन, ये दोनों ब्लेंड मॉडल पे भारत के विद्यार्थियों को वैश्विक स्तर पे हम तैयार करेंगे। भाषा को एनईपी में जोर दिया गया है। डिजिटलाइजेशन भाषा आधारित होते जा रहा है, और उस दिशा में जब तक डिजिटलाइजेशन पूर्णांग नहीं हुआ है, जब तक क्लासरूम फिजिकली नहीं लगा है, थर्ड वेव की जिम्मेवारी सभी के ऊपर है, तब हमारी एनसीईआरटी पीछे नहीं रहा। ऑल्टरनेटिव कैलेंडर लेके आए हैं जो दैनंदिन जिंदगी में हमारी शिक्षा और गणित की जो स्वाभाविक सहज पद्धति हमारे पास है, उसी के माध्यम से, यही वैकल्पिक कैलेंडर ही है, इसकी एक डॉक्यूमेंटेशन एनसीईआरटी जैसे जिम्मेवार संगठन सामने इस प्रकार ले आके एससीईआरटीओ से चर्चा शुरू किया है। मैं मानता हूं हमारी भारत की अभिभावक, भारत की शिक्षक समुदाय उस चुनौती को, हमारे बच्चों को तैयार करने में हम पीछे नहीं रहेंगे। आज उस प्रकार के एक ऑल्टरनेटिव कैलेंडर की भी, एकेडमिक कैलेंडर की भी एनसीईआरटी ने लाया है, उसको शुभेच्छा है। आज मेरे व्यक्तिगत रूप में मेरे मन को छूने वाले 2 उपक्रम आज ऐसे ही विभाग दोनों की ओर से किया गया। मैं मानता हूं 21वीं सदी की हम नई पीढ़ी जब बनाने के लिए बात कह रहे हैं, ये सिर्फ स्लोगन नहीं है, ये सिर्फ एक फाइल की निर्णय नहीं है, ये एक अच्छे प्रिंटेड किताब नहीं है, इसमें कुछ विचार है। भारत में जो नई कल्याण विभाग की ओर से, सोशल जस्टिस मिनिस्ट्री की ओर से मेरे ख्याल से 2016 में नई मानक बने, हम किनको दिव्यांग कहेंगे, उस क्राइटेरिया में अगर हम कहें तो आबादी की एक बहुत बड़ा संख्या, लगभग पहले 2.5% होते थे, अब वो बढ़ के 6% हो जाएंगे। 6% बच्चों की कुछ ना कुछ नैसर्गिक चुनौतियां हैं। मैं डेफिशिएंसी मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं हूं। मेरे जो पीछे छोटी बहन हमारी इस सारे साइन लैंग्वेज की वर्णन कर रही है, क्या ये नया स्किल नहीं है? क्या प्रकृति ने उनको, भगवान ने उनको, उनके इंटेलेक्चुअल कैपेसिटी में साइन लैंग्वेज जैसे चुनौती वाले चीज को आप तक पहुंचाने के लिए एक सहज उपक्रम नहीं बनाए क्या? इसलिए ये डिफिकल्टी नहीं, ये लिमिटेशन नहीं, ये चैलेंज है। और सरकार, समाज मिल के उस चैलेंज को आज हम स्वीकार किया है। उसी की उपलब्धि दिव्यांग बच्चों के लिए भी, दृष्टि, श्रवण और वाक शक्ति नहीं रखने वाले बच्चों के लिए भी, लिमिटेड बच्चों के लिए भी कॉमिक जैसे किताब आज हमने लाया है। प्रिया नाम पे किताब लाया है। मैं मानता हूं आज के दिन की सबसे बड़ा उपलब्धि, उसी से सबका साथ आएगा, उसी से सबका विकास होगा, उसी में से सबकी विश्वास बढ़ेगी। इसीलिए सबको प्रयास करना पड़ेगा। ये हमारी सरकार की, प्रधानमंत्री जी की नीति है। मित्रों, जब हम 21वीं सदी की बात कहते हैं और डिजिटलाइजेशन की बात कहते हैं, टोटल इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी की बात कहते हैं, मैं मानता हूं कि मेरे इन दिनों में हमारी एक जानकारी हमें आई कि 3 से 23 साल की आयु में लगभग 50 करोड़ से ज्यादा नौजवान या बच्चे उस आयु वर्ग में आते हैं। हम किसी भी प्रकार की नेटवर्क को जोड़ते हैं, स्कूल, आंगनबाड़ी, स्कूल, हायर एजुकेशन, ITI और समूचा स्किल इकोसिस्टम को जोड़ते हैं, ये संख्या 35 करोड़ से ऊपर नहीं जाता। 35 करोड़ 350 मिलियन, 520 मिलियन से 350 मिलियन, दैट मीन्स 170 मिलियन youngsters are out of this network। उनको लायक, इसका अर्थ नहीं है उनकी इकोनॉमिक प्रोडक्टिविटी नहीं है, उनकी अर्थ नहीं कि वो समाज जीवन में कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उनको सम्मान की जिंदगी की ओर ले जाने के लिए आज स्कूल शिक्षा विभाग ने एक नया आर्किटेक्ट लेके आई। उसकी नाम है डिजिटल स्कूल, वर्चुअल स्कूल। नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ ओपन स्कूल की इनिशिएटिव से जो बच्चे फॉर्मल स्कूल में नहीं आ पाते हैं, अर्थनैतिक कारण से, सामाजिक कारण से, ये सारे बच्चे अभी हमको एक फ्रेमवर्क में जोड़ना पड़ेगा। अगर भारत की सामान्य लोग आज ATM में जाके अपनी कारोबार कर सकते हैं, अपनी मोबाइल प्रीपेड वाउचर भर सकते हैं, अपने और जिंदगी की 4 चीज को डिजिटल अकाउंटिंग मैकेनिज्म पे जोड़ सकते हैं, क्यों ना वो शिक्षा एक ओपन लर्निंग सिस्टम पे वर्चुअल मोड पे नहीं कर सकते हैं? चुनौती था उसकी आर्किटेक्ट खड़ा करना। NEP का यही एक रिकमेंडेशन था। हमारी धीरे धीरे सारा व्यवस्था फिजिकल वर्चुअल दोनों ब्लेंड मोड पे आएगा। पर्याप्त मात्रा में आधुनिक नवाचार को, टेक्नोलॉजी को ब्लेंड किया जाएगा। मैं आज इस प्रकार की एक नवाचार की उपक्रम, इनोवेटिव इनिशिएटिव जो NIOS की ओर से वर्चुअल स्कूल, मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी की ओर से देश को, विशेष करके देश की ग्रामीण, दुरंत, सामाजिक पिछड़े वर्ग, वंचित वर्ग, उन विद्यार्थियों के लिए समर्पित करता हूं। ये आने वाले दिनों में भारत की एक नई उपक्रम निकल के आएगी जो समाज में अष्टवक्र बैठे हैं, सामाजिक चुनौतियों की दबाव में जो पीछे हैं, आज शायद वर्चुअल स्कूल्स उनको एक नया अब्दुल कलाम या नरेंद्र मोदी बना सकता है। ये विश्वास मेरा है। इस प्रकार की अनेकों चीज वो सार्थक हो, निष्ठा हो, दीक्षा हो, सफल हो। अगर मैं नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति की मैं सिर्फ कागजी उपलब्धि नहीं, मैं कुछ जमीनी जानकारी के साथ जब देखता हूं उसको, हमारी आत्मविश्वास बढ़ती है। अति आत्मविश्वास नहीं, कोई भी काम को आगे ले जाने के लिए आत्मविश्वास की आवश्यकता है। मैं आज की इस अवसर पे उसी आत्मविश्वास को दोहराता हूं, और आत्मविश्वास हम लोगों को 21वीं सदी में भारत की नई पीढ़ी को, भारत की भविष्य को, और जब भारत आत्मनिर्भर होगा, भारत की भविष्य आज ठीक से बनेगी, इसकी उत्तर, उसकी पॉजिटिविटी, उसकी सार्थकता सिर्फ 130 करोड़ या 150 करोड़ आने वाले दिनों में भारतीयों के लिए नहीं होगा, ये विश्व मानवता के लिए होगा। इसी के अंदर ग्लोबल सिटीजनशिप की तत्व भरा है। इसी में हमारी जो पुरातन और चिरंतन एक तत्व है, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, हम विश्व को अपना परिवार मानने वाले लोग हैं। ऐसे ही एक नींव, उसकी ऐसे ही एक भव्य इमारत की नींव कुछ हिस्से में आज हमने रखा है। उसी के ऊपर हमारी ये विराट वटवृक्ष उसके ऊपर आएगा। मैं आप सभी को, मैं आज बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं विभाग को। हमें कहा गया आज आपकी दिन भर की विशेष करके निपुण संबंधित वर्कशॉप चलेगी, और मैं मानता हूं सरकार की, भारत सरकार की ओर से हम इस अप्रोच को लेके चलते हैं। दिल्ली एक व्यवस्था देगी, आप लोग उसको ही चलाओगे, ऐसे नहीं है, हम सब मिलकर चलाएंगे। अनेक राज्यों में अच्छे अच्छे उपक्रम आप लोगों ने बनाई है, सारे उपक्रम की बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस की जानकारी हम सभी को मिले। शायद उस वर्कशॉप उस दिशा में एक चीज है, और उसको जो अच्छा चीज है, जो जिसमें पॉजिटिविटी ज्यादा है, जिसमें आउटकम ज्यादा है, उसको सब सीखे। जो लिमिटेड चीज है, जो हम कुछ सोचते हैं तो होता है कुछ और, उसको हम छोड़ें। उसमें कोई पूर्वाग्रह, कोई रिजिडिटी भारत सरकार की तो नहीं है। मैं इसी शब्द के साथ आज आपकी दिन भर की वर्कशॉप का शुभेच्छा देते हुए, फिर मैं देश की वरिष्ठ नेता, वंचित वर्गों की मसीहा श्री वीरेंद्र कुमार जी को आभार प्रकट करता हूं। उन्होंने स्कूल विभाग के साथ मिलके एक अच्छे उपक्रम आज किया। हमारी बहन अन्नपूर्णा जी, उनको भी धन्यवाद देता हूं, और राज्यों में और मेरे साथ दिल्ली में बैठे हुए तमाम अधिकारी मित्रों को भी धन्यवाद देता हूं। नमस्कार।
Thank you, sir, for your words of inspiration. That will definitely encourage us to do much better in the future. Now I'll request additional Secretary School Education, Shri Santosh Sarangi ji, to kindly propose a vote of thanks.
Honorable Minister, Education and Skill Development, Sri Dharmendra Pradhan. Honorable Minister, Social Justice and Empowerment, Sri Virendra Kumar. Honorable Minister of State Education, Srimati Annapurna Devi. Secretary School Education and Literacy, Mr. Sanita Karwal. Senior officers from the Ministry of Education and from the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities. Senior officers from the Education Department of the states, SPDs, and other participants, including teachers and friends from the media. It's my privilege to extend a vote of thanks to Honorable Minister of Education for steering the implementation of NEP 2020. As we have seen, the Honorable Minister, after his joining, has emphasized on the new approach of the new education policy, the National Education Policy, and the extent to which it is inclusive, and the extent to which it emphasizes on saturation of educational attainment, whether it is infrastructure, whether it is quality of education, whether it is reaching the unreached in terms of reaching the bridging the gender disparity, reaching the Divyangjan, the saturation approach in NEP is very evident. And to this extent, the effort at convergence under your leadership has been exemplary, sir. We have been conversing with the skill department, with the youth and sports affairs department, with the Ministry of Social Justice, and this effort will continue under your guidance. As you rightly pointed out, sir, blended education has the disruptive power to break barriers. It can break barriers of infrastructure, it can break barriers of geography, it can break barriers of economic disparity. And to that extent, the initiatives like virtual school, Priya, and all are going to reach the unreached. I would also thank Honorable Minister for Social Justice and Empowerment. Sir, you rightly pointed out the development indicator of a country will be judged by the kind of ecosystem it provides to provide accessibility to the Divyangjan. Whether it is public transport, whether it is access to malls, whether it is access to parking places, whether it is access to public buildings, the extent to which we create the ecosystem for Divyangjan to access all these facilities independently, autonomously, will determine the extent of our development. And accessible education is probably the first step for attaining this. And to that extent, sir, your guidance in preparing this booklet of Priya, as well as other guidances relating to Indian Sign Language related initiatives, audiobooks for blind, have been exemplary, sir. We are grateful and we sincerely thankful. I thank Honorable Minister of State for Education for gracing the occasion and guiding us. I also take this opportunity to thank our Secretary for guiding on all of these initiatives. She has been personally monitoring the NEP implementation. So starting from the drafting of NEP to implementation, fortunately has been done by one single education secretary, which is very rare, and we have been privileged to get your guidance, ma'am. I thank the teams from NCRP, NIUS, from the Department of Social Justice, Department of School Education and Literacy, the Diksha team, for working very sincerely on all of the launches which happened today. I also thank the state government representatives, the education secretaries, the SPDs, the teachers, and the media friends for gracing the occasion today. Thank you, sir. टेन 45 को था 11:45 5 मिनट के बाद
Thank you everyone for attending this program, and we will continue with the workshop. As you know, we have a day-long workshop on NIPUN Bharat. So we'll start with the workshop after 5 to 10 minutes. Around 11, we'll start going to start the workshop. Thank you.
करके ब्रेकअप करके दे दे, आपको बता दिए वो हैं?
Yeah, good morning again, everyone. Thanks for attending this program of the launch. As you're aware, now we'll start with the NIPUN Bharat workshop. At 11:50, we are going to start the workshop. Thank you. Please join us at 11:50. Thank you.
वही था ना, है इसको जो खोलोगे तो आया ना, लिंक है इसको जो क्लिक करोगे शुरुआत में दिखाओ ये सब। हम्म। हाँ, वो सही रहता ना। स्टार्ट करें
हाँ
कैमरा अभी सर सबका पीछे से वो करा
Good morning once again, and welcome everyone for this workshop on NIPUN Bharat. I specifically like to welcome Secretary School Education, Madam Anita Karwal, for her presence for this workshop. I also welcome Director NCRT and all the participants from the states. I believe we have additional Chief Secretaries, SPDs, Directors NCRT, and directors SCRTs, and even from the live link on YouTube, I believe the representatives of the diets, BRCs, CRCs, and some schools, they are also viewing this program live. I thank everyone for their participation, and I'm sure this will be a very important workshop today. It is our after the launch, we are meeting for the first time. And to start that, I'll request Secretary Ma'am to kindly address her with her opening remarks.
Good morning, everybody. Before we start and before I start, I would just like to request some of you to please switch on your cameras because it appears I am speaking to a blank screen. So just would like to see that the states are present here today. So today what we are going to do is take you through NIPUN Bharat in a very detailed fashion. We would be focusing on the administration and governance part, what is NIPUN Bharat, and also focusing on the competencies, the goals, the learning outcomes that have been specially laid down for NIPUN Bharat. How we are going to monitor the program, etc. will also be discussed. So there will be some detailed presentations. You have already received the schedule for today. I urge that while the presentation is going on, we will not have any discussions or queries. But this presentation and the 1 hour that we have specifically kept with the states for solving your queries and your suggestions and inputs, etc., I would request very good participation from the states. NIPUN Bharat is actually going to be a game changer. I don't know how many of you have had the opportunity to go through the entire NIPUN Bharat document. It was a work in progress from sometime in October last year, and it underwent a lot of changes, a lot of discussions, a lot of stakeholder meets, and a lot of experts were involved in preparing this. This document was also prepared with the help of a few states who were part of the committee which was formed to prepare the whole implementation plan for NIPUN Bharat. So a lot of consultation has happened, plus you people gave some suggestions which were incorporated, and finally this whole mission mode system has been documented and put forward to you. In NIPUN Bharat, the first challenge we are meeting is the pandemic. So had it been a normal situation and there had been no pandemic, this would have been much easier for the states as well as for the center. But this particular situation is very, very challenging. And that is why we took this opportunity that the alternative academic calendar, which has been launched today in the morning for elementary levels, this is going to be a very important ingredient for NIPUN Bharat. Similarly, we launched the FLN tools and resources in the morning, and this is available now on Diksha as of today. This is also going to be a very important tool. We have actually gathered some assessment tools from certain civil society organizations who are very actively working in the foundational learning area. And these assessment tools have been made readily available on Diksha for states to utilize these tools to assess learning levels of their children. I'm giving you this backdrop because I would like to remind all of you that on 12th November, the National Achievement Survey is going to be held in the country, in which all the states would be participating. And this National Achievement Survey is actually going to benchmark the learning levels at the foundational level, which means the result of the National Achievement Survey at the district level for grade 3 and grade 5 is going to be taken as the benchmark against which the states will be expected to progress as far as NIPUN Bharat is concerned. So while you are planning your NIPUN Bharat, you will have to take into account this benchmark and also give us your own progress matrix against the benchmark, so that we are also able to monitor you against these parameters. We would be doing this jointly in discussion with you once the NAS is over. However, for the present, you will find some innovative solutions that we have discussed here at the national level, which we will try and bring forth as far as how to implement NIPUN Bharat during the pandemic is concerned. With these words, I will be around for the whole day. I will request Manish to start all the presentations and the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for setting the context for the NIPUN Bharat mission in the workshop today. Again, as ma'am requested, I will request you to put on your videos if that is possible. You can keep your, the states can keep their videos on, the mics on mute, so that we can also see you and have a better interaction. The schedule for the day is like this. First, we are having a presentation on NIPUN Bharat, the overall perspective, the administrative aspects, funding arrangements and all. Then it will be this will be followed by a session on the technical aspects, the developmental goals, codification of learning outcomes, and after a short lunch break, we'll have a session on how NIPUN Bharat can be taken forward during the pandemic period, and then we will be presenting a template on the planning process and the way forward, how to actually plan for the NIPUN Bharat mission and how to prepare a perspective plan for the next 5 years, and then we'll have an open interactive session after that. Of course, within the sessions, if we have time, we can take some comments or questions or clarifications also after the presentations. So for the first, I'll request to upload the first presentation. Yes. So I'll start. NIPUN Bharat, as you know, stands for National Initiative for Proficiency in Reading with Understanding and Numeracy, and it has been launched on 5th of July 2021, and it is an integral component of the NEP. We have tried to here list out the status of the children in the age group of 3 to 9 years to see actually where these children are at present. The total number of children, and this is our target group basically for the NIPUN Bharat mission. The total number of children in this age group is about 15.47 crores. We have made two categories, 3 to 6 years of age group. There are about 8.39 crores, and 6 to 9 years projected population is about 7.07 crores. The number of children enrolled in Anganwadis out of the 3 to 6 year old is 3.46 crores, about 41%. And the number of children enrolled in private pre-primary is about 11%, 92 lakhs. Here we have taken data from UDICE, and it counts only those private schools where along with the pre-primary there are the primary sections, and it does not count the standalone private pre-primary schools. And the number of children enrolled in government and government aided pre-primary is only about 32 lakhs, which is about 4% only at present. And the last bullet says number of children not enrolled in any of the above is 3.68 crores. So that is a huge challenge. Many of these children, of course, will be enrolled in the standalone pre-primary schools that we see around the country. But still, it is likely to leave a lot of gap. So this is the gap that we have to fill in. For the children of 6 to 9 years, the The number of children enrolled in government schools is 56%, in aided schools is 4%, and in private unaided schools is 39%, which almost makes to 100%. Say 99.76%, and 0.24% only are not enrolled in any of the above, which may be getting covered through some other means or maybe out of school. So this is the scenario that we have at present. So 3 to 6 years there is a big gap. 6 to 9 years the enrollment is almost 100%, but of course we need to look at the learning outcomes and the goals of the mission. Next. So as we saw that again at the primary level the gross enrollment ratio is 100%, and then we see that the numbers start dropping out from the upper primary level. Upper primary level the GER is only 87%, and one of the reasons of course is the lack of the learning achievements. Next. The NAS 2017 which was conducted by NCRT has highlighted this scenario and we see that when we look at the performance of the children in grade 3, in language we see that 18% of the children are below basic and 35% are at basic level, and only 32 plus 15, 47% of children are proficient or above proficient. Similarly, in maths, we see that 47% of the children are less than proficient. We are at the basic or below basic grade. So this shows us the gap, and the same pattern, and this percentage of children attaining the proficient level and the advanced level keeps on decreasing as we go ahead. So because of the first gap in the first stage, grade 3, the gap in grade 5 and 8 also keeps on increasing. Next. The National Education Policy stated that the highest priority should be to achieve universal FLN at primary level, and very emphatically it says that the rest of the policy will be largely irrelevant if a large portion of the children don't attain these skills. We know that the children who fall behind by grade 3, they get left behind as they cannot reach to learn after that. Next. So the target is to achieve foundational literacy and numeracy by 26-27 as per the NEP, which means that by grade 3 every child should be able to read with comprehension, write with comprehension and meaning, perform basic mathematical operations along with problem solving, and learn basic life skills. So very in a nutshell, this is what it is. And the vision of the NIPUN Bharat mission is to actually create an enabling environment to ensure a universal acquisition of foundational literacy and numeracy, so that by 26-27 every child achieves the desired learning competencies in reading, writing and numeracy at the end of grade 3 and not later than grade 5. So the emphasis here is on creating the enabling environment. It is not as if we take the present cohort of children and only for those we ensure that they are achieving the learning outcomes whenever the assessment takes place. The idea is to have an enabling environment which covers children of every grade and becomes a part of the system as the education system as such, so that the mission becomes sustainable, and by 26-27 every child who is passing through the system subsequently is able to achieve those learning competencies. Next. The objectives of the mission, they are eightfold. We have tried to summarize here. Firstly, to ensure an inclusive classroom environment by incorporating play-based, discovery-based, activity-based pedagogies linked to the daily life situation of the children, and inclusion of children's home languages. Secondly, to enable children to become motivated, independent and engaged readers and writers. Thirdly, to make children understand the reasoning in the domains of numbers, measurements and shapes. and help them to become independent problem solvers. Fourthly, to ensure availability and effective usage of high quality and culturally contextual teaching learning materials. Fifth is to focus on capacity building of the teachers, head teachers, resource persons and administrators. Sixth is to actively engage with all the stakeholders. This is not a mission which can be achieved only by the administrators or by the teachers, but requires involvement of parents, students, community members, policy makers as well. And seventh is to ensure assessments to serve as of and for learning through various means so that it becomes a 360-degree assessment of the child, and to ensure the tracking of learning levels of all students and of course their transition to the next levels. Next week. Now, what are the academic approaches? For the academic approaches, I will request Professor Ranjana Arora, Professor Suniti Sanwal to kindly take us through this part of the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we move on to the academic approaches. Now, when we look at the foundational language and literacy, there are certain competencies that children need to acquire. The first is the oral language development. And research is telling us that the base of all reading and writing is the oral language development. And so oral, lot of conversation, lot of extended conversation, question answer sessions, creating an enabling environment where children ask questions, seek clarification, and a lot of language games and phonological development activities where children learn letter sound correspondence as well as rhyming, blending. So all those become a part of the oral language development, and once children have acquired a strong oral language base, then they are able to decode. So decode is when they are able to understand the written words based on the understanding between the symbol and sound. So once those oral phonological activities are given, then decoding becomes easier for them. Then reading fluency, reading comprehension and writing. All these skills are very important, but lot of enabling environment needs to be given to children. Lot of storytelling has to happen where, you know, children are asked questions, they ask questions, and they are familiar with words, they develop vocabulary, and that's how the fluency comes in. And for writing also, starting from drawing to, whatever they interpret of the story, from drawing they start writing. So lot of opportunities have to be given. There are a lot of prerequisites before children actually start reading and writing. So those prerequisites skills have to be given to these children. Next, please. So similarly for the numeracy, when children start talking about understanding number and number operations, there are a lot of pre-number concepts. For example, the size, classification, matching, sorting, seriation, one-to-one correspondence. So all those skills are the prerequisite for learning the number and number operations. So those skills have to be given in the early the ECC years, in the early 3 years, and of course the introduction to the numbers, counting starts, and then the number operations. So shapes and spatial understanding, which ultimately leads to geometry. So right from basic shapes to understanding how much space is there, how much space can I take while I'm dancing. So that kind of spatial understanding is important. Then measurement, initially with non-standard units and then with standard units, and then data handling. So these are all skills which children need to master to develop a strong numeracy base. Next, please. So for each grade from Balvatika to grade 3, Laksh have been outlined. And these Laksh are the overall literacy and numeracy targets to achieve the objectives of the mission and are set in the form, they are the targets. So some examples are for Balvatika, it is recognizes letters and corresponding sounds, reads simple words consisting of at least 2 to 3 alphabets, and recognizes and reads numerals up to 10, or arranges numbers, objects, shapes, occurrence of events in a sequence. For grade 1, it is reads small sentences consisting of at least 4 to 5 simple words in an age-appropriate unknown text. And for numeracy, it is read and write numbers up to 99, perform simple addition and subtraction. For grade 2, it is reading with meaning, 45 to 60 words per minute. And for numeracy, it is reads and writes numbers up to 999, 3-digit numbers, and subtract numbers up to 99. And for grade 3, the targets for literacy are reads with meaning, at least 60 words per minute. And for numeracy, it is reads and writes numbers up to 9999, that is 4-digit numbers, and solves simple multiplication problems. Next, please. So we know that children enter class 1 from different backgrounds. Some come from Anganwadis, some come straight from their homes, and some come from after attending some preschool. So to bring every children, all the children who enter grade 1 to the same platform, a school preparation module, Vidya Pravesh, called Vidya Pravesh, has been developed. So all children who have entered in grade 1 are supposed to do this 3-month play-based school preparation module. And if children have missed out on the prerequisites that we talked about for development of literacy and numeracy, then they have a strong start of class 1. So the benefits are that children are less likely to drop out of schools. There is reduction in behavioral issues throughout school journey, improvement in social skills of the children, improved enrollments in the school, more likely to complete secondary education, better learning outcomes in later grades, and larger attention span and overall better retention of information. So these are the benefits of this Vidya Pravesh school preparation module, which has, and the guidelines are already launched and are available.
Good afternoon. So now we are coming to teachers. Teacher is at the center of the whole process, and we need to see that how we can empower our teachers. And this is the quote from the policy. If you see that teacher must be at the center of fundamental reforms, and at all the levels we have to see teachers' role, because they are the persons who truly shape our next generation of citizens. And policy is clearly stating that we need to do everything to empower teachers and help them to do their job as effectively as possible. And also we need to see that best and brightest teachers, candidates enter to this teaching profession so that we can really implement our policies recommendation in truth, letter and spirit. But simultaneously we need to provide some kind of autonomy. We need to see that they get respect and dignity in the society. And of course, we also need to come out with quality control and accountability mechanism. So this is the policies concerned about teachers. And coming to NIPUN Bharat, roles of teachers into this. Now, this is an entirely different kind of stage where teachers to be very, very careful, very, very passionate, because these children are entering the world of formal learning, you can say. For the first time, they will be looking at the textual material, they will be looking at the pencil, rubber, those kinds of things, and that those kinds of concern teachers need to keep in mind while talking to these children, because they have different kinds of experiences at home. This is different kinds of love and affection they have received from their parents. So now they will look for those kinds of love and affection also in the school and the classroom. So teachers need to care for children and should love to be with them. Teachers need to understand children within the social, cultural and political context. Of course, children belong to different kind of social strata, different kind of cultural context. They have different kinds of, they are from multiple languages background, and they will start speaking to teachers, speaking to peers in that manner. And their teacher has a role that she should give respect to each and every child's experiences. So this teacher need to do across this stage from ECC to class 3, and of course in other classes as well. Teachers should be very receptive and constantly learning. Yes, we learn from children. It is not like that we do not learn. If you ask experiences from children, you will surprised to know that there are n number of experiences which we don't know, and children are giving us from their different context and background. So they need to see that their experiences are also valuable for education. Teachers should own responsibility towards society and work to build a better world. Yes, for this implementation of NIPUN Bharat, it is the teacher's responsibility. They need to own this responsibility, because this is a foundation stage, and we have to strengthen this foundation with our full heart and passion and responsibility also. Teachers should view learning as a search for meaning out of personal experience and knowledge generation as a continuous evolving process of reflective learning. Yes, whatever a teacher is learning from the classroom, he should reflect on that also, that okay, today we have children have shared these kinds of experiences. What does they mean for me? What does they mean for my further classroom interaction? That teachers need to see, whether it is numeracy, whether it is literacy. Children may come out with different kinds of vocabulary, and teacher need to see that how can this vocabulary she can use for further lessons and further classroom teaching plans. Then teacher view knowledge not as an external reality embedded in textbooks, but as constructed in the shared context of teaching, learning and personal experience. It is not like that always we depend upon the classroom on the textbook content or the content given us in the guidelines or teacher's handbook. We need to see that sometimes, suppose if there is a concern or topic of water safety or saving of water, water conservation, this kind of topic, if there is that we need not to waste water. Now, if teacher is asking from children that how you, what methods your mom, your mother or your father has been adopting to save water, you will really surprised to know that they will be coming out with their own experiences of their in their family, and teacher can list down those experiences, and that would be very much helpful for taking this topic in the classroom. So then teacher also need to appreciate potential of productive work and hands-on experience as a pedagogic medium, both inside and outside the classroom. This is there in our guideline, that how with small activities we can make children understand that what is the value of productive work, and through productive work we can make children learn lots of life skills such as decision making, problem solving, critical thinking. Teacher also need to analyze the curricular framework, policy implications and text, because it is very important. Unless we understand the intentions of these curricular frameworks and policy, it would be very difficult for us to translate in that spirit, because there is always a connection between intended curriculum, transacted curriculum, as well as assessed curriculum. So teachers need to do that. Next. So not only this, teacher also need to work on her own continuous professional development. So one is that teacher is learning from the experiences of children. The other is that teacher also need to attend workshop, training programs, conferences, if they are getting opportunity to attend. Nishtha is one of the program which is focusing on teachers' holistic advancement, and we are very soon coming out with foundational literacy and numeracy Nishtha, and we will go through those modules, and you will find that lots of awareness, lots of skills you can learn from those kinds of modules. So teacher also, it is required that with our work, we need to see that we are developing professionally or not. Then teachers also need to recognize, when teacher will understand that what pedagogy, what contextual pedagogy he or she has to adopt in the classroom, she will also learn to identify the unique capabilities also of each student, and also it is required for teachers to promote each student's holistic development in both academic and non-academic spheres. So teacher has to interact with children, teacher has to create situations in which she can observe students' unique abilities. So teacher need to take autonomy in choosing aspects of pedagogy, so that it is very important that NIPUN Bharat is giving this kind of, suggesting this kind of way that teacher has to take autonomy. Not she should not wait for some kind of autonomy which some system will give, but this autonomy she has to snatch from the system and see that what kind of pedagogy will be useful for what types of learners and as per their needs. So there are multiple pedagogies we are talking about in NIPUN Bharat guidelines also, as well as modules also. So you have to select that kind of pedagogy which you require, that which you think that it is useful for your child's context. Teacher also need to adopt experiential learning pedagogy, and now we all know that children love learning from toys, and now these toys need to be into the classroom, whether children prepare their own toys, make their own toys, or whether teachers or children bring their toys to learn from them. And teachers have to plan this well in advance, so that the interaction which the questions which children will ask, teacher should be able to answer. So art integrated learning, sports integrated education, storytelling based pedagogy as innovative teaching method, teacher must use in the classroom for this stage of children, so that they should get a feel that this is not different from their homes. When we see that our schools are not open and children are at home, and in that case, if teachers have to provide some kind of interventions, then one is that they can talk to their parents through digital mode, or they can visit their homes and make parents understand that how can they take up those kinds of activities so that children can learn more and more. So coming to empowering teacher, this is about Nishtha foundational literacy and numeracy. So in view of challenges of in-service teacher training across different stages of school education, NCERT has designed an innovative integrated program of teacher training known as Nishtha, as you all know, a national initiative for students and teachers' holistic advancement. So now under FLN Nishtha, we have created specific teacher training modules focusing on foundational literacy and numeracy, keeping in view the development of children at that stage, keeping of view the context and needs of children as well as teachers at that stage. this FLN Nishtha module specifically contains a module on bridging the language barriers and teaching in mother tongue, regional language, homeland. So this module is also there, which will support us to take multilingualism issues in the classroom and make children learn in multiple languages. FLN Nishtha contains a specific module on peer learning and how parents can be utilized as volunteers in the school. So we through FLN Nishtha we will be supporting teachers to take up the implementation of this program in very specific and contextualized manner. So coming to next. Coming to this innovative pedagogy and teaching learning. Lots of emphasis is there in NIPUN Bharat on child-centered pedagogy and interactive classroom. Classroom must not be a classroom in which children are sitting passively and only listening to teachers. It is now we need to really change the whole architecture of the classroom. The classroom in which now there are toys, teacher is teaching, teacher is creating situation in which children are handling toys, talking to toys, children are manipulating toys, and children are making their own toys. So, and with that toys, they are learning numeracy, they are learning literacy, because if they are talking to toys, lots of language comprehension will happen there. Then activity-based learning, experiential-based learning, play-based learning. So the whole class should be a class where children think that this is their playground, and they are. But teacher need to also focus on observation that and also track the learning outcomes, what children are learning through these kinds of activities. Art integrated learning, if a teacher is doing some kind of activity, integrating art and want to explain about rain, then teacher must see that whether children are really really linking those kinds of things with the environment or not. And sport integrated learning also teacher need to take up in the classroom, whether through indoor games like ludos or ludo carom, or through in the field itself, whether teacher is when child is doing the running, then teacher also need to see that what in that running, what kind of time a child took for doing this kind of race. So many time concept and many other concept teachers can be able to deliver in the classroom through these kinds of methodologies, whether it is storytelling, whether it is like ICT integrated learning. So there are many tools in ICT integrated learning through which teacher can make children learn about numeracy, literacy, and also environmental concerns as well as. So enabling classroom transaction, sustained and active engagement. Next. Now this is in a nutshell that teaching learning preferably should be in mother tongue of children. So this we need to ensure so that children learn better and perform on their learning outcomes well. Then opportunities to learn formal mathematical language, numerals, symbols for operation, terms, etc. So teachers have to provide this kind of opportunity, maybe using those kinds of pedagogy, storytelling, playway method, but opportunities need to be there for learning formal mathematics, for learning numbers, for learning operations, and of course language, for learning words, vocabularies. So those kinds of things teacher need to see. Allow children to invent their own ways of using existing vocabulary to convey mathematical ideas related to numeracy and spatial understanding. So this teacher needs to ensure that teacher is giving children opportunities to invent their own ways of using existing vocabulary. Like children need to come out with their own experiences and own ways of solving some problems. and giving some kind of, maybe it may be a poetry in case of literacy, it may be a story in case of literacy. So they need to get opportunities to do on their own. So language of school instruction related to daily life experience and social cultural context. So this is very much important, that people need to see children in their own context. The strategy for smooth transition from home language to medium of instruction, if different, this is very important, because children are coming from a different language background and now medium of instruction is different. The children should not feel alien in that kind of atmosphere. It is the responsibility of teacher. It is the responsibility of teacher that how through mother tongue pedagogy she can make children accept this mother medium of instruction. So if it is different, so use simple, friendly and clear language in classroom, avoiding commands. This is very important, and teachers are in habit of commanding children, but these children are very are at very tender stage, and teacher need to be very passionate with them, friendly with them, and that kind of language they have to use. Otherwise they feel that they are in some different kind of environment, which is different, very different from their homes, and then learning will hamper. Encouraging children to share their experiences in the class in their own language, this is also very important. Encourage children to build connections between oral and written language, that is also very important. Encourage children to express their mathematical findings and later gently pointing out errors if any. So of course there may be they may be doing mistakes in mathematics, but we need to point out very in later stage when first of all we have to encourage them, and then later stage like very lightly we have to gently say that this is an error and we have to take them in right direction. Then encouraging activities like morning message, aaj ki baat, that bridge home school gaps and presenting reading writing connections to young children. So those kinds of activities, whether at the time of morning assembly or in the starting of the classroom, we can do these kinds of activities so that this home school bridge will be maintained. Then this is coming to contextualizing low-cost teaching learning materials. Teachers require variety of teaching learning material, TLMs, to get children engaged in meaningful activities. So toys can be there, ECC kit is there, FLN kit is there, worksheets are there on Diksha platform. We are uploading those kinds of worksheets also. Storybooks are already available. Lots of storybooks, even Barkha series is available. Digital activities and content are available on Diksha. So whether it is large size picture, conversation charts, picture from newspaper or magazines, these are teacher themselves can manage these kinds of low cost teaching learning, low cost and no cost teaching learning material. It is up to the teacher that what is the need of the children, and accordingly he or she need to plan for this teaching learning material. So there are a number of teaching learning material we have given in this chart. So very important is self-making of toys by children with no low cost material, and you see that children love to make this ship, now they love to make now jahaj, and they love to fly this in the classroom. So those kinds of things we need to see that very constructively they make toys with learning, and we are also have mapped learning outcomes with toys, which very soon we will be sharing with you. Local toys, games and other educational play material to be kept in easily accessible open shelves for children to explore. This is very important. We need not to lock those kinds of things in the almirah or in the shelf. We need to give children access to those kinds of materials so that they they feel like learning. A reading or book area, mini library in each classroom should be there. Monthly, weekly, daily plans using indigenous toys and material need to be made. Then expanding the scope and use of Diksha for FLN. So this is also there. On Diksha, you will be getting lots of content, whether it is literary content or numeracy content. Literacy content like grammar, question bank is there, children's literature, local lore and folk tales. Those kinds of material will be available very soon because we are expanding this scope and use of Diksha for FLN, and you are also collaborating with us. You are also contributing into this. Then use Diksha to enable teacher professional development. This is very important because you have to make teachers use this Diksha portal on and often so that they can get access to training modules. They can get access to supportive material for training sessions, hands out, videos, reading resources. They also get teaching learning material, instruction strategies, teacher handbook, activity booklets. So once they will be starting visiting Diksha on and often, they will really be benefited and they will be understanding that what kinds of resources they can use for their children in the classroom. So coming to assessment.
Thank you, Ranjana ji and Suniti ji. These were some of the academic aspects which I thought is best explained by the experts. Next we come to the issue of the assessments. So assessments of course are going to be vital to track the children's progress, and the gaps can be identified, the special interventions can be given after the assessments. So we have basically there are two kinds of assessments. One is the school-based assessment and other is the large-scale standardized assessments. The school-based assessments are at the foundational level are going to be conducted by the teachers themselves, basically in a stress-free environment and mainly through qualitative observation of the performance of the child in different activities, different experiences, different games, different activities that the teacher undertakes in the classroom or even outside the classroom. So that will be the basis for the school-based assessment. And secondly is the large-scale standardized assessment. Please switch off your mic. Someone has put the mic on. Thank you. The large-scale assessments are going to be, and mostly they are going to be like sample surveys and conducted at the state or national level, or even you can participate in the international surveys as well. And they are used to describe the overall health of the system. So these two kinds, the major two kinds of assessments are there. The school-based assessment are for 100% of the children, and the large-scale assessments are for a sample of children. Next. Here again we are talking about the school-based assessments. What are the techniques and tools to be used for school-based assessments? And ultimately the school-based assessment will form part of the holistic progress card of the child. So the school-based assessment will comprise of the performance of the child in various activities like painting, drawing, clay work, toy making. So it is like what is the extent of participation of the child in these activities, and inquiry-based learning. Student portfolios can be created, some simple quizzes, group work, role plays can also be used. And this will be like a 360-degree assessment where the besides the teacher who is observing the child in the classroom, the parents and the peers, they also assess, and the child can also be given some idea on how to do a self-assessment. They can also assess themselves through simple tools. And the holistic progress card will actually capture not only academic but also the unique competencies of every child. So from the lakshyas that were shown earlier, it appears that only the academic part is there, but that's not correct. In the next presentation, we'll see that we have emphasized on a holistic development of the child using the 3 developmental goals, and not only just the academic. The academic part shown earlier was only for the purpose of the monitoring through the large-scale assessments. Next, please. Now I'll take you through the administrative approach and role of various stakeholders and institutions in the mission. Next. As you know, a 5-tier implementation mechanism is going to be set up. The national mission, of course, at Ministry of Education. The state missions at the state level, for which a state PMU will be set up by the states, for which we have given the funding under Samagra Shiksha, and also shared the indicative structure of that in the guidelines. Then a district mission to support the implementation at district level, and then the block and cluster resource persons, resource centers will be used. And finally, the school management committee and community participation that will be instrumental. The roles and functions of the national mission are going to be, of course, prepare the strategy document and the framework which has been prepared, and prepare the learning matrix and toolkits for measurement. Then conduct nationwide exercises to identify learning gaps and set annual and overall mission targets in collaboration with the states. Then encourage innovative pedagogies and create material for that. Undertake capacity building of teachers and ensure community and parental engagement through intensive awareness drives, and create IT-based solutions to monitor and track the progress. And then to have a common platform for developing the proposals, the strategies from the states, and the annual plans and the 5-year plan from the state. And encourage states also to adopt IT-based solutions and enable cross-learning between the states. Next, please. This is the structure at the national level. The National Steering Committee, headed by Secretary School Education, will provide the overall policy direction. And a project approval board, also headed by the Secretary School Education. This will be the project approval board for Samagra Shiksha, because NIPUN Bharat is functioning under the aegis of Samagra Shiksha. Then the national mission, there will be a mission director who is joint secretary. I am the mission director for the mission, which will have the executive functions. And NCRT, Director NCRT, of course, will provide the technical and is providing the technical and academic support. We'll use NEPA for any planning and professional support, as well as for the capacity building of the school heads. And of course, then there will be the PMU will set up also at the national level. Next. Now, role of the states and UTs is extremely important. Firstly, creating multi-year action plans to achieve their targets, and based on the multi-year action plans, also work out the yearly targets, not only state-wise but also district-wise, and create the state-specific and stage-wise action plans based on gaps identified in NAS. Then another important role is going to be to ensure the availability of adequate number of teachers in every school. So this is going to be very crucial. We need to have a sufficient number of teachers at the foundational level, and also provide for their capacity building. Then database of each child enrolled in the foundational grades needs to be mapped, and then next is the mapping of the requirement and ensuring basic facilities in every school. As the Honorable Minister was also saying in the morning, we need to move towards saturation of the basic facilities in each and every school. Then next is the ensuring timely delivery of textbooks and uniforms to every child before the start of the academic session, and also identify a pool of mentors to render academic support to the teachers. School public libraries need to be strengthened. We are already providing funding under Samagra Shiksha, but books relevant for the foundational level also need to be provided in the libraries. And training of the community members, parents, SMC members also need to be undertaken. Next. Now, here I have mentioned about the role of NCRT. NCRT, of course, is our technical and academic support institution. They will be developing the curriculum and pedagogical framework focusing on FLN in the ECE, National Curriculum Framework for ECE. Then prepare a special capacity building package for teachers, which is being done under the NISHTA now. Analyze gaps through assessments and develop tools and indices to prioritize foundational learning. And develop a 3-month play-based school trip, which has already been done in the form of Vidya Pravesh and has been shared with the states for their adoption and contextualization. Next. Now, CBSE also has a very important role. So when we are talking about covering all the schools, all the children in the country, when we are talking about universal achievement of foundational literacy and numeracy, we are talking about all categories of schools and not just government or aided schools, but also private schools, central schools, different central schools which are central government schools which are offering foundational levels. So, in case of CBSE, the role will be to introduce the concept of competency-based education in their affiliated schools and following the learning metrics for FLN, and work together with the NCRT for developing the metrics at the primary stage. Presently, we have developed till class 3 only, but of course, the same metrics for learning outcomes will continue in the later stages also. Then Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan, of course, will also aim for a universal attainment of FLN by all students in the mission mode and introduce competency-based education. The SCRTs are going to be very crucial in this whole exercise for the development and adaptation of curriculum, instructional designs, capacity building of teachers, preparing teaching learning materials in local languages, resources for teachers, and also additional learning materials. In case of private schools, of course, they will be adopting the same guidelines and lakshyas and framework, but they'll also participate in the key stage assessments that we undertake from the national and the state level, and will also need to be included in the our communications strategy to increase their awareness. Next. The district institutes of education and training, the DIETs, need to be encouraged to emerge as autonomous institutions so that they can meet the district specific needs, and they also need to develop an academic resource pool for the FLN to support and mentor the teachers. The district education officers and the block education officers will ensure timely distribution of the various materials to children and keep track of the various training programs, capacity building, and also the progress of the children from time to time. The block resource centers and cluster resource centers will monitor and supervise the various activities, and will also undertake academic visits to the schools and support the schools and teachers in adopting the FLN goals and strategies. Next. Someone has got the mic on. Can you switch off your mic? Someone has got the mic on. Yeah. So it is often said that it takes a village to raise a child, and every stakeholder will have a valuable role in the mission. Next. Here we have tried to show the role of the various organizations at the village level, how they can contribute, the various community members, the SMCs they will need to, the SMCs will basically need to create an environment where everyone is talking about the NIPUN Bharat mission and the goals and the objectives of the NIPUN Bharat mission, and also the importance of the mission. Why? What is the need for the NIPUN Bharat mission? So that will need to be emphasized. The non-governmental organizations and CSOs can participate at various levels for capacity building and development of resources, mobilization and awareness building. We need to engage with a lot of volunteers who can contribute towards achieving the goal, and who can contribute at the school level or even at the habitation level, or even personally with the children, help out in case they are falling behind. The community involvement is important. The community can motivate the children to join the school timely, and through school readiness melas, Praveshotsav kind of activities, and also organize some reading activities, quiz activities in the school or in their community programs. The local bodies, panchayats, will need to facilitate the baseline analysis, and also the analysis of the students' learning outcomes from time to time, and should ensure 100% enrollment of all children, and ensure zero dropout and no out of school children. Unless we ensure this, how can we say that every child has been covered and has attained universal FLN, unless no out of school child is there, every child is in school and has been covered. And of course connect with the parents. So next is the monitoring of the mission. Will be through various aspects. Next. We will prepare IT-based, use IT-based solutions under the NDF framework to monitor the mission. And of course there will be annual monitoring surveys and also concurrent monitoring. So monitoring will be both of the components of the mission, the intermediate outcomes, the inputs that are to be given, the physical and financial progress of those, as well as the outcomes in respect of the learning outcomes and the achievements of the children. Next. For the IT framework, for the data inputs will be the school-based assessments and the large-scale assessments, and the data architecture will be in such a way that there will be an easy and automated capturing of data digitally from multiple sources without any need for calling for data or for asking them to manually upload. There should be an automatic flow of data. Like in a Diksha kind of an architecture, but adhering to the NDF guidelines. Next. Now for every intervention of NIPUN Bharat, we have prepared some key performance indicators which can be measured and which will be updated by the states from time to time for monitoring of the objectives of the mission. Here we have given only a sample of those KPIs, and for each activity there are other KPIs also, which we will be showing in detail in the presentation on the planning process. So some of these KPIs, like our percentage of foundational year students that have access to ATL, percentage of students who have access to any supplementary graded material, number of books in school library pertaining to FLN years. So these are different KPIs from different activities, but of course the detail will be shown in the template on the planning aspect. Next. Now the states will be aware that we have provided for support for the NIPUN Bharat mission under Samagra Shiksha this year. Support is being given right from the ECC, preschool education, in the form of both the recurring, non-recurring aspects, as well as for the teaching learning materials. Next. And also for the foundational stage, of course, foundational stage is till class 2, but we are giving As per the NIPUN Bharat framework, we are giving up to class 3, grades 1 to 3, and these rather grades, grades 1 to 3. And some of the activities are for grade 1 to 5 also, some of the interventions. So this the states are aware of. Next. This is the outlay that we have approved in 21-22 for the FLN stages. It is 2,130 crores. For each of the states, it has been sanctioned, and there is another about 500 crores have been sanctioned for the ECC level. So total for the including ECC and the FLN levels, about 2,600 crores has been already been sanctioned under the Samagra Shiksha. Next. So what are the expected outcomes from this mission? Firstly, children will be able to achieve steeper learning trajectories. The innovative pedagogies will be used, which will make learning joyful and engaging activity. Assessments will become based on learning outcomes. The children will be able to have greater retention in schools. The number of dropouts will go down once and the attendance will also improve once the learning becomes joyful. And this will be done through extensive capacity building of teachers and giving them greater autonomy. Improve in transition rate from primary to upper primary and subsequently to the secondary levels. And also help the socioeconomic disadvantageous groups to continue in school. Implementation of holistic progress card, of course, will help in identifying the strengths of every child. Ultimately, the FLN mission will ensure holistic development of every child by focusing on different domains like physical and motor development, socio-emotional development, literacy and numeracy development, cognitive development, and life skills. The mission, as I mentioned in the beginning, needs to be sustainable and should be very widely known and widely talked about, and everyone should understand the importance of this mission for its sustainability. Leadership engagement is critical. Involvement of elected representatives, chief ministers, members of legislative assemblies, MPs, secretaries, district collectors is required for prioritizing the NIPUN Bharat mission. There are influencers at the community level whose opinion the people listen to, and if they talk about foundational literacy, it will really have a lot of impact. Outcome tracking and measurement will need to be continued to be done, and strong focus on salience building around a simple, easily understood goal, which has been given in the form of those lakshyas, and the importance of recognizing the efforts of key stakeholders will also be emphasized. Next. So that is all from our side for this first overall introduction of the NIPUN Bharat mission. And if we would like to take some questions.
Yes, we can take some questions.
For 5 minutes or something.
So this is an introduction. Of course, we'll be getting into a little more detail in the later sessions. So we can take about 3 to 4 inputs, suggestions, innovative ideas, questions, clarifications right now from a few states. So if you have anything, you could come online.
Presentation hata do. Presentation hata do.
And if you don't have questions, I would like to randomly call out 1 or 2 states to know what you are doing in this regard. So I think there are no suggestions. So I'm going to randomly just call out a few states, and I would just like to know what you are doing for preparation of NIPUN Bharat, what is your focus, etc. So firstly, I would like to call out Bihar. Bihar. State of Bihar. Last time also we couldn't hear Bihar, this time also it's the same. Jammu Kashmir. Jammu Kashmir, are you connected? Okay, Jharkhand.
I hope they have heard all this.
Yeah, I'm not able to make out. Karnataka.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Did you call this
Good
Maharashtra?
afternoon.
Because there was some disturbance, so I heard Maharashtra.
Yes, please, Maharashtra.
Yeah.
Please tell me what you are doing for launching NIPUN Bharat in the state.
Yes, madam. So under NIPUN Bharat, madam, today, madam, we are going to issue GR. That is for implementation. We are forming this state level monitoring committee, district level committee, and block level committee. So draft GR we have prepared, madam, and today we are going to issue a GR. And apart from that, madam, we have also designed something called Akar curriculum in collaboration with Pratham NGO. So we have also finalized this curriculum, and we will be distributing those booklets to all these children, which also includes the involvement of mothers. Like when the child enters into school or Anganwadi, so we are going to conduct some fair, mother-child fair, in which the mothers will also be sensitized as to what their child is going to learn, both at the Anganwadi level and at the school level. We are also planning that the mothers, they will also be engaged into to most of the homeworks that are being given to children, as in mother will also be a participant in this learning process. So this is what we have designed at the basic level. So we will be implementing that. And in STARS project also, madam, some of the components which we are going to implement in NIPUN, we have included that.
So once you do your GR, I believe it would be in the local language. If you could translate it and send it to us also.
Definitely,
share it to us.
Definitely, ma'am.
So
definitely.
here, as Manish mentioned, the mission has already been established. Manish Garg, our joint secretary, is a mission director, and
Yes, ma'am.
Rashi Sharma is the assistant mission director. So the mission would require to collect, the kind of work that is happening in all states. So all states are requested that as and when you release any kind of documentation in the form of a memo or a circular or a government resolution, it must be shared with us after being translated into English.
Okay, madam. Definitely, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ma'am,
Haryana?
you asked for JMK eminent before, so I would like to give a brief. Ma'am, we have actually prepared learning material under NIPUN Bharat, and right now it's under revision. I think 5.5 lakh, for 5.5 lakh students, they have prepared this material for this. And PMU, establishment of PMU unit at UT level, at district level, that is being carried out right now, that process. And apart from that, supplementary material for innovative pedagogies, that is being prepared in JMK.
So thank you so much, JNK. I want to hear from one state whether that this understanding is there, how this is different from routine teaching and learning, and why NIPUN Bharat. Can anybody, any SCRT director in particular, if you could come online and explain to the rest of the people who have joined us today. I believe there are 7,500 people who are with us today. Any SCRT director? गुजरात से जोशी जी हैं क्या?
Ma'am, sir is also busy with another video conference. It's live going on statewide right now. That's it. Okay.
Anybody else? Any other state? What is your understanding of NIPUN Bharat? So I'm going to call out
Dr. Sarvendra Vikram.
Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Vikram. Okay, Odisha, Dr. Sahu, Mr. Sahu, Gangadhar Sahu.
Ma'am, namaskar.
Namaste.
Yes, ma'am, it is an innovative initiative to lay stress on the foundational literacy and numeracy. Earlier, this part was not given enough focus. As a result of which, we could not get success at the later stage. So this has, I mean, for the first time, stress has been given at this level. So the foundation is being strengthened, and NIPUN Bharat has, I mean, I'm not going to give the full form of NIPUN, but it is the FLN which signifies NIPUN Bharat.
Manish and Dr. Ranjana Arora and Dr. Suniti Sanwal have placed before you. There is a difference in approach. And as Odisha just mentioned, the approach is that we are getting out of this textbook-centric focus, where child is not at the center of learning, but the textbook is at the center of learning. So we are getting out of that. We are focusing on the child. We are giving milestones that the child has to achieve. And the teacher's capacity has to be built to ensure that those milestones are achieved by every child. So that is what, in a nutshell, this whole foundational literacy numeracy mission is about. ये जो milestones है, as I have been repeating earlier also, these milestones are non-negotiable. So the Annexure 1 that you see in the NIPUN Bharat document, which consists of codification of the learning outcomes, what are the competencies to be achieved, etc., the goals, the developmental goals, it is non-negotiable. So I want to hear from one of the states as to how you are explaining these non-negotiables to your teachers. How are you taking it down to the community, to the stakeholders? Because one of the major differences from the way we teach and learn previously and in this mission is your parent is going to be your biggest support in the advancement of FLN, and so is your community. So how are you planning to do that? I'm going to call out a few names. Madhya Pradesh, are you there?
Ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am. This is Randravi SPD, Madhya Pradesh, ma'am. Ma'am, basically we had planned Mission Ankur sometime back, and it was interrupted because of COVID, ma'am. Later, the Mission Ankur was aligned with the NIPUN, framework, ma'am. Now we have, of course, we have onboarded some civil society organizations who are helping us in preparing teacher handbook and workbooks for these children. So that we are on track, ma'am. Probably we were planning to, launch it around 1st of November. Now we have shifted it to post NAS. Ma'am, secondly, this is very important aspect to make our teachers and the community that classroom, learning did not happen only in classroom, and it did not happen only through textbooks. That is one thing, ma'am, we are strongly pushing by engaging parents. Parent engagement is being done.
Thank you. So what we'll do is we'll go to another brief presentation before we break for lunch, and then maybe if you have your questions and clarifications written down so that we can take it after that when we start after lunch. So Manish will go to the second presentation.
Right. So the next presentation is actually going to be on the developmental goals and codification of learning outcomes, which will better explain in a little more detail what the mission is targeting and what is expected. So I'll request Dr. Suniti Sanwal to take it.
So it is very important for all of the states to understand this. Actually, this is the beginning and the end of NIPUN Bharat. Our focus is this, and our end goal is this. So I think all of you need to understand this very, very clearly. Dr. Suniti, please.
So good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be talking about the developmental goals and codification of learning outcomes. Next slide, please. So we know that there are different domains of development which children need to develop, children need to master in order to, deal with the daily life situation. For example, physical and motor development, socio-emotional development, language and literacy, art and aesthetic, creative development, spiritual and moral development. So all those developmental domains have been subsumed into 3 developmental goals here in the NIPUN Bharat framework or the FNN framework. So goal 1 is children maintain good health and well-being. Now this is an overarching goal. This takes care of the health part, the nutrition part, safety of the child, hygiene and sanitation, fine motor development, gross motor development. So all those, anything that affects our health and well-being is taken care under this goal. Then goal 2 is children become effective communicators. So talking and listening skills, we talked about the oral language development. Then reading with meaning or reading with comprehension, and writing with purpose. So these are the 4 skills which are covered, ultimately leading to these skills is covered under children become effective communicators. And goal 3 is children become involved learners and connect with their immediate environment. So this goal caters to the development of senses of the child, then the cognitive skills which are a prerequisite for mathematics learning, for example, classification, seriation, one-to-one correspondence, matching, sorting, identification. So all those cognitive skills are catered here. Then concepts about time, about color, about different concepts that we encounter in our lives about measurement. And then we come to the concepts related to the environment, that is our physical environment, day and night, sun, moon, earth. So the child needs to understand the physical environment, then the natural environment, the flora, fauna, the animals which are around there, and the social environment, the interpersonal relationships, the friends, the family, the community. So all that needs to be, and then these skills become the basis for learning the science and mathematics. So these 3 major goals lead to the holistic development of the child. Next slide. So now these 3 goals are again interrelated, interdependent, and so development of one goal leads to the development of other goals. Now each developmental goal is there are competencies spelled out. Now competencies are the statement which tell us what the child knows or will be able to do after he has completed an activity or learned a lesson. So that is the competency. The competency is generic. I'll give you an example and explain. And then there are learning outcomes which are more specific and we can measure the learning outcome. Now, I'll give you an example of a competency that the concept about colors. Rangon ki pehchan, bachcha rangon ki pehchan karta hai. So, how do we teach a preschool child? We show a whole lot of fruits which are around us and talk about the colors of the fruit, the orange, the apple, the banana, and we talk about different vegetables which are around, tomatoes, capsicum, etc., etc., and the colors that children, the dresses that children wear every day. We talk about the red frock, a yellow thing, and then we say that now I give, say for example, 4 colors and say sort them out. Lal rang alag kar lo, green alag kar lo. Now when the child is sorting out these colors, we know that the child has an underlying knowledge of it. So when the child is demonstrating, he is showing us the skill where he is differentiating, he is classifying, he is identifying, and he is also, and so when he is doing these skills, we know that there is an underlying knowledge of the colors that the child has. So when the child demonstrates any competency, then we call it as the learning outcome. So learning outcomes are specific and measurable, whereas the competency is a generic term. So let us understand with the next slide. So here, the knowledge, the attitude, the skill. I spoke about the knowledge, the skill, and the attitude. So when the child is, say for example, I have given some buttons to sort. Now there are some 5 buttons left. Now what does the child do? ask me what do I do with these, keep them aside, or just leaves it there. So we also develop the attitude while we are developing. So the competency is the knowledge, skill and attitude put together. And when we create a situation where we can observe and measure the competency, then those statements are called learning outcomes. And ultimately, the aim of the competency development is that the individual is able to transfer the knowledge in real life situation. Now, for example, when we, in our daily lives, we need to understand that if I'm wearing this sari, which blouse goes with this, or if I'm wearing this dress, which pant goes with that. So the color concept is actually translated in the real life situation. If I'm decorating my house, what kind of curtains, what kind of cushions or carpet will go together, what colors, the contrast, the complementary colors, like that. So when we start using the competency into our real life situation, then that is the aim of the competency based education, because we often hear that we learn something but never use it in our daily life situation, and then we forget that. So the aim is, that is the difference, that we should be able to use that knowledge, those skills and the attitude in the real life situation. So the learning outcomes as well as the competencies that we have taken in the FLN framework have been drawn from the preschool curriculum and the learning outcome document, which was developed at the elementary stage. Next, please. So here we look at the competencies, learning outcomes. I will just give you an example because you have a whole lot of learning outcomes. So the competency is awareness of self. That child starts understanding that, like a very small child, we start asking, "Aankh kahan hai, naak kahan hai, baal kahan hai?" And then the child starts saying, "I don't like this, I like this, I'm interested here, I'm not interested in this." So awareness of self. Then development of self-concept, a positive self-concept. This is very important. The child needs to be given the child needs to be admired, given a lot of encouragement so that the child develops a positive self-concept. Now, self-regulation is again a competency which is very important, especially in today's life, because this is, how because there is a lot of distraction. We have mobiles, we have televisions. So how I start focusing and refocusing, and how does my behavior affect the behavior of the other person? So we need to find my time. So the yoga, meditation, relaxation techniques, visualization, all these are very important and to be taught to children right from preschool years. The self-regulation, no time out, means, okay, you have to leave the mobile phone now and focus on this. So focusing and refocusing is to be taught right from the beginning. Then development of pro-social behavior. Pro-social behavior is helping, caring, cooperating, sharing. So in small nuclear families, we are not giving this opportunity to the children to develop this So pro-social is opposite of anti-social. So those pro-social, we have to create situation where children learn with each other, do assignments with each other, they share, they cooperate. So those development of pro-social behavior. Then decision making and problem solving, small problem solving. So what happens? What if the thirsty crow could not find that straw? What do you think would the thirsty crow could have done? So those kind of small problem solving situations which are age appropriate to the child need to be given. Then of course development of healthy habits, hygiene, sanitation and safety about good touch and bad touch need to be taught to children right from the preschool years. Then fine motor skills and eye-hand coordination, because that becomes the basis for writing. Development of gross motor skills, that is the running, jumping, large motor skills. And then eventually it leads to participation in individual and in team games and sports. So these are, for each goal you will find that these competencies have been outlined, And they are right from preschool 1 to preschool to grade 3 and above, because these are generic competencies and learning outcome for these. And now we also need to understand that there is not one-to-one correspondence between the competencies and learning outcomes. Now, for example, when I'm saying pro-social behavior, caring and sharing, I will learn it through games and sports. I will learn when I'm given a Hindi assignment where I have to work with 4 children. Then also when, I'm taught a poetry, for example, there used to be a poem, Cheeti ko dekha, was saral varal kali rekha. So a lot of importance of hard work, even through a poetry, I learn the values, the moral values, the, so whole lot of learning outcomes, like the experiences through Hindi language, through mathematics, through games period, through art and craft activity that I'm doing, will actually lead to the development of pro-social behavior. So there cannot be one-to-one correspondence between the competencies and the learning outcomes, because a lot of experiences will lead to the development of one competence. Next slide, please. So similarly, I have explained in detail the competencies for the goal 1. Similarly, for goal 2, these are the competencies. So goal 2 is, as I said, is oral language development, then reading, and then writing. So listening with comprehension, creative self-expression, expression and conversation, language and creative thinking, vocabulary development, conversation and talking skills, meaningful use of language. These are the competencies, the key competencies. Next slide, please. Then with reading with comprehension, so we start, when the child is coming to school, some children, there may be some children who have never seen a book. So we start, they're bonding with books, they start exploring the books. From there, the print awareness and meaning making, pretend reading, phonological awareness, sound symbol association, prediction and use of previous experience with knowledge. And then the child comes to independent reading for pleasure and various purposes. So these are, the competencies in all the 6 levels, 6 classes that we are catering to. So, these are generic competencies. We go to the third one. Next slide, please. So this is writing with purpose. So early literacy skills, makes use of letter and sound, invents spellings to write, makes effort to write in conventional ways, responds to reading with drawing words and meaningful sentences, writes meaningful sentences using naming words and action words, uses mixed language codes and writes for different purposes in classroom activities and so I'm not really going into detail with these. So these are the broad next slide, please. And for goal 3, it is cognitive skills, concepts related to environment, concept formation, number sense, number operations, measurement, shapes, data handling, pattern, calendar activity. And then use of technology, art and craft, music and dance. These are overarching in all these 3 goals. These toy-based pedagogy, sports integration will be a part of all these 3 goals. Next, yeah. So these 3 goals have been divided into 6 levels. So the 3 levels are for the preschool 1, preschool 2, level 3 is Balvatika, level 4 is class 1, level 5 is class 2, and level 6 is class 3. So these are this is how the codification has been done. Now goal 1 is an overarching goal. That means we talked about it, that it is fine and gross motor development, it is socio-emotional development, nutrition, health, hygiene, sanitation. Now this goal will be integrated in all other subjects. We'll talk about hygiene in EVS, in mathematics, in language, in English, in Hindi. So goal 1 is an overarching goal and will be imbibed in all other subjects as children grow. And goal 2, as children go to class 1, 2 and 3, the formal school system, it becomes the first language and the second language, depending on the state languages depending on the languages of the states. And goal 3, as children move from preschool, so preschool up to preschool, these just remain the goal, but as children move from preschool to class 1, 2 and 3, goal 3 becomes mathematics and EVS, and later on to science and social sciences. So up to preschool, these developmental goals actually turn into subjects after class 1. Next. So when we look at the codification, so there is a goal or the area which has been given a code, and then there are 1 to 6 levels, and then the learning outcomes which are numbered from, say, for HW it is 1.1 to 1.12, for EC it is effective communicator, this is 1.1 to 1.09 for L1 and 1.1 to 1.15 for L2. And for goal 3, that is IN, it is 1.1 to 1.2. Next slide. So this is how the codification looks. Here, this competency part is not there because I have already explained that learning outcomes and competencies will not be one-to-one related. Just to give you an idea that demonstrates awareness of self is generic. But we just look at the learning outcomes. Begins to state some physical characteristic about self, that is preschool 1. In preschool 2, it describes self in terms of physical characteristics. Describes self and others in terms of physical characteristics, gender, interests, likes and dislikes. Recognizes different body parts and uses various body movements. Maintains correct posture, uses various body movements to participate in games and sports, and participates in games and sports to strengthen and extend gross motor skills. So we see from preschool, just by begins to state physical characteristics, it becomes the participation in games and sports. So we see that these goals are hierarchical. That means as the child moves in the classes, the expectation from the child increases, and they are also spiral. So spiral in the sense that they are built on the previous, so begins some state characteristic. Now when we say that describes in terms of self, we start from goal 1 and then built on that particular goal, and then the next level builds on the previous 2 levels, like that. So it is spiral. So you keep coming back to the original one, and so that we make sure that the learning outcomes are achieved by the child. Now these numbers actually are just for reference purposes. So it is not that it has to be 1.1 first and then 1.2. As we said, that these are interrelated, interdependent. 1.1 may relate to say 6.5. So these numbers are just for referencing purposes, don't really signify that way, anything. So we go to just see an example of goal 2. Demonstrates phonological awareness, that is rhyming. So the child is able to rhyme certain words. So sings, hums words, lines, parts of songs and rhymes in own language or in second language. Identifies few rhyming words, enjoys and creates nonsensical rhyming words. So nonsensical rhyming words is like, suppose I sing a song, मैंने 3 चीजें देखी, बाग में देखा, बंदर. So they say, just to rhyme the word bandar, they might say kandar, which does not really mean. But initially we accept the nonsensical rhyming word also. But as the child grows, we say that no, this is nonsensical, so we'll not accept. So then creates rhyming words based on the available text, writes selective rhyming words in pair, and uses rhyming words for writing short sentences. So similarly, in goal 3, compares and classifies given objects and pictures. So the learning outcome for preschool 1 is compares 2 objects based on one observable property, for example, length, weight or size, then based on 2 factors like shape and color, size and shape, describes objects using words like big, small, tall, short, Then compares and classifies objects by 3 factors like shape, color and size. Compares and classifies objects or pictures based on multiple factors and demonstrates understanding of position. Compares and classifies objects, pictures based on multiple factors and describes them using properties and in different categories. Compares and classifies objects in different categories and describes the properties used for classification. So this is how the codification looks like, and this is how it is progressive and it is spiral.
So shall we break now for lunch?
Take 1 or 2 comments.
Okay. So since we have 5 to 10 minutes more, I hope this would have been a very revealing session for all of you. So if there are any comments, we'll take it. Otherwise, I would like to randomly call out some states to gather their understanding.
Very interestingly presented. Very nice.
Any clarifications, any comments from anybody? Okay. I want to go back to Bihar. I'm insistent. I want to hear Bihar. Check where Bihar is. Because in every such gathering, I'm finding that we are not able to connect to Bihar. They are not there. Okay. Would Kerala, is Kerala joined, has it joined us? Kerala? Meghalaya?
Mr. Charak, Meghalaya. Or SPD.
Manipur? Manish, ये next session के लिए they are there. In next session, this is not the way I want it to happen. We'll start calling them to Delhi now. If this is the kind of seriousness with which they are working on this. Goa?
Meghalaya.
Yes, Meghalaya.
Yes.
So Meghalaya, who's speaking?
I'm from the Directorate of Educational Research and Training. So one of the coordinators, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, and
So
we are here as a team. Yeah, we are watching together.
Yeah.
So we have constituted a team. So at different levels, ma'am, we have got multi-tiered teams. And we are also involved with the FLN program under Diksha also.
Okay. So our post-lunch session, I expect to hear from every state for about 4 to 5 minutes what work you have done. So just make a, keep your points together. I expect the state secretary or the SPD to speak about it. So if they are not here right now, please inform them that we expect to hear from them. Punjab. Krishan Kumar, Punjab. Jagtar Singh. Okay. Rajasthan.
नमस्कार मैम.
नमस्ते.
मैम SPD भंवर बोल रहा हूँ मैम.
हाँ भंवर, बताइए आप लोगों की क्या तैयारी है एंड आई होप यू आर फॉलोइंग द सेम कॉम्पिटेंसीज एंड लर्निंग आउटकम्स दैट वी हैव लेड डाउन.
यस मैम. मैम हमारी CRT की टीम यूनिसेफ के साथ क्लोजली काम कर रही है मैम. इसमें जो FLN वाला है, इसमें PAB में भी इस बार हम लोग काफ़ी एक्टिविटीज़ लेके गए हैं मैम. और इसका मैम टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग में भी हमने मॉड्यूल्स इंक्लूड किए हैं और यूनिसेफ के साथ मिलके हमने मैम एक स्कूल रेडीनेस मॉड्यूल भी तैयार किया है, जिसका मेन फोकस मैम FLN पे रहेगा मैम. एज ए मिशन अभी तक मैम स्टेट लेवल पे हमने इसकी लॉन्चिंग नहीं की है, बट इसके बाद में हम लोग प्लान कर लेंगे कि इसको एज ए मिशन लॉन्च करेंगे.
Okay. Post lunch, Bhavar and everybody else, I would want to know from the states, number one, What are you planning to do to track every child, the progress of every child and the enrollment of every child? Number 2, I want to know local language में आप कौन से FLN tools और resources बना रहे हो और ये कब तक बनेंगे? Number 3, as Bhavar has pointed out and some others have been talking about, this Vidya Pravesh and bridge courses at every stage. Vidya Pravesh is for class 1. You will need bridge course at class 2, class 3, class 4, Balvatika. So what has the state done for the bridge course and Vidya Pravesh? Then I also want to know what is the state's tayari for teacher capacity building aside from FLN Nishtha. So these 4 things, just come prepared each state. I would like to hear only from the secretary or from the SPD. And after we have done the presentations in the second half or in between, I will start calling out states. So I think with this, Manish, we will close right now and break for lunch. And we will come back at
2:30.
We will be back at 2:30. So interspersed with the presentations, I will be calling out alphabetically the states. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
सब कुछ तो बता ही दे रहे हैं, हम ये सोच रहे हैं
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, ma'am, and welcome all the state representatives. In the next round of the meeting of the workshop, we have presentations on how to implement NIPUN Bharat during the pandemic period and what will be the planning process and template to be used for the planning for the NIPUN Bharat mission. So I hope I am audible to the participants. Can someone respond?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Am I
Yes, sir.
audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
To the participants? Okay. Anyone else? एक बार पूछा मैंने स्टेट में.
हाँ स्टेट वाइज जरा चेक करो कौन है.
Andamans just
वो states नहीं है. We will be calling you physically here for a meeting. The states who are not here or not responding, now we will be calling you physically for the meeting. Yeah.
we will just check the connectivity and availability. Andaman and Nicobar Islands, who is there? Andaman and Nicobar?
उनको तो physically बुला लो.
Andamans, anyone is there? Andhra Pradesh? Andhra Pradesh, anyone is there?
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Rajshekhar, Principal Secretary, and my SPD, Vector Selvi, is here.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Then Arunachal Pradesh?
Okay.
Arunachal Pradesh is there? Assam is there? Assam? Assam, who is there?
Yeah.
Can you just introduce yourself from Assam?
There's nobody.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, I'm Alice, the consultant disaster and pedagogy. Actually, our authorities are in one meeting now.
So Assam we will call physically.
Bihar? Bihar are you connected?
Shrikant Sastri, SPD.
Sir, from Bihar, I am Director SCRT speaking.
Okay. Chandigarh? Chandigarh, who is there, please?
Sir, I am Mission Coordinator Samagra Shiksha from Chandigarh.
Which coordinator?
This is Manjeet Kaur.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Then Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh, can you come in? Chhattisgarh, anyone is there? Delhi? Delhi, are you connected? No. Dadra, Nagar Haveli, Daman and Diu. Goa?
Hello.
Goa, are you connected?
Yes, sir. This is Director SCRT Goa, Mr. Nagaraj Honekari.
Okay. Gujarat?
नमस्कार सर, मैं डॉक्टर रतन गढ़वी SPD शिक्षा.
Okay.
Director GCRT में.
Okay. Then Haryana? Haryana, are you connected?
Going ahead.
Himachal Pradesh? Himachal Pradesh, are you connected? Jammu and Kashmir?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Deep Raj, SPD JNK.
Okay. Jharkhand? Jharkhand is connected.
They were not there in the morning also.
Karnataka.
Good afternoon, madam. I am Gopal Krishna, Director SSK is here. Our SPD madam is on leave, madam.
Okay. Then Kerala.
Sir, I am Dr. Narayan from SCRT Kerala.
Dr. State Project Director, Samagra Shiksha.
Ladakh. Ladakh, anyone is there? Lakshadweep.
Good afternoon.
Lakshadweep, are you connected? Madhya Pradesh.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Dhanraji, SPD Madhya Pradesh, sir.
Okay. Then Maharashtra.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Rahul Dwivedi, State Project Director, Maharashtra.
Rahul.
Sir, MD Singh here, Director SCRT Maharashtra, sir.
Manipur. Manipur, who is there?
Our SPD has gone to assembly, so I am attending.
Sir, I am Nandakuma, I am SPD. I have just come back from the assembly, sir.
Okay. Meghalaya.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, ACH Marak, Secretary to Education Department and also SPD Meghalaya.
Okay. Mizoram.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Lalsirmo Echangte, Secretary Education, Mizoram.
Okay. Nagaland. Nagaland is connected. Yeah.
We are connected now. Good afternoon. I'm Kivilino Angami, Special Secretary School Education in SCRT.
Odisha.
Namaskar. Sir, Director SCRT is here and Additional Director Samagra Shiksha is also here, sir.
Okay. Puducherry.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon. This is Dinakar, SPD Puducherry.
Oh, all right. Punjab. Punjab. And Rajasthan. Rajasthan was there.
Namaskar, sir.
Rajasthan.
Namaskar, ma'am.
You there?
Sir, SPD Rajasthan, sir. Bharat.
In Sikkim. Sikkim is connected. Tamil Nadu.
We can't hear them.
And we can't hear you. From Sikkim. Okay. And Tamil Nadu.
We are all connected.
Telangana. Telangana.
Good afternoon, ma'am and sirs. I'm Radha Reddy, Director, SCRT Telangana. DSC ma'am would be joining shortly as they're in the ministers' meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tripura. Tripura, may I come in, please? UP. Uttar Pradesh.
Pranam, sir. Ajay Kumar Singh.
ज्वाइंट डायरेक्टर SCRT से। डायरेक्टर सर मैं SPD में हूँ सर, शासन में है। सुबह से देयर इज अ मीटिंग रिगार्डिंग सम इशू।
आप कहाँ से बोल रहे हैं?
सर SCRT से अजय कुमार सिंह।
अच्छा अजय, ठीक है। उत्तराखंड, उत्तराखंड से कौन?
जी नमस्कार सर, बंशीधर तिवारी सर, SPD उत्तराखंड सर।
ओके, थैंक यू। वेस्ट बंगाल, West Bengal is connected.
I want to read out the names of the states who we are going to call here physically for a meeting now. Andaman Nicobar Islands, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Chhattisgarh, Delhi, DNH and DND, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Jharkhand. Once I have read out, you can tell me. Ladakh, Lakshadweep, Punjab, Tripura, Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand. Uttar Pradesh because it's not represented by senior officer. So is any of you present here? Please tell me. Otherwise,
ma'am, this is SPD Andaman and Nicobar, ma'am.
Okay.
मैडम छत्तीसगढ़ से CRT से PR साहू।
छत्तीसगढ़ से कौन है?
PR साहू SCERT। PR साहू बोल रहा हूँ मैडम SCERT।
SCRT में आप क्या हैं?
मैं असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर हूँ।
नहीं, छत्तीसगढ़ मेरे लिस्ट में रहेगा। और कोई?
मैडम छत्तीसगढ़ से ही बोल रहा हूँ, एडिशनल मिशन डायरेक्टर बोल रहा हूँ मैडम मैं।
I want either SPD Education Secretary and or Director SC। देखिए ये बहुत ही सीरियस वर्कशॉप है, इसमें आप लोग हाजिर हैं, थैंक यू वेरी मच। प्लीज कंटिन्यू, यू विल लर्न अ लॉट फ्रॉम दिस वर्कशॉप। लेकिन जो डिसीजन मेकिंग लेवल होता है, अगर वो हाजिर नहीं है उनको दिल्ली आना पड़ेगा। तो मैंने अनाउंस कर दिया है, वी विल बी टेलिंग यू द डेट्स, यू विल कम विथ योर एंटायर टीम टू दिल्ली। सो वील गो नाउ, वील गो फॉरवर्ड टू द नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन।
Yes, now you can put your mics on mute. Keep your videos on maybe, but keep your mics on mute. And for the next presentation is on how to implement NIPUN Bharat during the pandemic period. So what we saw in the morning session was the general guidelines and the codification and how NIPUN Bharat is to be implemented in general. But now we are experiencing a very unique situation where the schools are closed and the children have also not come to school for the last 1.5 years and are only gradually opening also now for, and mostly for the higher classes. So we need to see how we can take forward the mission during this period. And for that our director Rashi Sharma, who is also the Assistant Mission Director for the NIPUN Bharat mission, will be taking you through the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we will talk about how we can continue our learning during this COVID-19 period, because this is the second consecutive year where schools are not opening, and especially for the early classes. So we have taken some steps at Ministry of Education. First, I will talk about those steps, and thereafter what you can do at your level to ensure that every child is able to learn during this pandemic period also. Next. So first of all, in the morning also we have told about Vidya Pravesh. This is a 3 months module. It is totally activity based. It has been developed by the NCERT, and it is also one of the very important recommendation of National Education Policy, because quality early childhood care and education is not available to all children in our country. Therefore, it is to ensure their smooth transition to grade 1. we have developed this module so that all the children who are entering grade 1 are ready and they are at the same level. So this module is totally activity based, and it has been launched on 29th July by Honorable Prime Minister. So we have already provided funding also under Samagra Shiksha, the teaching learning material. So you can use the Vidya Pravesh module for class 1 students. Next. So this is also very important initiative by NCERT. This course is available. This is basically out of school bridge course. This is available for classes from preschool to class 8. And it aims to bridge the learning gap and help children to be mainstream in the regular schools. So this is actually available at NCERT at a very minimal price. All the states can procure this out of school module from NCERT, and it has been developed into 4 levels. First level is readiness, and second is aligning to learning outcomes of class 1 and 2, and level 3 is aligning to learning outcomes of class 3 and 5, and level 4 is aligning to learning outcome of class 6 to 8. And it also comes with the teacher's handbook to help teachers that how to ensure the competencies so that the learning gap is bridged. And it also has some assessment activities at the end of each level, so that you can assess whether the children have attained the desired level or not. Next. So this is the alternative academic calendar. This we have launched last year also. Now this is the latest version, and this has been launched in the morning. Right now it is available in Hindi and English. So it has detailed guidelines for children, teachers to reach out all the children's, and particularly with children with special need. You can, if you go through the calendar, you will see a lot of resources available for children with special needs. The YouTube video links are given, the Diksha video links are given. So a lot of resources are available for these children, so that we can ensure inclusive education. And it also contains some of the very good initiatives which have been undertaken by the teachers during this pandemic period, and how to deal with anxiety and stress during this period. So as you must be aware that last year we had already launched this Mano Darpan. That website is also there. Plus NCERT is also holding these counseling sessions, which is called a Sahyog, and it is available at NCERT official YouTube channel. Live counseling sessions are held, and anybody can take view and take advantage of that. And class-wise and subject-wise activities are given in this calendar in tabular form, and it also includes activity related to 3 languages: Hindi, English, and Urdu. Next. So the alternative academic calendar also contains some assessment activities, because we have seen that last year there have been a lot of surveys by ASR and other organizations talking about the learning loss during this pandemic period. So how children are learning through these activities, and how we can assess their learning levels. So this calendar also talks about that assessment activities, and there are some exemplar questions also given, so that teacher can prepare the assessment items and identify learning gaps. Then there are a lot of activities related to art, craft, health, physical exercise, and yoga. Basically, the alternative academic calendar also takes the approach of holistic development of learners. So we have kind of included all the activities, and mostly it is activity based and play based. And the links for chapter wise e-content, as I have already told, it is also given in the calendar. And the lot of guidelines which we have issued, particularly this Pragyata guideline on digital education, learning enhancement guidelines, cyber safety, and development of e-content for CWSN. So that is also available, which you can refer to. Next. So how we can utilize this alternative academic calendar for foundational learning. So for classes 1 to 3, there are very easy activities which can be planned and which can also be conducted at home. Like we can talk to children about a particular topic, we can talk about their favorite toy, play with them, and we can, ask them to read the words given in the newspapers. We can also have some puzzles, all these activities and how it is to be done with children, that guidance is given in the calendar. And these activities are also linked with the learning outcomes, and it is the AAC is suggestive, flexible, and the states can adopt or adapt as per their local needs and contextualization. Next. So in the morning also we have talked about FLN Nishta, which we are going to launch in September. There will be 11 modules in FLN Nishta, and we are going to train around 25 teachers from ECC to grade 5, so that teachers are fully equipped to ensure that all the children acquire the foundational skills, and also they know that how to use this innovative pedagogies, how to use activity-based and play-based learning in their day-to-day classroom transactions. So all these aspects are going to be covered in Nishtha comprehensively, and it will also focus on toy-based pedagogies. NCERT is working to map the toys with a specific skill also. So there will be a lot of focus on that, and we also expect SCRTs to develop teaching learning material in local and regional languages, so that there is no learning gap, or there is no dearth of good material in local and regional languages. And the mapping of qualification of Anganwadi workers is why we have put it here, because the scope of this mission is for 3 to 9 years old children. So it is also important that children who are at Anganwadi, they are also given good quality early education, so that it is important that we know what are the qualification of Anganwadi workers, and thereafter, as per the recommendation of NEP, they have to go through 6 months or 1 year diploma based on their qualification. However, in Samagra Shiksha, we are providing funding for training of master trainers in Anganwadi, so so that they will be able to include the early education in the Anganwadis also. And this FLN Nishta we are going to launch very soon in September. Next. So the availability of teaching learning material. I think as all of you must be aware that in revamped Samagra Shiksha we have provided up to ₹500 for ECCE and for foundational stage for teaching learning material. So this is very important during this pandemic period, because for age group of 3 to 6 there are no textbooks, so teaching learning material becomes extremely important. So it is important that all children are provided worksheets, and there can be some puzzles, craft, puppetry, music, drama, all these things can be integrated in the teaching learning material. Then toys, I have already talked that children love to play with toy, and with toys we can inculcate certain skills into them. They can probably talk about their favorite toy. They can also make some toys with the help of paper or dough or clay, whatever is easily available. And we are also going to release comprehensive guidelines for the uses of toys. And for 6 to 9, the teaching learning material will be in addition to the textbooks, which should be delivered timely to all the children. And the library grant which we have given under Samagra Shiksha, this should be used to procure good books, and these books should be given to the children, because if you have noticed, there is one KPI in which we have specifically mentioned that how many children have borrowed the library books. So we would request you to utilize this grant in this period, so that at least children are encouraged to read some good books. And alternative academic calendar, which is released today, is taking care of children with device and without device also. So this is digital e-learning platform. In the morning we have released some very useful resources for foundational learning, and this will be available on Diksha. And we are creating a separate vertical for FLN resources on Diksha, so you can go through that. We are going to upload lot of infographics, lot of videos explaining the learning outcomes, and there will be a lot of activity-based worksheets. So you can encourage teachers or your local bodies to utilize this platform for continuing the learning. Next. So home-based learning, this becomes really important, and it is kind of the most important aspect during this pandemic period, because mostly children are at home, and parents needs to be guided that how they can also play an important role in educating children, and with the right way of pedagogy. Because even if the parents are literate, if they don't know, they will probably use the traditional methods which would promote rote learning. So to ensure that parents are guided properly, we have released home-based guidelines in June 2021, and there is a need that we guide parents to about the activities which they can perform with children at home, how they can read along with them, how they can recite rhymes. There can be a lot of storytelling, which Suniti ma'am has emphasized in her morning session. So all these activities can be done by the parents, and even if parents are not literate, there are many activities which they can do with their children if they are guided properly. So that is very important. Next. So this is kind of an example which we have tried to collate, that how we can promote the home learning and how students and parents can be benefited from that. So first is of course the access to the good quality material. So right now, based on our previous experience, we have lot of e-content available, readily available. So in phase 1 probably we can use that content, and phase 2 onwards we would request that printouts of worksheets should be given to the students, because if you have gone through our comprehensive COVID action plan, which we have released on 4th May, it is very clearly pointed out that it is very important to ensure that the excess of teaching learning material is given to the children at last mile. So in phase 2, we would request you to make action plan that how you can provide worksheet to all the children and to the parents, and thereafter content. The digital content, first we can start with that, since last year we have developed a lot of e-content, but thereafter we can switch to the worksheets, and SCRTs can play a huge role in developing the worksheets and teaching learning material in local languages, home language of a child. And of course then comes the assessment part, because it is also important that during this period at least we need to know the learning trajectory of the child, how he is learning, where are the learning gaps, how we can provide him some support. So we are suggesting that weekly worksheets through WhatsApp, and in phase 2 probably there can be some physical collection and submission of worksheets in schools, communities, so that we are able to assess. And then of course the participation, teachers, parents, peers, and in phase 2 probably the peer group study circles would be a good idea, because children learn faster with each other. So this is what we are suggesting. Then of course the monitoring and tracking. In phase 1 we want that all the children are enrolled in the schools, and in phase 2 we would request you to take up the tracking of learning level of children. Next. So what roles can a local body play? So basically at first stage is identification of children. So with the help of local bodies, we can find out that how many children of an age group of 3 to 9 are in that in a particular area, and then probably the mapping of resource person. Because as of now, as per the data which we have 25 lakh teachers, 13 lakh Anganwadi workers, 4.71 lakh NSS volunteers, 85 lakh Nehru Yuva Kendra, and 40,000 teacher trainees in diets. So it almost 1.28 crore resources are available, because we need to actually divide the children in small groups. Therefore, the number of resource person would be more. So you can ask your local bodies basically to map the resource person with a particular group of children class wise, and then a database can also be prepared that who would want to volunteer. There would be some retired teachers, some retired government servants, some volunteer parents who would also be willing to help in that. And then these resource persons are required to be connected with children. And in that case, the capacity building of these resource person would also be required. So probably SCRTs and here NCRT may be working for developing a 3-hour module for capacity building of resource person, that how they can help in how they can help children in acquiring the foundational skills. Next. So this is the role of volunteers, parents and communities, which I have already talked about, and the SMC members are also very important in this pandemic period, because they are required to create awareness, and they actually need to connect parents and community so that the learning doesn't stop. And we need to also ensure that we are able to provide a safe and engaging learning environment at home. We can provide a print-rich environment at home, and we can do some activities regularly with the children. And we can also organize various activities, like Maharashtra was mentioning in the morning, that some readiness melas where we are sensitizing mothers and children together, and some of the practices like Gunotsav, Praveshotsav for children and their mothers, and some quiz competitions, and the PTMs can be held regularly. And at home we can undertake reading books, playing games, singing, reciting rhymes, all these activities which will actually ultimately help in improving the learning outcomes of children. Next. So assessment in NIPUN Bharat framework, we are basically talking about two kinds of assessment. First is school-based and second is large-scale standardized assessments. School-based assessment becomes all the more important because this is totally dependent upon the teachers, that how they are going to observe the students. And large-scale assessment would be NAS, SAS or any third party. And we are going to conduct NAS in this year itself, which will definitely provide us some kind of status of the learning loss or the learning gaps which children are going through this pandemic period. And it will also help us to identify the hard spots. And we are also undertaking an ORF study. This study would be undertaken by the NCRT to actually prepare the benchmarks for oral reading fluency in Indian languages. As you must have seen that we have already provided some targets, some ORF targets we have provided in classes 2 and 3. That is based on international research. But for Indian languages, we are also going to undertake this study. It is planned in January-February 22. Next. So how we can do assessment during pandemic? This is also mentioned in our COVID action plan, that we need to create assessment banks based on learning outcomes. So SCRTs and diets, they can actually prepare assessment items so that teachers can utilize them for identifying the learning gaps. Then we need to also prepare content for learning enhancement wherever we find the hard spots or wherever we are finding considerable learning gap, so that these can be used. and each teacher and resource person should be given specific responsibility for a particular set of students, because it will not be possible for a single teacher to actually cater to more children. So we need to actually enhance our resource person group, and we need to assign them a particular set of children, and then we can probably hold these regular quizzes, and we can find out where are the learning gaps. So all these activities you can utilize in the pandemic period. Next. So this awareness drive, which is very important, like sir has mentioned in the morning, that everybody should talk about NIPUN Bharat, as we have seen some very, very successful government programs like Swachh Vidyalaya, Swachhata Mission, and the polio mission, which is extremely successful, and till date it is sustaining, and it is actually able to identify all the children and provide them the necessary doses. So we need to actually make NIPUN Bharat that kind of a sustainable mission, that even after 5 years the importance of this will not go. It has to continue, and it has to continue for ensuring the strong foundation for our entire education system. Next. So actually these are some of the resources which are available at the NCERT. So I thought that it would be useful for the states to know. They can get in touch with the NCERT and get those resources. So there is a lot of hands-on material available for ECCE, activity and workbooks for ECCE for readiness, mathematics kits for primary stage, English language learning kit for primary stage, then children literature series in English, then Barkha, then this Firki is a children magazine, and primary and Prathmik Shikshak journal. This is also available, and handbook for teachers on Green School. ECCE kit is also almost prepared by the NCERT, and it is under finalization. And Sahaj guidelines. Sahaj guideline is basically a framework when the school reopens, how children, how there can be a bridge course to ensure the to actually fill the learning gap of children. And the second part of the guidelines would also include, in case the schools are not reopened, what we can do. So these guidelines are under preparation and would be released soon. So these are some of the resource material which you can get from NCERT. Thank you.
I'll take a few steps.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I think most of you have heard this. I'm going to call out the names of a few states so that we can discuss with a few states right now and with the next lot after the second presentation. So as I had mentioned in the morning, we are very keen to know what you are doing in terms of tracking the children's progress and their enrollment, ensuring there is no dropout, and tracking also in terms of preparation of a holistic progress card. We are also very keen to know what kind of bridge courses you have prepared. I have seen the bridge courses prepared by Gujarat. It is a class-wise bridge course. So I'm wondering whether all states have done that. Then what is the kind of content that you are going to prepare for the purpose of FLN? What are the tools? What are the resources that you would be preparing? And what you are doing for teacher capacity building on your part. Of course, you will be getting FLN Nishtha, but what you are doing on your part. So I'll call out some names. We'll start with Andhra Pradesh. If you could come in and tell us your preparation, and if you have any suggestions, innovative ideas also, please do bring them forward.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, as far as NIPUN Bharat is concerned, Government of AP has taken it very seriously, ma'am. In fact, our Honorable Chief Minister has approved in principle most of the concepts, and in fact, we have already issued a government order constituting all the committees. Last time also I mentioned, ma'am, we've taken the spirit of some of the recommendations under NEP, like 5+3+3+4 system, and to give importance, Philip, to this whole foundation school, foundation learning and numeracy, the importance to it. We are now bringing all the Anganwadis into the primary schools, and we are calling it the foundation school. And in fact, we've already have nearly 10,000, 11,000 Anganwadis already co-located within the school compound. And we are now in the next 2 years, ma'am, our Honorable CM has agreed for investing in building the what we now call the preschool part of the Anganwadi, which is going to come into the school. So in another 2-3 years, we would like to co-locate all the 55,000 Anganwadi centers in the schools. But given the 250-meter radius for a Anganwadi center, we may not be able to move all the Anganwadis. So there will be some Anganwadis which will be standalone. That we are calling them satellite foundation schools. So we are actually trying to give focus to this whole concept of foundation learning. So we now sort of taking out the names of Anganwadi primary schools, and we are now going to call them foundation schools. So that's one part, ma'am. And again, tracking of every child, again, this our Honorable Chief Minister said that after giving 15,000 to every parent, because that's one of the DBT that we are implementing since 2 years, ma'am. Since we are giving 50,000 rupees to every parent, and we are making 75% attendance as conditional for that DBT. So we have to track, ma'am, and for that tracking, we are actually developed one app in which the attendance is taken, and what specifically directions given by our Honorable Chief Minister is that if a child is found absent for more than 2 days continuously, then an alert will be sent to the our volunteer. We have this village volunteers who are given 50 families to look after. So this volunteer will get a message that a particular student has not come for 2 days, and based on that alert, the volunteer is supposed to visit that house and bring the child, or at least know the reason why the child is not attending school. So this whole tracking of every student is paramount importance to us, ma'am. So we are developing an app, and through that app, in fact, our schools we've opened all our schools from August 16, and though we made it not compulsory, we are taking the parents' consent for the child to come to the school. But our intention, ma'am, is to have physical schools as far as possible by following all the norms. Then this bridge course, ma'am, I think we mentioned last time also, and it's been one of our, I think, biggest highlight of our interventions during the COVID time. We call them Vidya Varadi. We've given workbooks to the children, and but what we found, ma'am, honestly, when we took the feedback, though these workbooks are extremely well designed and very participatory in nature, many, when we visited the schools, we found that what we expected the workbook to be used was not used in that sense. So we found many of the workbooks still empty. No, the child is actually not used. So this, with that feedback, man, this year, we are now focusing on making these workbooks actually used by the students. We have given that training to the teachers, and we are insisting that these workbooks be actually used for the purpose actually it's meant for. Then capacity building, ma'am. Apart from this Nishta, then we have given several rounds of training last 2 years. Almost 150 days of offline and online training through Diksha, ma'am, and NCRT. We have a YouTube channel. We've covered the curriculum, pedagogy, assessments, etc. Nearly about 1 lakh. 1 lakh teachers have been trained in the last 1 year, ma'am. That's from our side, ma'am.
Thank you, Rajshekhar. Now we'll go to Meghalaya. Meghalaya, can you come in, please? Meghalaya?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So please tell us about your preparation. And try to, complete in 3 to 4 minutes. Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. We have already launched kind of an awareness program involving all the state resource groups, district resource groups, as well as blocks and clusters. One round we have already had awareness, and we've also formed the support groups also. And currently we are also in touch with the FLN teams also for the online NISTA 3 program also, which will be launched soon. So as far as awareness, we have tried our best to create these programs. And apart from that, apart from communications also, we have developed a number of learning resources like worksheets and other reading materials for especially for teachers, ma'am. So we have already submitted a lot of activity-based where learners can learn at home, and siblings can also engage in helping learners learn for families also. So those are a few of the things that Meghalaya has done, ma'am.
You will also have to focus on tracking the child.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
IT-based solution will have to be brought about. And
yes,
without this, you will not know where you are going. So all the states will have to very seriously think of an IT-based solution in the coming 2 months.
Yes, ma'am.
Because if you really want NIPUN Bharat to take off, you will have to see where every child stands. Okay.
Noted, ma'am.
And as far as content is concerned, there is a lot of content on Diksha also, which you can always use for the state.
Yes, ma'am. In fact,
maybe may want, yeah, please.
Yeah, we have gone for translation, ma'am, of many of these materials.
Okay. Okay. And teacher training, of course, you will participate in Nishtha, but you will have to take it up from your side as well.
Yes, ma'am. We already have.
Yeah, especially you.
Also.
Okay.
Yeah.
You may have to focus on some physical training also, because we are doing the online part. The physical part the states will have to take care of.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
So we will now go to Odisha.
Madam, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, really I'm happy to update you about the status of FLN in Odisha. We are ready to launch under the banner of NIPUN Bharat Mission 1, 2, 3. It is already ready. And with regard to the module, madam, we have prepared the content and it is already printed and supplied to the BOs, and it will be reaching the teachers and the parents and the beneficiaries within a week or two. Already it is printed and supplied. Both the the reading materials and the handbook for the teachers and the guidebook for the parents also. This is one. Number two, with regard to the capacity building of the teachers or the training of the teachers, we divided that into three parts. One is selection and training of the SRG members, then selection and training of the DRG members, then training of the CRCs and the teachers. So already SRG members training is over, DRG training is underway, and the teachers training will be starting from September 1st. This is our preparation with regard to the teachers training. Then, madam, let me say, I am happy to share with you with regard to this launching pattern also. We are going with a big bang here. We are putting some signboards everywhere in the school premises, at the block headquarters, at the district headquarters, prominently displaying the objectives of NIPUN Bharat or the mission Advitya. What are the requirements of each child to be called NIPUN Bharat competent, NIPUN Bharat ready? That we are also displaying. And the next thing I'll tell you, we are, toying with the idea of issuing one FLN championship certificate to the child who is, class competent. Every quarterly we will be issuing one certificate to the FLN champion child. And in return also we'll be appreciating the parents who are taking care of their kids. This kind of mechanism already we have, incorporated in our document, and our vision document is also ready, ma'am.
So I have only one small comment to make, that if you're going to segregate children who you think are FLN champions, then certain children will be left out. The idea of NIPUN Bharat is no child will be left behind. So 100% of your children have to achieve proficiency levels and achieve that championship. And 100% of the parents have to be appreciated. So I think usko thoda sa modify kariye, because if you do this, then teachers will start focusing on only those children who can achieve that championship level. Whereas our requirement is that teacher focuses on the unique learning requirements of every child. What is the methodology for child 1 may not be the same pedagogy for child 2 in the same class. So the teacher will have to adapt herself to the requirements of the child. This is a child-centric program. So isko thoda sa modify kariyega. And since you have raised this issue, I also want to mention, since you mentioned right in the beginning under the banner of NIPUN Bharat, I just want to mention to all of you that the name NIPUN Bharat will stand for all the states, because it's a part of Samagra Shiksha. So please do ensure that it is under the banner of NIPUN Bharat only and not anything else. Otherwise, we also tend to get confused, as to whether the state is doing it as a part of Samagra Shiksha or something else. Thank you, Odisha. We have 5 minutes more, so I will like to go to one more state. I'll take Bihar. Bihar, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. मैं एसपीडी मैम श्रीकांत शास्त्री। मैम, हम लोगों ने कैचअप कोर्स के लिए हम लोग मटेरियल तैयार किया है, टीचर्स को भी हम लोगों ने ट्रेनिंग दी है। ये 60 डेज का कोर्स है मैडम। सभी टीचर्स को ए बुक उपलब्ध करा दिया गया है और 16 जुलाई से अगस्त से हमारे सभी स्कूल खुल गए हैं और हम लोगों ने मैडम उसकी फिजिकल मॉनिटरिंग भी प्रारंभ कर दी है। हमारे बीपीसी के द्वारा 10 टीम बनाई गई है। ये टीमें जगह जगह पर घूम कर स्कूलों में जा करके फिजिकली कैसा क्लासें चल रही है उनकी, क्या पढ़ाए जा रहे हैं उनकी, ये हमें उसका देखरेख कर रहे हैं मैडम। इसका हम अनुश्रवण कर रहे हैं मैडम। कैचअप मैडम आईटी सोल्यूशन के तहत में जो बच्चे हमारे स्कूल से बाहर चले जाते हैं लेफ्ट आउट बच्चों के लिए ट्रैकिंग के लिए हम लोगों ने शिक्षा को प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार करने का प्रारंभ किया है मैडम। हम लोगों ने इसके लिए यूआई इन्वाइट किया है और इस माध्यम से मैडम हम लोगों की ट्रैकिंग कर पाएंगे। तीसरा मैडम, एफएलएन के लिए निपुण भारत के तहत हम लोगों ने मिशन आधार लॉन्च स्टार्ट किया है मैडम। इसके लिए हम लोगों ने स्टीयरिंग कमेटी बनाई है और ये कमेटी हमारे एसएस के अध्यक्षता में बनाई गई है। डायरेक्टर प्राइमरी को इसके लिए ऑफिसर बनाया गया मैडम। हम लोग इस पर काम कर रहे हैं मैडम। इट्स ओवर मैडम।
ओके, तो बिहार के लिए मेरा एक कमेंट है। अभी 3:30 में हमारे यहाँ से जो हम एक प्रेजेंटेशन करने जा रहे हैं, प्लानिंग फॉर निपुण भारत, किस तरह से आप प्लान करेंगे, उसकी पूरी डिटेलिंग हम अभी आपको बताने जा रहे हैं। इसको ज़रा आप बहुत क्लोजली, आप एफर्ट्स तो कर रहे हैं बट अभी वो रैंडम एफर्ट्स हैं, उसको आपको फॉर्मलाइज करके सिस्टमैटिक करना पड़ेगा। तो वो एफर्ट्स किस तरह से होंगे वो अभी मनीष जी प्रेजेंटेशन करेंगे। तो आई थिंक वी शुड गो स्ट्रेट टू द प्रेजेंटेशन। आप लोग, यू कैन वॉच दिस प्रेजेंटेशन वेरी केयरफुली. This is our expectation of planning on your behalf. What kind of planning is going to go into realizing the dream of Nipun Bharat? So I think we'll go straight to the presentation and then I will come to the other states.
Thank you, ma'am. So now we come to, I would say, the most important part of the workshop, which is the planning for the Nipun Bharat mission. Till now, what we were discussing, except for the pandemic part, in the morning what we discussed was more of the theoretical background and the conceptual background of Nipun Bharat. Now we are going to look at what needs to be done actually, and what is the way forward. How do we plan for the Nipun Bharat goals and mission? So I'll take you through that presentation. Go to the next slide. And of course, in this planning framework, if you have, if the states have any suggestions or anything they want to add or they want to suggest, they can always do that. We'll be finalizing it after the meeting. The entire perspective planning has been divided into three broad heads. First is the diagnostics and goal setting. Third is the academic, and second is the academic, and third is the administrative aspect. For diagnostics and goal setting, basically some critical enablers are required for the Nipun Bharat mission for actually achieving these goals, and we have to do a diagnostic of those critical enablers, followed by goal setting, which will be district-wise, state-wise, and year-wise for the various targets that have been fixed. The academic aspects are, firstly is the teaching learning material. Various kinds of teaching material, learning material will need to be prepared and disseminated. Next is the teacher professional development. As I was saying, besides Nishta, also you need to undertake various kinds of teacher professional development programs relevant for your state and contextualized to your state. Third aspect of the academic is the academic capacity for teacher support. So teachers cannot be just left alone. So they have to be provided a lot of support and mentorship from behind. And next is the student assessments. We have numbered them serially for ease. So 6 is student assessments. And the third aspect is the administrative aspect. So point number 7 is budgets for FLA, which have been sanctioned, but we expect that the states will ensure 100% expenditure of the release funds under the FLN approvals. Then the 8th point is the establishment of the PMU at state and district levels. 9th is the communication strategy. And 10th is the having a robust IT system to monitor the mission. Next. So for each of these aspects, I will go into a little detail. So first is the diagnostics and expected outcomes. Next. Here the first is the diagnostics of the critical enablers. So there are 3 kinds of diagnostics that is expected. One is the structural, where every school should be meeting the RT norms, especially with respect to availability of teachers. Secondly, the basic infrastructure facilities in every primary school, availability of adequate number of trained teachers. So all teachers have to be trained and expected to be trained by now, and strengthening of the teacher education institutions and the support systems, the BRCs and the CRCs, for providing academic support. Then the managerial aspects of have adequate budget provision for TLM and children's growth out of the sanctions and the releases that we have made. Identification of pool of mentors at the decentralized level, and community engagement to make the mission a Jan Andolan. Then in the classroom, we have to see the teacher attendance and reduction of their administrative burden. So a lot of re-engineering will need to be done here to reduce the administrative burden of teachers, so that they can devote adequate learning time for children, especially for language and literacy and mathematics, and ensure timely delivery and availability of textbooks, TLMs and uniforms. So for each, for the critical enablers, the format will be given to you for what are the enablers and what is the desired status of these enablers, and what are the data requirements and current status of the states, and what is the proposed reform or intervention that the state proposes to take to ensure these enablers are in place, and the timeline for that. So that kind of a planning template will be given to you. Next. Second part is the goal setting. So we need very clearly defined goals. We have already provided the targets or lakshyas for the mission at the national level. But of course, each state and each district will be at a different level of achievement. So we have to, every state has to set clear goals for children's learning progress in line with the current learning levels. What is their present status? And the instruction also needs to be aligned to be coherent with the current learning status. So the training programs, the capacity building programs will have to be designed in such a way. And then provide effective and coherent support for teachers to implement the changes to the instruction that will be required, to the pedagogies or to the strategies that will be required, and then tailor the implementation to opportunities and constraints of the context. So basically, based on the state context or the district level context, you'll have to prepare the strategy. And why the goal setting is required, I think that is clear. So unless there is a clear, quantifiable and clear goal that is to be achieved over a period of 5 years, it will be very difficult to achieve it and monitor it, and also to communicate it. So we have to communicate the goals properly so that everyone is aware as to what is expected and what they are supposed to do. Next, please. So this is a pictorial description basically. So first is the set clear, communicable FLN learning goals for the mission, and within these broad lakshyas, learning goals that we have given in the framework, and conduct a student baseline and do a district-wise annual target setting, and then plan for learning enhancement based on the targets. So you are aware that we are going to have the district level NAS this year, including all kinds of schools, all categories of schools, government aided and private schools. And the district level sample will be sufficient so as to provide an idea of the learning progress of the children at grade 3. And then we are also doing an ORS study. So the ORS study will be combined with the learning achievements at grade 3 in the foundational goals to arrive at a student baseline. So this analysis is going to be done broadly by NCRT, and then the states can do their own analysis. Next, please. Now, for achieving this, what are the suggested activities? So So firstly, undertake contextualization and translation of the learning outcomes. Codification was shown in the morning, so but translation and if required contextualization of that learning outcomes will need to be done in the local languages. And I'll just first explain what is the structure of this. First is the suggested activities for that particular item, and then the key performance indicators. So against each suggested activity, there are some KPIs, key performance indicators, under which we will be monitoring the progress of the mission. So for example, if the first is contextualization and translation of the learning outcomes in the language of instruction of the state, then the KPI is that the translated and contextualized learning outcome should be available. And secondly, all stakeholders should be aware of the key learning goals at the end of each grade. So these are the two key performance indicators related to this particular activity. Then this second activity, and for each KPI we will be asking about you for the quarterly and the annual targets, and then measuring the progress against those KPIs, against the targets that you have given. Second is conduct a baseline to determine district block wise learning achievements of students against the benchmarks of NIPUN Lakshyas, and the KPIs will be baseline has been conducted and district wise annual targets have been created. So these will be in the form of percentage of students achieving the proficiency, the targets expected for grades 1, 2 and 3. The next is conduct endline student assessments. So endline actually means at different stages. Student assessments and hold districts or blocks accountable for achievement of the targets. And here we have given the calendar for the large scale student assessments. For like you know that we are going to have the grade 3 NAS in 2021. And then for grade 1 in 2022, grade 2 in 2023, and then 2024 again will be the NAS for grade 3, and then 2025 grade 1, 2026 grade 2, and 2027 again the national achievement survey for the class 3. And then district-wise reports will be generated on the percentage of students who are meeting the grade level expectations, and then set targets for the next year based on the work assessments. Then we have to prepare a post-NIPUN Bharat mission also to keep to make the system sustainable. So as I mentioned, the idea is not to target only this one particular class of children, but to have a system in place so that this becomes a normal practice for all future cohorts of students. Next. So this is how the template will look like with suggested activities, then the KPI and responsibility. This has to be prepared by the states. So the suggested activities and the KPIs we are providing, and the responsibility and the targets will need to be fixed by the state. And for example, the targets can be in this format. So basically the percentage of children who are able to achieve the desired competencies or the lakshyas in these domains, oral language, reading, writing, numeracy. So we have to reach the, look at the percentage of children achieving the desired competencies. And over a period of time, we have to reach to the level of 100%. So that is how the planning will need to be done by the state. Next. Next. So this is the academic work stream, where TL comprising of TLM, TPD, academic capacity for teacher support, and student assessments. Next. So first, teaching learning material. Next. So I advise to provide high quality teaching learning material to all schools, comprising of home-based learning, lesson plans, textbooks, timetables, proper timetable worksheets, classroom-based teaching learning materials for experiential learning and assessments. Next. Now, again, for these, the suggested activities are that review the existing TLMs for students and develop, improve, and add. So it is not as if you just start making new material for the mission. You review the existing material and based on the requirements, it needs to be prepared for gaps and targeting. Then second is preparing of teacher manuals, activity handbooks, resource materials for teachers and students in the local languages by CRT. And the KPI is going to be development of core TLM in local languages and then development of supplementary material for reading and mathematics. And then availability of high quality and engaging e-content on Diksha. And then very importantly, the percentage of teachers who can effectively use these TLMs. Otherwise, there is no point in just supplying the material and it lying, the material is lying dumped in some store or in some store in the school. And that should be strictly monitored that the teachers are using the TLMs and are using it effectively. This can be recorded through random classroom observations also. Then clearly defined learning outcomes and their explanation videos are to be prepared in local languages and uploaded on Diksha. The next part is the review and develop materials for the ECC grade 2 grade 3. And this is to address the school closure related learning losses, which needs to be done because now the schools are opening. Actually, it is, we have written for academic year 22-23, but it will be applicable for the current academic year also because the schools are opening now. And various strategies and materials need to be prepared to support, to manage the learning loss due to COVID-19. Next. Then deliver FNN related additional teaching materials. So we know that just the normal TLMs or the just the textbooks, we have to move away from that approach and provide a very print-rich environment to the children, and also something which they can experience with their own hands or build with their own hands. And the KPIs for this will be percentage of schools delivering the TLMs before the academic session starts, and number of books in the school library pertaining to FLN years. We have to emphasize a lot on supplementary reading material and special resource material for children with disabilities developed by SCRTs. The next is build capacities of diets for creation of low-cost additional teaching learning materials. So it is not as if only the SCRT will prepare or only NCRT will prepare. Even the diets need to be trained to provide more local additional teaching learning materials which can be developed by the groups of teachers themselves or the diets faculty themselves, and based on the local examples and local stories of that particular district or the local games, the local toys. So those kind of materials also need to be, the diets need to be equipped to train, to develop those. Then sixth is the Vidya Pravesh, the school preparation module, which needs to be adopted or adapted by the state, and they have to have their own 3-month school preparation module for children entering grade 1. And the KPI will be whether they have designed that and the percentage of grade 1 teachers who are trained to use the SRP in classrooms. The module, the school preparation module actually should not become like another textbook or like another course book which has to be completed by the students within that 3-month period. The teachers have to be trained how to use that school preparation module. It is not a course curriculum, but it is a set of activities or set of interventions which help the children acquire those competencies without any burden on the children. And then the percentage of children who undergo that school preparation module, like we have designed it, we have trained the teachers, but if the children are actually, it is not actually being delivered in classroom, then there is no use. So you have to look at the percentage of children who have actually gone through that school preparation module, and then the percentage of children who have acquired the requisite proficiency, basically for, it will be like pre-number and pre-literacy kind of skills which are necessary to enter into grade 1, whether they acquire that or not. That is will be a KPI. Then next is to identify. Someone has got the mic on because. So next is to identify channels and methods to promote home-based learning. Again, this is related to the pandemic, and we need to look at the percentage of schools that have programs to foster home-based learning supported by the families, and the curriculum and the learning outcomes sequencing need to be done to address the learning loss over the duration of school closures, and then the percentage of teachers who engage with parents frequently to share academic progress and share at home tasks through WhatsApp, home visit, other mediums. So we keep hearing that teachers are engaged with parents through WhatsApp, but that is mostly like a anecdotal kind of an evidence. But here we actually need the actual percentage of teachers who are actually engaged with the parents through these various meetings. So that will be an important performance indicator. Next. So for home learning, I think Rashi has already explained in the previous presentation, so I will not repeat this. So we'll go to the next slide. Next is the teacher professional development. Next, for teacher professional development, of course, the training will have two components. One is building of the competency of the teachers themselves, and orienting them how to actually use the various TLMs that are being made available, and also they can develop their own teaching learning material. The orientation can be done face-to-face also by the states, or it can be in the online or blended mode. For the sequence of competency building is going to be like first teacher situational analysis will need to be done. Basically, it means pre-assessment before the training. And then we have the FLN Nishtha training that will be launched soon. And then the second teacher situational analysis, basically after the they have undergone the training. And then we'll need to have a continuous blended teacher professional development program. So if the Nishtha for FLN is going to be completed in for all the teachers in the next 6 months, but after that, the states will need to devise their own training programs. And of course, the NCRT will also keep adding to their bouquet of training, various kinds of training programs as per the identified needs, which can be undertaken by the teachers from time to time. Next. So here are the suggested activities prepare a strong cadre of key resource persons at the state and district level to help in delivering continuous training for the teachers. The KPIs will be, of course, the CRC-BRC ratio. These posts have to be filled up. And of course, the ratio of the pre-primary teachers to the number of BRC-CRC. They need to be mapped, basically, so that the CRC and BRC are able to extend the support to the pre-primary teachers also. Then the percentage of trained key resource persons required on the basis of number of teachers in the state. Like the mapping, states have already done this kind of mapping for the Nishtha elementary when it was in the face-to-face mode. So that kind of a mapping will need to be done. The KRPs need to be identified and also trained. Database of trainers should be available so that if the teachers have any doubts, they can always refer back. Percentage of DRCs and CRCs are going to be very crucial, so they also have to undertake the capacity building program for providing academic support to the teachers. Then of course roll out the FLN Nishtha training and all, ensure that all teachers have completed this. And the KPIs here are mostly related to adoption of Nishtha by the state, SCRT, in the local language. Then conduct of situational analysis based on the Nishtha framework only. And the percentage of teachers who have enrolled and percentage of teachers who have completed the courses or the training programs. And then the percentage of head teachers and principals trained on the school leadership program, which will be also a part of the Nishtha. And then the percentage of teachers who can use the learning outcome framework to create lesson plans. So first part is the input that these teachers have done the training. The second part now comes what the teachers have actually learned. So percentage of teachers who can use the learning outcome framework to create lesson plans, class-based assessments, and use other teaching learning materials. And then the percentage of teachers who have successfully used the materials provided in the classrooms. And then through continuous school observation. So here the roles of CRCs and DRCs is going to be also very crucial. So they don't have to just visit the school office or inspect the facilities or communicate the orders, but they also have to undertake classroom observations and provide feedback to the teachers. Then the percentage of teachers successfully who are successfully using assessment items for the school-based assessment. Next. Then development of comprehensive teacher professional development plan. So once we complete the Nishtha training and have the post Nishtha training analysis of the competencies of teachers, then specific programs will need to be designed based on the requirement of the teachers. So this will be like more of a need-based training programs, and for that at least a 2-year PPD plan will have to be prepared by the states, and similarly the programs will also need to be developed to address those learning needs. Then use Diksha to create content on use of TLMs and encourage the mentors and key resource persons to leverage the video library to support the teachers. So teachers should be aware where the resources are available, and the KPIs will be percentage of teachers who actually use the videos and who have completed the training programs and courses and also taken the post-training assessments, and use of technology platforms for online training of teachers, etc. Next. So this was related to the teacher professional development. Next is the academic the building of the capacity of the other academic authorities for supporting the teachers. Next. So these levels will have mentoring role, basically and capacity building role. So for that, the state resource groups and the district resource groups comprising of the key resource persons will need to be created, and also oriented and trained on the FLN material creation and delivery of training. So mentors will need to be identified. Besides the SRGs and the DRGs, who can reach out to the teachers directly and provide support to teachers. So a mentoring program will need to be developed for FLN support. The capacity building of mentors themselves need to be done, and the mapping of the teachers to the mentors will need to be done. Next. So the mentoring support or the academic support can be in the form of classroom observations and monitoring, then coaching and mentoring, and then holding review meetings at decentralized levels, where they can discuss the various issues and challenges, and supporting peer learning through networks of teachers, and they may be both online and offline kind of networks. So here the suggested activities are to prioritize classroom observation support for teachers and identify FLN mentors. So that is the first thing, to identify the mentors, and the KPIs will be whether the plan for classroom observation and support has been set up and the mentors have been identified, and now the actual number of observations that were made, and what was the findings of the observation. Then robust mentoring program will need to be designed to provide continuous support to the teachers. Then followed by a training of all the mentors to roll out the mentoring program. So, and the KPI will be percentage of mentors trained. Then develop adequate materials for observation and mentorship. It can be app-based observation also, which can be used by the CRC, PRC for school visits, and recording the things like percentage of teachers using innovative pedagogies, toy-based pedagogies, percentage of teachers using resource materials for preparing their own lesson plans and developing their own TLMs, percentage of teachers using mother tongue as the link language for instructional delivery. And then we can see the percentage of observers who are updating the portal based on the classroom observations. So the next is the student assessments. So next. So student assessments basically are school-based assessments, as we have discussed already, and large-scale standardized assessment. These two we have discussed as to who will do it and who will conduct it and what will be the frequency. But in between there can be some FLN dipstick tests also, randomly by the mentors and by the academic support system at different levels, and they can do a random sampling of the students in their area at some frequency, so that they also can have a quick idea of what is actually working and what is not working in the classroom. So some of the steps to set up an assessment architecture in the state will be, of course, we have first is the creation of an assessment cell. For this we have already provided funding to all the states this year. So an assessment cell needs to be set up at the SCRT, and an operational roadmap for assessments need to be created. The learning outcomes framework will be need to be aligned with the assessment architecture, and professional development of teachers for assessments will need to be done. Item banks for assessments will need to be created, and which can be put on Riksha. And then assessment calendar needs to be prepared by each state, and of course then the monitoring and data review. So this listed activities are firstly to assess the current assessment architecture and align the focus with respect to the NIPUN Bharat goals. So that is the first thing. The current assessment architecture will need to be reviewed and assessed and accordingly adjusted. Then strengthen the school-based assessments in schools where teachers are providing high-quality assessment items, and also enable the 360-degree kind of assessment by the teacher through classroom observations. So the KPI is also related to that only. And then the third is develop and prepare mentors to conduct FLN dipsticks. So that plan needs to be created and mentors need to be trained for that. And then prepare the app-based tech systems to capture school-based assessments, lipstick assessments, and other assessments for at different levels, so that data can automatically flow to the higher levels. Next. Now the third part is the administrative work stream. So there are 4 components as we saw earlier: budgets, PMUs, the communication strategies, and the IT systems. Firstly, the budgets. So the outlays have already been approved in the PAB for all the states this year under a specific head, and the states have to ensure that the expenditure under the NIPUN Bharat mission is prioritized, and so that there is no gap in the expenditure related to the NIPUN mission. And accordingly, the budgets have been provided. The KPIs will be that the KPI will basically be, of course, you'll be uploading the expenditure on the Prabhan portal, and we'll try to capture the item-wise expenditure also. I have a separate reporting mechanism for the NIPUN Bharat mission budgeting. And then we have to also look at the percentage of districts which have actually received the funds for the activity, and the percentage of districts who have completed the activities and unified budgets. Next. Next is established PMU at the state and district level. Next. State, please switch off your mic, someone. Yeah. The state PMU will be engaged in basically 5 core areas: curriculum, teacher training and mentoring, student assessments, monitoring systems and governance, and communication strategy. There will be a steering committee for at the state level also, which will basically, you're saying that you're going to launch or you're going to formally adopt the NIPUN Bharat mission. So that can be done. Then mapping of database of each child that will need to be reviewed, and monitoring and review of the FLN activities and implementation for the state, and approval for kickstarting the major initiatives and also final deliverables. Then we have the district level PMU, which will ensure these activities, ensure timely delivery of the various materials, identification of academic resource tools, tracking of learning outcomes of students, and also providing the academic and the mentorship kind of support. At the block and cluster level, the BRCs and the CRCs, they will be the key agency for monitoring and supervision of the progress. They will undertake school and teacher level monitoring, ensure that the SMCs, parents and communities are engaged, and provide the essential data for creating development plans. Next. Here, of course, the suggested activities are the setting up the state level steering committee, then setting up the state PMU and district PMUs and training them, and establishing a regular review systems to continuously monitor the progress against all mission related work, basically monitoring the KPIs at their level or the suggested activities. So they which it will be better if they can monitor. They will monitor the same activities and KPIs. There is no need of a parallel structure for monitoring. Next. Third is the communication strategy. Next. First is the stage to school communication, where the communication should be led from the top, from the level of Chief Minister or the Education Minister, for the mission launch, for multi-year engagement plans, for the expected outcomes, and also have interactions with the teachers, parents, community. Those can be arranged. Multi-year IEC rollout needs to be planned. Then local influencers can be used to create awareness through the district village champions and through the SMCs. And behavior change also, communication will need to be developed for parents and teachers. Next. For of course, there are three key stakeholders for whom the communication will need to be done. One is at the systemic level, one is at the community level, and then at the school level. So mass media can be used, online digital platforms, AR, community radio, wall paintings, hoardings, transit media. Community engagement can be done through various means. And influencers or individuals can also be roped in to actually talk about the NIPUN Bharat mission at all forums, so that people understand the importance of actually achieving these foundational. Next. Then ensuring that these will be the suggested activities. First of all, previous. First is prepare and roll out a 5-year IEC plan targeting all stakeholders and at the state UT level, and prepare a behavior change communication for teachers, mentors, and parents. So behavior change here basically means that people should understand the importance of the foundational levels, because presently the attitude is that foundational levels are not very important, and even if the child is, say, missing the school for a few days, doesn't matter, he's a small child, he'll catch up later. So that kind of an attitude we have to change. We have to emphasize on the importance of behavior communication, behavior change, and the parents' engagement, and making the parents understand the importance of FLN, I think, is the most important thing in this communication strategy. Next. And then robust IT system to monitor FLN. Next. We have already discussed that the monitoring framework will basically be comprised of annual monitoring surveys and concurrent monitoring. And the approach should be that basically there are two things. One is the child tracking. The child tracking has to be done in terms of both the transition of the children to the next classes and also their learning outcomes through the school-based assessment. So the entire architecture will need to be designed on that basis, and the remaining aspects are related to the suggested activities, progress on that, and the KPIs. Next. So the data collection mechanism, basically it has to be NDR compliant, and so that the data across multiple levels automatically comes to the central server, and basically whatever is required at different levels, that data feeds into the dashboards, and accordingly the access is there for the data. Next. So here the suggested activities will be have a framework to regularly track student assessments, teacher professional development, performance in classrooms, and then similarly is the KPIs, percentage of children tracked with learning achievements in the 4 levels. Then second is conduct a diagnosis of the existing systems to understand gaps in monitoring and try to fill up those gaps. Then have a IT system to bridge gaps in the current systems so that the reliable data is available at the desired velocity. Then next is prepare capacity building modules for data collectors to ensure that the accurate data comes, and they are also very comfortable in actually providing the data and don't have to go out of their way or out of as an additional thing to actually provide the data. Next. State and district level PMUs are set up for generating various reports which can be used for decision making, and the training of those PMUs to analyze the data in the system and conduct data reliability checks to improve the quality and reliability of data. So here we have tried to summarize across all the various activities, interventions, and the KPIs. This is like what is to be done immediately. So these are like and what is expected in the intermediate. So first is diagnose critical enablers for planning, goal setting, and monitoring. Second is adapt the learning outcome codification matrix and targets developed for NIPUN Bharat mission and translate them into the local languages. Third is ensure that high quality TLM is available for all teachers and learners and in the local languages and contextualized. Fourth is teachers are prepared to teach the FLN grades based on the mission objectives and they have a clear understanding of the mission objectives and concepts and are able to guide the children properly. Fifth is provide continuous support to teachers at different levels to improve their practices on a continuous basis. So this support system has to be developed. Sixth is have a robust FLN assessment framework. So like the NAS, SAS or the state school-based assessment. Seventh is effectively utilize the funds given in EAP, Samagri Shiksha for FLN. And ensure that these funds reach the implementing levels quickly. Eighth is establish a state and district TMU. Ninth is prepare a strong communication plan. And 10th is to set up a proper FLN monitoring system. So I think if these 10 things can be taken care of in the next 6 months, we'll have a very good beginning to the NIPUN Bharat mission, and the NIPUN Bharat mission will be on the right. So this is a summary sort of what needs to be done immediately. Next. So next. So this is ma'am what the template will look like when we share it with the states. So for each activity, there will be a set of suggested activities, and then the key performance indicators and the responsibilities which to do, whether SCRT or the Samagri Shiksha, SIS, or the DIET, the DRC, CRC, the District Education Officer, and so on, and the year-wise targets. So year-wise targets can be in terms of numbers or percentages also, or can be in terms of the achievement of the KPI. A partial achievement of the KPI or 100% achievement of the KPI. For example, if the first one is like you have to contextualize the learning outcomes and translate into local languages. So there will be a target for that. So that is to be entered by the state. Next. No, we go to the next slide. Next. So this is just a summary of what will be done in various aspects, but of course it needs to be a little more refined. So I'll skip these things. So that is all from us. Thank you very much.
So I hope this has been useful because a lot of work has gone behind preparing this template for planning of the NIPUN Bharat mission. If you have any queries while I'm going from state to state, maybe you could raise it, and if that state is not covered, maybe in the end I will take it. There are very few states which are left which I would like to hear from. One is Karnataka. Karnataka, if you are there.
Actually,
yes, please. Karnataka, I can't hear you.
Yeah, Madam, we have constituted steering committee at PMU. We got government order shortly. We are going to get government order shortly. And also, we have identified resource persons to work on FLN. Everything is over, Madam. And we are going to conduct revise the. Actually, we are discussing on revising our curriculum, present curriculum on the basis of FLN. Regarding tracking of the child, we have a robust SAT system, actually student achievement tracking system, where we have unique IDs for each student. We are tracking each and individual student, his attendance as well as his learning progress. Regarding local language TLM preparation, we have a Nalikali methodology is being followed in our state. We have learning materials for this, and we have a separate teacher handbook, and everything is there. We have given this to our students, our teachers also. Regarding Vidya Pravesh, madam, we have developed 2 months school readiness program with the help of Akshara Foundation, and we have piloted this in 2 districts also, and we are going to implement it in remaining districts in the coming year, madam. Regarding bridge course, we have developed 60 days bridge course for 1 to 3 standard, madam. And for 4 to 10 standard, we have developed for 45 days bridge course, madam. We have already completed bridge course for our students, and now this bridge course will be looked upon on the basis of the FLN, madam. And regarding training of the teachers, NISTA, we have made all preparation for giving NISTA FLN training, madam. Yesterday we had a discussion with SCRT resource persons also, and we are going to start our FLN NISTA from September 1st. And also we are planning for other training like medically training for our teachers, and also English medically program is also being introduced this year from our state, and it is also training will also be given to all these teachers, madam. These are the things which we are doing it now.
What are you going to do for tracking the child?
Actually, we have student ID. Each student is having separate ID, madam. With the help of SATs, student achievement tracking system, we have a separate robust ID system, madam. With that, we are able to track our students, madam. It's actually running since 2 years, madam.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Karnataka. And if any of you have any queries, do bring it up. And if there is anything innovative you are doing, do point it out. I'm going to Kerala now.
Ma'am, I am Dr. J. Prasad, Director CRT. Our SPD, Samagra Shiksha Kerala, is here. He will speak about this. He is ready. Dr. Kuttikishan. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
We have already implemented certain the aspects with regard to FLN, and we organized the assessment cell at the SVRT level, and district level assessment aspects are going on, and we have prepared certain study materials as part of the foundation literacy and numeracy, and during the COVID season, we prepared the reading materials for primary class students, and we are going to distribute those books to their homes itself. And during the after this distribution of books and study materials with respect to numerical aspect, we are going to assess the learning outcomes of the students, and after getting the details of the learning outcomes, we will proceed further to improve how the mechanism will work out. These are the preliminary steps we have done, madam.
Ma'am, probably your mic is mute, ma'am. We cannot hear you.
Sorry. Kerala, what I wanted to tell you was that there are several steps involved in the planning process, and you just saw the template, and which we will be providing to all of you. Every part of the template, only when it is populated, your plan is complete. So what is happening right now, what I'm hearing from all of you is that you have touched upon NIPUN Bharat, you are doing some work, but it is very scattered, it is not very systematic. So if you want to bring in this mission in a system, it's a mission mode. Please understand that by 26, 27, we will be wrapping up the mission. after declaring 100% achievement of proficiency levels by 100% children in the age group of 5 to 9. Now, with that kind of goal, and we have only 5 years, with that kind of goal, we will need to do very, very systematic planning. So, through Kerala, I want to tell all the states that, do take the template very seriously, and as fast as possible, you will have to populate it and start your implementation of your plan.
Ma'am,
So, thank you, Kerala. Yeah. Yes.
We have initiated the assessment aspect with respect to the state level assessment cell at SCRT level, and follow-up actions will be followed, sir, madam.
Very good. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll go to Mizoram. Mizoram.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, can I be heard?
Yes, you are heard. Please tell me.
Okay. Good evening, ma'am. I'm Director SCRT. This is Chongtu. And regarding NIPUN Bharat, there is one initiative that we started from last year when the NEP came out. There are 375 preschools, schools having preschool sections. And teachers of those schools are given 6-month certificate course, ECCE. We recently finished the first batch of 25 teachers. Why we took only 25 is that because initially it was meant to be an offline training. And since there are many practical aspects in the training, we thought that the number is fine. But then we had to continue in online mode after COVID. And now from September next month, we are starting the next batch of training. And this time we have taken 50 teachers. These are teachers who are already teaching the preschool section, the Bal Vatika. And since the tenure of the training is for 6 months, we know that we will not be able to cover all the teachers in the 375 schools. So what we are doing is we are giving sensitization training to the rest of the teachers, which is starting from 15th September. That will be, the duration will be 10 days. And until the time comes when they will be able to undergo the 6-month certificate course, we believe that the 10 days will be sufficient. And for class 1 new students, we are making a 3-month school preparatory course. It is in progress, and it will focus on play-based methodology and, of course, pre-numbers. And regarding the FLN, we will be doing Nishtha FLN from 7th September. This has been tentatively scheduled by NCRT. And for the month of September, besides what I had said, we will be giving capacity training to diet lecturers for them to carry on the training at their district level. And in October, we have plans to train school heads and teachers of class 1 to class 3 in FLN. And December, we will continue with the training. Ma'am, that is all that we have in lineup, we have been doing, and which we intend to do. Thank you.
And I'm very glad you're focusing so much on training, and you have it all lined up for the coming 2 to 4 months. Also, like I mentioned before, once you do the entire planning, then the other areas would also come up, like TLM and supporting and strengthening your SCRT and diets and BRC, CRC. I just want to mention to all of you, I may have mentioned it before, that just like we are having PGI for state, we are ranking states and we are ranking districts now. We are now coming out with a PGI ranking for SCRTs, diets, BRC and CRC. The objective is that these schemes, the components such as NIPUN Bharat and other components such as inclusion, out of school children, etc. These components need very close monitoring, and this can only happen if the SCRTs, diets, BRC, CRC are strengthened. So our parameters in the ranking would include NIPUN Bharat for ranking the states. Therefore, and we should be coming out with it shortly within the coming 2 to 3 months. So therefore, all states must also initiate some kind of strengthening of their BRC, CRC, come out with very clear guidelines. There are states I know, such as my own state, which is Gujarat, and some states in the south, who are very closely monitoring how many visits the BRC does to schools, how many visits does the CRC do, what kind of monitoring they are doing, what is the quality on-site support that they are giving, etc. And they have developed apps for the purpose of monitoring the BRC, CRC. Now, that is what all states need to do. So, while we are sharing with you the ranking, we will try and gather some of the good practices also, so that we can share it with all of you. And you can go ahead and then consult those states and start doing that work. So, thank you very much. Now we will go to the state of Sikkim. Sikkim? Sikkim was there, no? I heard.
The SCR director.
Okay. Until Sikkim is getting connected, we'll go to Telangana.
Director SCRT.
Telangana is there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes.
Am I audible, ma'am? Devsena here, ma'am.
Yes, Devsena, you're audible.
Ma'am. Secretary is in another meeting with Government of India only, ma'am. So he asked me to officiate in his absence, ma'am. Coming to the issues on FLN, first of all, ma'am, I would be, I'm really thankful for that wonderful presentation made by Manish sir, which gave us so much clarity. Though we are much on the track, this is something that is going to really help us get to the brass tacks and work exactly in a very systematic manner to achieve the goals, ma'am. I would request that that presentation be sent on WhatsApp to us, ma'am. That would be a great help. In fact, I have my entire team here who's working on FLN. We have in Telangana collaborated with the Center Square Foundation, ma'am. In 2019 itself, we had gotten into an understanding, the MOU we had signed with CSF. And the work has been going on, ma'am, but definitely not in the manner that is now being shown to us. So they are all also now very excited about how to go ahead with this program, ma'am. So coming to the issues that you had asked us to talk about. In Telangana, ma'am, as you know, we have got our ISMS system where a unique ID is given to every child. And we track the progress of every child through the child info system, which we call the ISMS, Integrated School Management System. I think another state had also mentioned about a similar activity. That's precisely how we also do it, ma'am. And this year, ma'am, if you remember, during the PAB, you had mentioned that we needed to do more work on bringing out-of-school children and CWSN. Especially in CWSN, you had made a comment, ma'am, during our PAB, that we should be increasing their numbers. So I'm very glad to tell you, ma'am, when in the PAB we had mentioned a figure of 32,943 children, and today we are at 56,675, a difference of about 23,000, ma'am. Same thing with the OOSC, ma'am, out of school children also. We have made a progress of about 7,000. This was entirely because we had been monitoring on a daily basis with our DOs through a joint team consisting of the labor department, the health department, and the women and child welfare department at the grassroots level to make sure that no child is left out, and we identify every single child and is also mainstream. In fact, we are continuing that activity even now, ma'am, because we are sure that as we go, we will, since we have not started schools physically, By the time we start schools physically, which tentatively or which has been decided to be September 1st by our Chief Minister, we should be able to get as many students as possible and ensure that they are mainstream. With regard to the home learning interventions, we have been giving worksheets to all classes, ma'am, from classes 1 to 10 in all the languages that we have. That is said, we have 7 languages, ma'am. In all 7 languages, we have been able to make worksheets and also put it online and ensure that the children are able to access them. These worksheets have been actually graded into 2 levels, ma'am, level 1 and level 2. Level 1 is essentially the bridge course, where the child will be able to understand if there is any learning gap between the previous class and the next one that he or she is in. That bridging happens during the level 1 course. And the level 2 is the current class in which the child is studying. Ma'am, with regard to the bridge courses, we have done this not only in respect of classes 1, 2, and 3, but entire classes 1 to 10 we have done this, ma'am, so that there is no learning gap. But of course, this remains to be seen once we start our classes physically on September 1st, and if we actually ensure for ourselves that the learning gap has been sufficiently bridged, which we will try to do in a better way and shape and form based on your instructions that we have received today, ma'am. Ma'am, with regard to the learning outcome framework, ma'am, we have already formulated this in respect in Telugu, English, and Maths. We have formulated the learning outcome frameworks for classes 1 to 3. And our team is currently in the progress of in the process of creating supplementary teaching and learning material based on this curriculum for framework, ma'am. In fact, teacher handbooks and student workbooks are also being prepared. I know you would try to say it's only a work in progress, but I can tell you, ma'am, that we have created a technical team, a cell, a FLN cell in our director's office. And we have also got a team, a technical support group, which is working very effectively on this, ma'am. I think we will be able to give you some very good examples in a couple of months from now based on our work, ma'am. In fact, we have already done a diagnostic also. We have done a survey in 5 mandals in our state to understand exactly what would be the necessary interventions with regard to FLN. And we have been helped efficiently in that respect by the CSF team, ma'am. Ma'am, with regard to also the home learning of children, especially from classes 1 to 3, we have what we call this read along app. This read along app, ma'am, is something that we have taken the help of Google from. And this once when it is downloaded, basically contains stories that are read aloud by a little girl who stands at a corner of that screen when you download it. And the child keeps reading and prompts the person who's using the app to read along with her. And when you read it correctly, then you get a star. When you don't read it correctly, you're prompted to make the correct pronunciation. And the best part of it is that, ma'am, we have not only included the general stories and that kind of interesting puzzles and all, but we have also synced it with our class 1, class 2, and class 3 textbooks. So any child at home can actually follow these textbooks even without a teacher, with someone actually reading it, and you read it along with the teacher, with the prompter, with the child who's the prompter, and you are able to learn on your own. So this home-based learning technique, I thought, ma'am, I would share with you. Apart from this, ma'am, we have also we have also created some learning material for our teachers, ma'am, which we had imparted in terms of a online training course. But like you said, ma'am, there is a lot more to be done on this front. We will be now taking it offline also, now that our schools have reopened. We will be doing this in a very big way. Of course, we will be taking the presentation that Manish sir has said in its true spirit and taking it forward, ma'am. Apart from this, ma'am, with regard to infrastructure in the schools, which is one of the very important things that sir had pointed out just now in his presentation, The government of Telangana has taken up an ambitious project, ma'am, to improve the infrastructure in all schools of the state. And about 6,000 crores over a period of 3 years is going to be spent. And on the floor of the House, the Chief Minister had made this statement, and we are on the job, ma'am, and within probably a month or so, this project will be taking off, and with specific reference to primary schools, so that we are able to focus on every child. We're able to increase the attendance in primary schools, and we are able to retain children in the primary schools. Once it starts with the primary school, it's not very difficult at the higher levels. So this has been our focus, ma'am. And apart from that, ma'am, we have also taken up rationalization. This was also mentioned in the PAB report. The last time we had this online meeting, ma'am. That rationalization is something that has to be done in the state of Telangana based on the pupil teacher ratio. Now we have already issued a GO, a government order in this regard, and the process is on, ma'am. Within the couple of weeks, I'm sure we will be able to ensure that the PTR as mandated by the RTE and the RMSA will be implemented in Telangana, ma'am. This has been the commitment of the government, and we are on that job, ma'am. That's about what I need to say, ma'am, and we'll surely take FLN forward in the true spirit, ma'am. And we will be requesting your guidance in that regard.
Thank you, Devsena. That was quite elaborate, and a lot of work is going on. Thank you very much. We will be sharing all the presentations with you on the group, so that you can share it down the line. You can translate it in your languages and use it. Thank you very much. Uttar Pradesh, I believe Anamika has joined. Uttar Pradesh.
Madam Tripura. Hello, yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. Anamika this side.
Yes, Anamika.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the time. And I have recently joined, ma'am. So a couple of updates from our side, and then I will request SCRT to also add if I have missed out on anything, ma'am. So, ma'am, the schools have opened for upper primary classes, ma'am, for 6th to 8th. We have opened them from today itself, actually. And, ma'am, for primary classes, they will open from 1st September, ma'am. There was some discussion in the afternoon session about enrollment, and that is a continuous process here, ma'am, through a web-based Prerna portal which we have. The current enrollment after verification stands at around 1.48 crore, ma'am. In this, some numbers will be added because the admissions for class 1 and class 6 are underway. So we are expecting around 30 to 35 lakh additions to this number, ma'am. As far as academic teaching, ma'am, we all know that it has been affected due to COVID, and there has been a learning gap. We have a Mission Prerna framework here, ma'am, underway, through which I have been informed that in the classes, ma'am, apart from the infrastructural changes that have happened at a massive scale under Kaya Kalp, the classrooms have been enriched with a lot of student-friendly material, ma'am, across the classes. So there have been posters, there have been books, and there have also been library books given, ma'am, in the schools. Apart from this, ma'am, the online methodology was also used. So there were these quizzes and Diksha material, ma'am. We have also been contributing to the
Anamika, if you could restrict yourself to your preparation for NIPUN Bharat.
Yes, ma'am. For NIPUN, ma'am, actually, we already have the learning outcomes defined under the Mission Prerna framework, ma'am, for primary classes from classes 1 to 5. So I think good preparation has been done for that, ma'am. And based on that, student assessments have also happened 2 rounds. Now, ma'am, our endeavor will be that the alignment of whatever we have done till now with the NIPUN framework, I think that is going to be the biggest way forward for us, ma'am, so that our program is completely aligned with the Government of India aims and objectives, ma'am. So that is something which we will be doing for foundational learning, ma'am. And any other suggestions and instructions that keep coming to us from the ministry, ma'am, we'll be aligning the foundational program to the NIPUN guidelines, ma'am. So this is it from my side, ma'am, as of now. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Anamika. Just want to mention here that you have rightly pointed out that you need to align your objectives, your goals, your competencies with the national level, and that should be taken up on hand immediately. Thank you, Anamika.
Right, ma'am. That will be our endeavor, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Manipur. Manipur, are you there?
Yes, good evening,
called
ma'am.
out earlier.
Yes,
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm Nandakumar. I'm
Nandakumar. Yeah.
Ma'am, in fact, in Manipur, schools are yet to open because positive rates are still on the higher side, around 300, 400 these persons every day. That is why we cannot open the schools as of now. And then regarding the foundational literacy and numeracy, honestly speaking, so many confusion was there before. But going through the presentation from Sir Madhiskat, so many clarifications has come out. Thanks a lot for that. To make this mission successful, we need to make the parents and community participation for the time being. That is why we have tried to prepare documentary, video spot, and audio spots for mass communication, for community mobilization, ma'am. It is at the production stage. Once the production is finished, we will share it through Diksha. Regarding this NIPUN Bharat, we are planning to launch it in the first week of September. Then regarding the capacity building, for primary level NISTA 3.0, we will be starting this registration from tomorrow, and for secondary registration is already complete, and we will be doing it as soon as possible. Since the schools are locked down, for the capacity building, we prefer it to go through online mode, that is through NISTA only, ma'am. Ma'am, this all that we can explain from Manipur.
Pardon, ma'am, your mic is again muted.
Sorry. So Manipur, I was just telling you that you need to work harder on reaching the children who do not have devices.
Yes, ma'am.
In the PAB also I pointed out that you are doing a lot of work for children with devices. About 20% of your children are taken care of, but 80% of your children, there is no reach to those children. Now, if you want to do NIPUN Bharat, you have to be able to reach 100% of your children.
Okay.
So you need to you need to adopt very innovative ways. I understand that you have COVID, but there are states such as Kerala and Maharashtra, which have equally bad COVID, even Telangana. But they are going all out, with whatever restricted little resources they have, they're going all out to reach the last child. So my suggestion to you would be that you learn from these states and take this forward. Lot of work is left to be done in Manipur, and Manipur in particular, I would want that your plan should be personally discussed with me. So you could request your secretary. We'll have a virtual meeting, and I would like to discuss, because you are pursuing a lot of things here for your additional budget allocation, etc. But I'm not seeing work on the ground, so I would really request you to sit down with us, and we will tell you the good experiences of other states. I understand your position, and so that you can take it up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will go to Chandigarh. चंडीगढ़ से सभी तो छुट्टी पर है.
नमस्कार मैम. नमस्कार मैम. सेक्रेटरी साहब छुट्टी पे हैं और हम सुरेंद्र डायरेक्टर सीआरटी चंडीगढ़.
या दया जी बताइए.
मैम जो ट्रैकिंग की बात है, हम वैसे तो ट्रैकिंग गूगल ट्रैकर से प्री प्राइमरी को कर रहे थे, पर फिलहाल हमारी फिनिक्स की ऐप है, जो मोबाइल ऐप है, जो 1st to 8th हम कर रहे थे, उसको प्री प्राइमरी में इंक्लूड कर रहे हैं. वो एलओ बेस्ड ट्रैकिंग ऐप है हमारी, तो उसको हम ऐड कर रहे हैं. वैसे हम एमआईएस अपने पूरे चंडीगढ़ में एमआईएस नहीं है, तो हम एमआईएस भी के लिए मनी में हमें मिला था. इसमें अपनी समग्र शिक्षा में, तो MIS को भी हम इस बार प्रिपेयर करा रहे हैं, उसके भी हमने कुछ बिट्स मांगी है, तो वो ट्रैकिंग हम कर लेंगे। दूसरा कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग में निष्ठा तो हो ही रही है, निष्ठा के अलावा जो स्टोरी टेलिंग और जो टॉय बेस्ड, जो पीछे टॉय बेस्ड कंपटीशन हुआ था, तो बहुत सारे टॉयज बने थे चंडीगढ़ में, तो टॉय बेस्ड ट्रेनिंग और स्टोरी टेलिंग और जो प्ले बेस्ड स्ट्रेटेजी के ऊपर हमने 3 वर्कशॉप प्लान की हुई हैं, जो नेक्स्ट फ्यूचर में हम कराएंगे। बेसिकली अभी जो क्लासेस है 7th to 12th तक हमारी ओपन हुई हैं, बाकी कोशिश करेंगे हम कि नेक्स्ट टू नेक्स्ट मंथ में हम उसको भी करा लें। मैम जो कैरिकुलम की बात है, ऑलरेडी 2 इयर्स का प्री प्राइमरी हमारे पास ऑलरेडी रनिंग था, तो उसमें 1 ईयर हम ऐड कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ एंट्री पॉइंट प्री प्राइमरी में 3 इयर्स एज का था, तो फर्स्ट ईयर 2 इयर्स के लिए हमारे पास कैरिकुलम ऑलरेडी बना हुआ है, हम 3 ईयर का ऐड करेंगे उसमें। और जो ब्रिज कोर्स वाला जो कांसेप्ट है, ब्रिज कोर्स के लिए हमने जो एनसीईआरटी की गाइडलाइंस अभी जो रिलीज हुई है, उसके बेस के ऊपर हम, क्योंकि एनसीईआरटी टेक्स्ट बुक फॉलो कर रहे हैं, तो हम कोशिश करेंगे उसी बेस के ऊपर हम आगे ब्रिज कोर्सेज के लिए आगे करेंगे। बाकी मैम जो रूटीन ट्रेनिंग्स हमारी हो ही रही है प्री प्राइमरी के लिए, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी सिस्टम में एग्जिस्ट था, तो रूटीन में जो ट्रेनिंग्स ईयर बाय ईयर होती हैं, जो समग्र शिक्षा में भी होती है और जो अपनी एससीईआरटी की अपनी प्लानिंग्स होती है, उसमें हम ट्रेनिंग्स हम करा ही रहे हैं।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर दहिया। आपके यहाँ एक बहुत ही अच्छा सिस्टम है विच अदर स्टेट्स कैन आल्सो हैव अ लुक एट। दे हैव ट्विन्ड ऑल देयर आंगनवाड़ीज विद देयर प्राइमरी स्कूल्स, so which there is a lot of hand holding and it's a very systematic process, so other states may want to have a look at Chandigarh. Thank you Dr. Daya. We'll go to Gujarat.
मैम नमस्कार।
नमस्ते जोशी, बताइए।
जी जी मैम, तो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में जो टास्क फोर्स बनाई, टास्क फोर्स के हिसाब से जो डिसीजन लिया गया था FLN के बारे में सबसे बड़ा है बाल वाटिका, वो स्कूली शिक्षा का भाग बनेगा, CM साहब तक वो अप्रूव हो गया है। सेकंड वही है कि वो जो गूगल के साथ मिलकर रीड अलोंग जो ऐप है, वो गुजराती में डेवलप करने पे हम हेल्प कर रहे हैं। FLN की एक यूट्यूब चैनल कंटेंट के लिए शुरू हो गई है। मैम सबसे पहले बिफोर कोविड हमने रीडिंग स्पीड के लिए एक प्रोजेक्ट लिया था पूरे स्टेट में, क्लास 3rd का विदाउट कॉम्प्रिहेंशन 37 वर्ड पर मिनट एवरेज निकला है। 3000 से ज्यादा बच्चों के साथ वो सैंपल सर्वे किया था। मैं लर्निंग लॉस सर्वे
क्लास का जोशी जी 37 ये कौन से क्लास में आया है?
वो कक्षा 3 में मैम हमने सर्वे किया था 3 से लेके 8 तक, लेकिन 3 का जो एवरेज है वो 37 है, लेकिन वो विदाउट कॉम्प्रिहेंशन है। कॉम्प्रिहेंशन यदि ऐड करते हैं तो बहुत कम आते हैं, क्योंकि हमारा वो भी टूल भी ट्राई आउट में चल रहा था, तो टूल पे अलग टूल बना के बच्चों के साथ अलग टेक्निक से हम चाह रहे हैं अभी एक्सपर्ट के साथ बैठ के, तो कुछ विद कॉम्प्रिहेंशन भी हम इस साल में रिसर्च लेने वाले हैं। जो SPD SSA की हेल्प से हमने स्टेट लेवल स्टीयरिंग कमेटी का गठन कर दिया है, मीटिंग भी रेगुलर मिल रही है। रोल क्लेरिफिकेशन के लिए मैम ने बता दिया है GCRT क्या करेगा, डायरेक्टर प्राइमरी का क्या रोल रहेगा, SSA का क्या रोल रहेगा। निपुण भारत की जो गाइडलाइन है वो ट्रांसलेट हो रही है मैम, उसके बाद हम शुरू करेंगे काम टीचर और सबके साथ। लेकिन डाइट का कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग साथ साथ हो गया है निपुण भारत में। स्टेट लेवल PMU भी एस्टैब्लिश्ड है। निष्ठा 3.0 का मॉड्यूल नेक्स्ट मंथ से शुरू होने वाला हो, ट्रांसलेशन हो चुका है मैम। ट्रेनिंग हमने फाउंडेशन अर्ली लिटरेसी लर्निंग लेवल की लर्निंग की ट्रेनिंग स्टेट में सब टीचर के साथ एक राउंड हो गया है। सबसे पहले हमने LLF के साथ रहकर डाइट लेक्चरर को कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम किया था। बाद में CRC और BRC कोऑर्डिनेटर के साथ BRC CRC कोऑर्डिनेटर और डाइट लेक्चरर मेंटर के रोल में थे, और सब टीचर के साथ वो पूरा LLF का जो डिजाइन था अर्ली लिटरेसी के लिए प्रारंभिक भाषा शिक्षा का ट्रेनिंग पूरे स्टेट में हो चुका है। इससे पहले प्रज्ञा की ट्रेनिंग भी मार्च में हमने वो FLN को ध्यान में रखते हुए वो ट्रेनिंग भी अरेंज किया था। तो बाकी सब
ठीक है,
गाइडलाइन के हिसाब से मैं
ठीक है, थैंक यू। आप लोग एक वॉलंटरी टीचर्स का सेल्फ असेसमेंट भी करवा रहे हो, एंड आई वुड बी वेरी क्यूरियस टू नो द रिजल्ट्स, वेदर टीचर्स आर पार्टिसिपेटिंग एटसेट्रा। तो वो भी
ट्रेनिंग नीड एनालिसिस के लिए ही किया है मैम। तो अलग सब डिस्ट्रिक्ट में अलग अलग फिगर्स आ रहे हैं, करीबन 50% तो प्रेजेंट रहे हैं ऐसा लगता है अभी।
इसमें से जो आपकी ट्रेनिंग नीड एनालिसिस निकलती है ना, वो हम हमारे साथ जरूर शेयर करिएगा।
जी मैम, बिल्कुल।
ठीक है, थैंक यू गुजरात। वील गो टू गोवा नाउ। Goa, Andaman is there.
Andaman is there. SPD.
Okay, we'll go to Andaman. Andaman and Nicobar Islands. I believe the SPD was connected.
मैम
हाँ जोशी जी,
वो जो कॉम्पिटेंसी लिस्ट आया है लर्निंग आउटकम का, उसका मैपिंग हमने इन हाउस किया है। तो फर्स्ट फेज में ऐसा लगता है कि उसमें मॉडिफिकेशन की बहुत जरूरत है, तो हम एडॉप्ट नहीं करेंगे, एडेप्टेशन के साथ आपको भेजेंगे। लेकिन एंड ऑफ 3 जो कॉम्पिटेंसी है वो लेवल में आ जाएगी। तो ऐसी थोड़ा आपसे करने की अप्रूवल परमिशन चाहिए।
कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइजेशन तो ठीक है, लेकिन उसको पूरे को चेंज करोगे आप, वो ठीक नहीं होगा। यू कैन कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइज इट, दैट इज नॉट एन इशू।
कोई कॉम्पिटेंसी ऐसी है जो मेजरेबल ठीक से नहीं, कुछ एक्टिविटी लगती है स्टेटमेंट से
बढ़ने। आप पॉइंट आउट कर दीजिए, एक बार हम लोग डिस्कस करेंगे।
It is not to be measured also.
And all competencies, all learning outcomes are not to be measured. They are just to be achieved.
जी मैम, मेजरेबल जो नहीं है एक्टिविटीज है, इतने में ही प्रॉब्लम है। बाकी ग्रेड में आगे पीछे थोड़ा हो रहा है, तो स्टेट के हिसाब से वर्कशॉप करके आपको बता देंगे।
उसको हमसे डिस्कस किए बगैर मत करिएगा चेंज।
ओके मैम।
बिकॉज ये नेशनल मिशन है और ये नेशनल ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं जो सभी को अचीव करना है, तो वो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स में कोई चेंज नहीं आना चाहिए। कंटेक्चुअलाइजेशन ऑल ऑफ यू कैन डू, नो इश्यूज।
ओके।
So Andaman Nicobar, are you connected? Because I thought you were connected. Good afternoon.
Regarding निपुण भारत मैम, फर्स्ट जो हमारा FLN के मॉड्यूल्स हैं मैम, तो हमारा FLN का मॉड्यूल्स प्रिपरेशन का जो काम है वो स्टार्ट हो गया है, और हम इसको हिंदी और जो हमारे यहाँ अदर वर्निकुलर लैंग्वेजेस हैं, तमिल, तेलुगु, बंगाली, उसमें भी ट्रांसलेट इसको करेंगे। और हमने जो टीचिंग लर्निंग मटेरियल है मैडम हमारा प्री प्राइमरी का, वो भी हमने ऑलरेडी डेवलप कर लिया है। इसके अलावा SPMU और DPMU सेटअप करने का प्रोसेस है, वो भी हमने इनिशिएट कर दिया है। लॉजिस्टिक्स रिक्वायरमेंट है, उसका प्रोसेस हम लोगों ने इनिशिएट कर दिया है। और साथ ही साथ जहाँ तक ट्रैकिंग, चिल्ड्रन का ट्रैकिंग का मैम इशू है, तो स्कूल इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम के तहत हमारे पास ऑलरेडी एक प्रॉपर पोर्टल सेटअप है, जिसके थ्रू हम रेगुलर जो है बच्चों का प्रोग्रेस है, उनका जो असेसमेंट है, उसका हम लोग ट्रैकिंग कर रहे हैं। मैम ये हमारा सबमिशन है। बाकी जैसा PPT में हमको डायरेक्शंस दिया गया है, जो टाइमलाइंस दिए गए हैं, उनको हम फॉलो करेंगे।
Andaman Nicobar Islands, I just want to mention that since you're a very remotely, geographically very remote, therefore the kind of hand holding and support that other states have, वो आपके पास नहीं है। इसलिए आप और लक्षद्वीप आप दोनों नेशनल मिशन यानी कि मनीष गर्ग और राशि शर्मा के साथ कॉन्स्टेंटली टच में रहिए, और जो भी आपको हैंड होल्डिंग चाहिए हम यहाँ से करेंगे।
थैंक यू जी।
ओके, थैंक यू। वील गो टू जम्मू कश्मीर।
मैम त्रिपुरा।
त्रिपुरा बाद में, त्रिपुरा से तो आई थिंक एसपीडी भी नहीं है और सेक्रेटरी भी नहीं है और एससीआरटी भी नहीं है।
मैम आई एम डायरेक्टर एससीआरटी।
ओके, we'll come to you later.
Okay, ma'am.
First,
Okay,
we'll
madam.
go Jammu and Kashmir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Project director from J&K, ma'am. Ma'am, we have developed the training modules for this FLN, and we will be starting the training from the first week of September. Teaching learning material is under revision, ma'am. We are reviewing it, and shortly that will be developed. Then we will publish it. Ma'am, for out of school children, we have developed the Talash app, and the training at the division and state level has been imparted to the this training has been imparted, and at the district level we are imparting the training, and soon it will be launched to conduct the survey. We expect that the survey will be completed by the November end, and the bridge courses for the out of school children has also been developed. We have also set up 1,963 seasonal centers for migratory children. 37,000 children are getting education in these seasonal centers, ma'am. Then we are conducting the community classes where we don't have the these devices and the internet connectivity, ma'am. Further, so far as the training of this capacity building of this teachers is concerned, the SCRT is conducting the training.
Okay, thank you. You will need to do much more than this, what you have just stated. So our template, planning template will help you a lot.
Yes.
Thank you, Tripura. Nagaland.
Ma'am, may I start, Tripura?
Nagaland.
Good evening, ma'am. In the case of Nagaland, NIPUN Bharat, we have constituted the state, the district steering committees, and we have also set up the state mission, the district mission, as well as the PMEUs. SCRT is preparing the tools for conduct of the baseline survey, and we target September for conduct of the baseline survey. The IEC material for parents as well as teachers is also being developed by SCRT. Ma'am, we have had the first round of orientation program for the district and the block officials conducted by Samagra Shiksha. Then for tracking of children, Nagaland has developed the Nagaland Education Management Information System. It's still on trial basis. We have added some more features. And with this, we hope that we will be able to track the migration of children and all children in the state. Besides, this will also capture the PCR, the progress report of the children. Ma'am, we have also developed one app called the School Pocket, with which we will be monitoring the enrollment, because we'll be having the details of all the children and also the delivery of the TLM as well as books and the other materials which we supply through Samagra Shiksha. We are in the process of registration of teachers for the FLN Nishta training, and we know we have a lot of activities to carry forward, but we believe that with the support of the ministry, we will be able to achieve. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. We'll go to Uttarakhand. उत्तराखंड।
जी नमस्कार मैम। मैं बंसीधर तिवारी हूँ, एसपीडी उत्तराखंड में।
हाँ जी।
मैम अभी जो निपुण भारत के मिशन के अंतर्गत हमने अभी तक जो तैयारियां की हैं उसमें विकास खंड के स्तर पर हमारा जो BRC CRC है उनको ट्रेनिंग, SCRT की ट्रेनिंग और जो हमारे डाइट के ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज हैं इनकी भी ट्रेनिंग कंप्लीट कर ली मैम। और जो हमारे टीचर्स हैं इनकी ट्रेनिंग हम अगले महीने प्रस्तावित कर रहे हैं कि अगले महीने से जो हमारे टीचर्स हैं इनको भी हम ट्रेन करें मैम। और जो NCERT दिल्ली के द्वारा दिया गया था निर्देश मैम, हमने इसमें स्कूल रेडीनेस मॉड्यूल ऑलरेडी विकसित कर लिया है। हमारे स्कूल अभी खुले नहीं हैं, जैसे खुलेंगे हम इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे और इसको आगे बढ़ाएंगे मैम। इसके अलावा जो हमारे बच्चे हैं मैम, दक्ष पोर्टल हमने विकसित किया है इनकी ट्रैकिंग के लिए। जो हमारा चाइल्ड ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम का जो गैप है उसको होलिस्टिक रूप लेते हुए हमने इसके ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम दे दिया, उसको दक्ष नाम दिया है और 5 सितंबर को हम लोग उसको लॉन्च करने वाले हैं मैम। तो उसमें उनकी अटेंडेंस और उनका इवेल्युएशन, असेसमेंट और अटेंडेंस को भी हमने उसमें रखा हुआ है। कोई बच्चा अगर स्कूल नहीं आ रहा है तो उससे गार्जियन को हम संपर्क करेंगे कि वो आए और किन कारणों से नहीं आ रहा है उसको दूर किया जाए और प्रेरित किया जाए कि अपने बच्चों को भेजें। तो पूरा स्टेट का हम जब एक कंप्लीट सॉफ्टवेयर लॉन्च कर देंगे मैम तो बहुत आसानी हो जाएगी हमें टीचर की परफॉर्मेंस देखने के लिए भी, बच्चों की परफॉर्मेंस देखने के लिए भी और उनके अटेंडेंस देखने के लिए भी। वो ये हमारा बन करके मैम तैयार हो गया है और भविष्य में हमारा ऐसे ही हम लोग सोच रहे हैं कि इसमें बाल वाटिका के बच्चों को भी इसका भागीदार बनाएं, उसको इसमें जोड़ें ताकि अच्छे से इसका ट्रैकिंग किया जा सके मैम। जो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, जो टीचर्स हैं और जो गार्जियंस हैं, इनको बुनियादी साक्षरता और संख्या ज्ञान से जोड़ने के लिए हमने वीडियो भी अपना रिलीज किया है और यूट्यूब पे भी डाला है ताकि लोग उसके लिए प्रेरित हों कि घर पर भी बच्चों को थोड़ा समय दें। इसके अलावा मैम कम्युनिटी रेडियो के माध्यम से भी हमने इसके एपिसोड बनाए हुए हैं, 30 एपिसोड्स हैं जो FM रेडियो पे भी और कम्युनिटी रेडियो पर भी हम चला रहे हैं। तो उससे भी काफ़ी इसको जागरूकता बढ़ाने के लिए सहायता मिलेगी मैम। जो हमारा लर्निंग लॉस हुआ मैम, इसको दूर करने के लिए अजीम प्रेमजी फाउंडेशन और रूम टू रीड 2 संस्थाएं हैं जो हमारे साथ काम कर रही हैं और इसके लिए इन्होंने वर्कशीट आधारित कोर्स भी विकसित किया था। तो ऐसे स्कूल जहाँ पे हम दूरदर्शन या ऑनलाइन या वर्चुअल क्लास से नहीं जुड़ पाए थे, इन वर्किंग शीट्स के माध्यम से उनको हमने कोविड काल के दौरान इनको कोशिश किया है कि उनको शिक्षित करें, उनको पढ़ाएं और उसमें काफ़ी हमें अच्छा भी रिजल्ट आया मैम। इसके अलावा जो हमारी स्टीयरिंग कमेटी है और PMO के गठन के लिए शासन में प्रस्ताव भेज दिया है, जल्दी उम्मीद करते हैं हम कि विदिन अ वीक ये हमको हो जाएगा मैम। और प्राथमिक विद्यालयों में 23,840 शिक्षकों को ऑनलाइन प्रशिक्षण निष्ठा 3 के अंतर्गत समस्त जनपदीय एवं विकास खंड के स्तर जो हमारे अधिकारी हैं ब्लॉक लेवल के और जो टीचर्स हैं उनको हमने कर लिया है। दीक्षा ऐप जो बनाया है उसका उनका पंजीकरण इसमें हमारी ऑनगोइंग है, उसको भी जल्दी से कर लेंगे। जो बच्चे स्कूल नहीं आ रहे हैं उनके लिए स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम हम लोग चला रहे हैं और उनको भी फोकस किए हुए हैं। इसके अलावा हमने वर्किंग शीट्स और दोबारा फिर पब्लिश कर रहे हैं मैम, जो पहले यूज हो चुकी है उसको दे करके स्कूल हम लोग इसको दे करके और आगे हम इसको आगे कंटिन्यू करेंगे मैम। बाकी जो दिशा निर्देश आप लोगों को मिलेगा उसको फुलफिल करेंगे।
थैंक यू। पुडुचेरी बाकी है, फिर त्रिपुरा। पुडुचेरी।
Yeah, good evening, ma'am. This is Dinakar SPD, ma'am. Yes, in connection with our NIPUN, ma'am, actually Puducherry has pre-primary education from last 15 years, ma'am. I think with regard to that foundational learning and numeracy, we had a last year program called DEEP. Since the matrix is fixed by MOE, we are ready for that, ma'am. And we will be implementing to the best of our knowledge with the past experience, ma'am. I think even our earlier deal program was also done with the same manner, ma'am, with the pre-test as well as a post-test. And we have presented that report in even in our PAB also, ma'am. And we will be taking up very sincerely, ma'am. And with regard to that Vidya Pravesha, ma'am, I think bridging the gap, I think not only for the first class entrance, ma'am, we are doing it for all the classes up to 11th class, ma'am. So that this we have done it in even we have explained that in our PAB also, ma'am, that there is a 50 days program called Back to Basics where this bridging the gap will be taken up, ma'am. And with reference to the teachers training, I think we are in collaboration with Aurobindo Society and Ajim Premji Foundation, ma'am. I think we are taking up the training of teachers has already started, ma'am, along with the NISTA program, ma'am. I hope we will be effective enough in transacting to the classroom, ma'am. And I think we will be requesting you for handholding with in connection with IT robo system, ma'am. Why? Because being a small UT, for us, I think the funding as well as the other technical aspects might be a limitation, ma'am. We will be requesting you for a IT robo system, like small UTs like Puducherry and even Daewoo Daman can be helped in this regard, ma'am. This is a sincere request.
Okay, thank you. Tripura?
Ma'am, good afternoon. Ma'am, I am NC Sharma, newly appointed Director SCLT. Ma'am, we are doing as per the new education program, madam. We have developed already one app, Empower You, which includes all the information of the teachers and the students, madam. Anytime we can track the student as well as the teachers, madam. And another is, madam, baseline survey has already been done, and we have got the gaps in the learning, and accordingly, the intervention is being taken, ma'am, to fill up the gaps. Ma'am, we have recruited teachers around 900 in the recent time, madam, and we have placed this service of the teachers in the that is schools where it is actually needed rationally, and also in the aspiration blocks, madam. Madam, under FLN, we have already prepared plan for training of 17,000 teachers, and it will be started very shortly. And another, ma'am, we have already neighborhood classes are going on in each and every villages nearby the schools and other places, ma'am. And another thing, madam, I am to inform you that from tomorrow we are going to open all the schools, ma'am. And then we'll try, we'll go for the that is physical classes of the students, and also we are planning for again, madam, for baseline survey to see the gaps, what has taken place in the pandemic time, and we'll be doing our best to fill up these gaps, madam. Ma'am, on online mode, we are also trying to, we are giving teaching to the students, and we have the online classes, and also dedicated one TV channel, and for 24 hours, madam, and the teachers are giving training, teachers are giving teaching the students in the TV channel, madam. So these are the
yes, thank you. But please restrict yourself to FLN only. What you are talking about is general COVID response. I'm aware of that. And I'm also aware that you have done a very good learning loss survey, and you were perhaps one of the first states to do it in the country during the peak of COVID.
Yeah,
so this is good work, but you need to plan better for NIPUN Bharat, and you please use our template for this purpose.
Yes, madam. Of course, madam. We'll be doing, madam.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've already covered the rest of the states, so I'm not going to cover them again. I just want to sum up a few things for all of you.
Excuse me, madam. I am Director
SCRT with which state? I was calling out for Assam. Nobody spoke up. You must.
I was attending this morning, but during that time only COVID was going on in my office.
Assam, your voice is not clear. Your voice is not clear. Nobody can make out what you're saying. I was calling you out. You were not there. You perhaps have joined later. So, Assam, we will be calling you to Delhi, and then we can have a proper discussion. Okay, now I want to sum up some of the important areas which many of you have also pointed out, but I think, and what Manish has also mentioned, Manish and Rashi and Dr. Suniti and Dr. Ranjana. See, the first thing you need to understand is that all of you need to own up NIPUN Bharat, and not just you. From your chief minister down to the last teacher, parent, community, gram, panchayat, municipality, they need to own up NIPUN Bharat. दे नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड कि हमारे बच्चे जो हैं अगर वो प्रोफिशेंसी लेवल्स जो लेट डाउन है वो नहीं अचीव करेंगे तो इट इज़ अ ह्यूज फेलियर ऑफ दैट ग्राम पंचायत, ऑफ दैट वार्ड सभा, ऑफ दैट म्यूनिसिपैलिटी, ऑफ दैट हाउस होल्ड, ऑफ दैट स्कूल, ऑफ दैट स्टेट, ऑफ दैट डिस्ट्रिक्ट. दैट ओनरशिप तभी आएगी जब आप इसका प्रचार प्रसार करेंगे. सो यू हैव टू गो फुल फ्लेजेड टू द मीडिया. आपके लोकल न्यूज़पेपर्स में आपके आर्टिकल्स आने चाहिए, आपकी छोटी छोटी 1-1 मिनट की फिल्में बननी चाहिए और ये फिल्में वायरल होनी चाहिए इन लोकल लैंग्वेज कि व्हाट आर वी ट्राइंग टू डू इन निपुण भारत. तो पहले तो आप ओनरशिप क्रिएट करिए जो अभी तक इट हैज़ बीन मोर देन अ मंथ. आई डोंट थिंक आई हैव सीन इट इन एनी स्टेट. तो दिस आई वुड अर्ज ऑल द स्टेट्स टू टेक अप. सेकेंड इज कि जो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स एंड गोल्स जो आप कंटेक्चुअलाइज कर रहे हैं जिस चीज़ को, कॉम्पिटेंसीज को, लर्निंग आउटकम्स को, दैट कैन नॉट रिमेन लिमिटेड टू यू. कंटेक्चुअलाइज हो गया, SCRT अंडरस्टैंड्स इट, डाइट अंडरस्टैंड्स इट एंड प्रोबेबली द स्कूल प्रिंसिपल अंडरस्टैंड्स इट. उसका कोई अर्थ नहीं है. It has to be understood by every parent who has a school going child from the age of 5 to 9 or 5 to 10. It has to be understood by every teacher, every sarpanch, every municipality head, every municipal commissioner, every diet teacher or teacher educator, everybody in SCRT, every BRC, every CRC. What I'm trying to say is everybody should know, मतलब it should be on their fingertips. अच्छा आपका बच्चा 6 साल का है, ये कर सकता है क्या? ये लक्ष्य इसको प्राप्त करना था, इसने कर लिया क्या? That is the kind of conversation which needs to happen. And that is not going to come at the national level. It is the state's responsibility to do this. We are funding you for this purpose. So ये जो दूसरी चीज़ है, learning outcomes, objectives to be achieved, ये this should be on the fingertip of every child, even a sibling. If there is a 14-year-old sibling in the house, they should know कि मेरा 7 साल का जो छोटी बहन है उसको ये आना चाहिए और उसको नहीं आता है, so that the sibling can help that little person. The other thing in the pandemic you have to do is, unless you have a weekly calendar, Nipun Bharat will not go to the ground. That weekly calendar, I suggest that during the pandemic should be given by the SCRT. It can be based on the alternative academic calendar that we have prepared. You can contextualize it. You can also do it de novo. If you feel that you have the time and the resources, you can do it de novo also. We are not thrusting the alternative academic calendar on you. But unless you have a weekly calendar which every teacher knows कि इस हफ्ते ये learning goal के ऊपर मुझे concentrate करना है for this class and this set of students, it's not going to happen. So if you have a weekly calendar which the teacher communicates to the parents once every 15 days कि अब आने वाले 2 हफ्ते में आपके बच्चे को ये अचीव करना है, it's not going to happen on the ground during the pandemic. So pandemic में ये आपको करना पड़ेगा, and you will have a very pleasant experience with weekly calendars. I have seen states like Gujarat and Haryana and other such states, Uttar Pradesh, who are doing this kind of work, and it is a very good experience. So please do think about this. Parental involvement सिर्फ lip service नहीं देनी है. Every parent who has a 5 to 9-year-old child must know the goals to be achieved, must be completely involved in Nipun Bharat. My child becomes a Nipun child. उसके लिए मुझे क्या करना है वो clarity parent को होनी चाहिए. इसके लिए the school principal and concerned teachers need to call PTMs at least once a month and then contact the parents on WhatsApp, on telephone, on weekly visit, whatever. I mean, you have to lay down the processes and the procedures. So parental involvement has to be complete. So every parent would know not only what objectives are to be achieved, but how they are to be achieved. So the alternative academic calendar gives you the how, and that can be used. Then the content, many of you spoke that you are preparing content. I want to mention to you that there is a sea and bouquet of content available online. Diksha ke upar class 1, 2, 3, several languages. Use it instead of creating new content and diverting your resources and time on this. You have so many things to do in NIPUN Bharat. Content is just one of them. So if you have content which you can translate and use, please use it. Similarly, Swayam Prabha, the TV channels, we have a special dedicated channel for class 1, special one for class 2, special one for class 3. You must ensure that your children, especially the languages that are already there on these channels, they watch these, because this is a free thing, it is a DTH. So this is another area, Diksha, Swayam Prabha, these are areas which are available. Do not reinvent the wheel right now. I also want to mention that there is something called assessment which we are focusing upon. But assessment for NIPUN Bharat is not pen and paper assessment. Please read the NIPUN Bharat document properly. Nowhere have we mentioned pen and paper assessment. The child of 5 to 9 years is going to be evaluated on the basis of observation, on the basis of activities that the child participates in.
मैडम आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
अभी बंद
ये
ओके ओके ओके
ये शुरू से नहीं आ रही थी कि अभी से नहीं आ रही है?
असेसमेंट तक आई, नो पेंसिल टेस्ट तब तक आया।
ओके ये आप वहां से प्लीज बंद नहीं करके इसको, थैंक गॉड। सो ये जो असेसमेंट जो है ये ऑब्जर्वेशन बेस्ड होगा। तो बच्चा किस तरह से पार्टिसिपेट कर रहा है क्लास में, क्लास की एक्टिविटीज़ में, वो स्टोरी सुना सकता है या नहीं अपनी भाषा में, अपने बच्चों के साथ वो कोलैबोरेट करता है या नहीं क्लास में। दीज आर द काइंड ऑफ ऑब्जर्वेशंस जिसके ऊपर बेस होगा असेसमेंट। और ये असेसमेंट स्टेट से नहीं जाएगा। आई वांट टू इम्प्रेस अपॉन दिस। स्टेट की तरफ से क्वेश्चन पेपर नहीं जाएगा फॉर फाउंडेशनल ईयर्स। ये स्कूल बेस्ड असेसमेंट है। हमने कहीं भी डॉक्यूमेंट में स्टेट बेस्ड असेसमेंट नहीं लिखा है। All states must note this. The moment you centralize assessment for foundational learning, you have finished the empowerment of the school, of the teacher, of the parent, and of the child. We are looking at empowering teachers, at empowering schools, empowering principals through this whole process. तो इसको थोड़ा नोट करिएगा और इसको अपने अपने तरीके, what you will have to do is capacity building of teachers. And believe me, 70 to 80% of our teachers are capable of doing innovative assessment. आप उनको बोलेंगे कि आप अपने तरीके से करो, वो बहुत बढ़िया असेसमेंट करेंगे। आप उनके ऊपर ट्रस्ट रखो। आपको सिर्फ यही करना है जो बहुत सारे स्टेट्स कर रहे हैं। यू हैव टू डू योर अचीवमेंट सर्वेज। सैंपल, छोटे छोटे सैंपल का एवरी 4, 5 months, 6 months एक अचीवमेंट सर्वे कर लो। You will know what is happening on the ground, and that is when you give remediation. Next thing I want to tell you is reading. So all of you spoke about capacity building, you spoke about everything. I want to tell you that निपुण भारत की जो नींव है ना, वो रीडिंग है। रीडिंग नहीं होगी तो न्यूमरेसी भी नहीं होगी। So unless a child is able to read and read with comprehension, there is no question of mathematics, there is no question of anything else. So reading जो चीज़ है ना, वो तरह तरह के तरीकों से सिखाई जा सकती है। अब वो बच्चा कोई चिप्स का पैकेट लेके आएगा, वो पैकेट को ही आप लगा दो क्लास में एज अ क्लासरूम एक्टिविटी, क्लास 3 में, चलो भाई पढ़ो, वर्ड्स को पढ़ो, इसमें क्या लिखा हुआ है। So what I'm trying to say is that tell your teachers to make it interesting. Textbook is not the goal in NIPUN Bharat. Textbook is just an aid. It's a tool for achieving, one of the tools, not the tool for achieving. We need to achieve the learning outcomes through different materials. चाहे वो YouTube हो, चाहे दीक्षा हो, चाहे स्वयं प्रभा हो, चाहे चिप्स का पैकेट हो, चाहे आज का न्यूज़पेपर हो, एज समबडी मेंशन, चाहे वो बच्चों को बोलो आप कोरियोग्राफी करो और हमको एक प्ले बना के बताओ, आप स्टोरी बोर्डिंग करो, ऑल दिस इज निपुण भारत. देन इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ लोकल ग्राम पंचायत, ये मनीष ने आपको बोला और ये हमारे उसमें प्लान में भी है. इसको इट जस्ट डजंट मीन कि आपने सरपंच और 7 मेंबर्स को बोल दिया कि निपुण भारत है, इसकी ज़रा बात कर लीजिए, एक लेक्चर दे दीजिए. नो, द ग्राम पंचायत हैज़ टू कॉल दोज पेरेंट्स हु आर नॉट सेंडिंग their children to school. It has to call those parents, talk to them about निपुण भारत. जो ड्रॉप आउट्स हैं उनको, गर्ल चाइल्ड हैं उनके पेरेंट्स, जो चिल्ड्रन विथ स्पेशल नीड्स हैं उनके पेरेंट्स. ग्राम पंचायत की कंप्लीट इन्वॉल्वमेंट. ग्राम पंचायत हैज़ टू बी एबल टू से कि हम ज़ीरो ड्रॉप आउट ग्राम पंचायत हैं, हमारे हर एक बच्चे ने बेसिक से अबव बेसिक लेवल प्रोफिशेंसी अटेन कर ली है. हमारे तीसरी कक्षा का जो बच्चा है is able to read 60 words per minute with comprehension. This is a matter of pride कि आप मेरे किसी भी बच्चे को who is a 8 to 9 year old पूछ लो, उसको कुछ भी पढ़ा लो. So these are the kind of things where the local body has to get involved. It is not going to be only lip service. And you may need to have some kind of a system to recognize these local bodies. You know, the local body which is doing very well, or a volunteer who's doing very well. Let us say that a volunteer says कि मैं 5 बच्चों को proficient कर दूंगा in learning outcomes. But there is another volunteer जिसने 50 बच्चों को कर दिया. You may have to recognize that volunteer. So you need to have a system of recognition. It need not be awards in the form of cash or kind. A simple recognition saying इस साल ये निपुण ग्राम पंचायत बन गया है, इस साल ये निपुण वार्ड सभा बन गई है. You know, that is the kind of recognition that ये निपुण स्कूल है. That's what you need to recognize. Manish has mentioned ORF, oral reading fluency. इसकी स्टडी NCERT करने वाली है. इस स्टडी के बेसिस पे पॉसिबल है कि जो हम लोग वर्ड लिमिट दे रहे हैं फॉर रीडिंग, इट कैन चेंज. From 60 it can become 120 also, and it can become 50 also. But depending on the language, it is likely to change. And that change we are hoping we will be able to tell you by within 2 to 3 months of the study. वो जब चेंज आएगा हम आपको प्रिस्क्राइब करेंगे, फिर अगले 4 साल उसी को फॉलो करना पड़ेगा. So oral reading fluency you really have to focus upon. You need to take the Anganwadis with you. So state education secretaries need to have regular meetings with the WCD, Department of Women and Child in the state. आपको उनकी हैंड होल्डिंग करनी पड़ेगी. जो 5 से 6 वर्ष का बच्चा है वो उनके पास है, 6 से 9 आपके पास है. If you leave 5 to 6, then the Nipun Bharat Foundation is not made. So what is the process you will be involving, what is the procedure, what is your methodology, it is left to you, to your innovation and creativity. Somebody talked about toy-based pedagogy. I think Manish also mentioned it. I want to mention to you that NCERT is in the process of developing the toy-based pedagogy as a pedagogy. Now this is something in the world over, it has not been developed in the kind of detailing that NCERT is doing. They are likely to come out with it in December, when we are planning to hold a international webinar on toy-based pedagogy also. I think it will be released at that time. Once it is released, it would be very helpful for you to take it up for training purposes of your teachers. We have put several tools on Diksha. एक टूल है जो प्रथम का टूल है, जिसमें बच्चे की ORF एंड रीडिंग कैपेबिलिटी टेस्ट की जाती है. वो टूल में टीचर्स कैसे ट्रेन होंगे उसकी ट्रेनिंग वीडियो भी है. So what you need to do is perhaps send a link of that video with a QR code to your teachers at grade 1, 2 and 3. Let them get trained. It's just a 15-20 minute video. And after that they should use that tool to judge the level of proficiency in reading of their students. It's a very useful tool. It is developed in, I think, 8 or 10 languages, and all of you will get something out of it. Please use that tool. Whatever good work you're doing must go to the media. So some of you mentioned how you are training your teachers, how there is a plan. Some of you mentioned about content. Some of you have mentioned about an entire planning for this year. It is not getting reflected. NIPUN Bharat must become a revolution, which is available in the media all the time. That is one way of parents getting to know, of community getting to know and getting involved. So as far as NIPUN is concerned, these are my requests. Now there are some 3 or 4 other things I want to mention to you. All states must come to us for first installment of Samagra Shiksha and Madhyan Bhojan not later than 10th September. So all states to note, whatever documents you have to collect, you please collect. By 10th September, you should be, your demand for first installment should have come to us. Those of you whose secretaries are not present here today or SPDs are not there will convey this from our side to the secretaries and SPDs. Second thing I want to mention is, I have told you this before, that there is something called a global index. Now, global index on human development and global index on human capital, इसमें हम लोग काफ़ी नीचे हैं. उसका कारण है स्टेट्स की तरफ से आउट ऑफ स्कूल चिल्ड्रन की मॉनिटरिंग अगर नहीं होगी हम नीचे जाते हैं. स्टेट्स की तरफ से NAS के अचीवमेंट्स अच्छे नहीं होते हैं, हम नीचे जाते हैं. स्टेट्स की तरफ से गर्ल चाइल्ड, सेकेंडरी लेवल ड्रॉप आउट, हायर सेकेंडरी लेवल ड्रॉप आउट, ये सब मॉनिटर नहीं होता है, हम नीचे जाते हैं. I will be sending a very detailed letter to you. I think it has already reached your Chief Secretary. I signed it about 5 days back, about what is required for Human Development Index and what is required for Human Capital Index. I request the state education secretaries to hold a meeting as soon as you receive my letter with all the concerned departments in your state and initiate the process of reforms so that next year it is reflected in the index and we do better at that. We have requested by a letter that the age of entry to the schools should now be 6 years and not 5 years. The national education policy is very clear. 5 to 6 year olds should be in Balvatika or preschool and 6 year olds will join class 1. There are 21 states in the country where 5 to 6 year olds or 5 year olds are admitted in class 1. It is scientifically not correct, and such children have a lot of pressure mentally and physically and even socially to perform and gives them a lot of stress. So all states we have requested, we have advised you that if you have 5 years as the age of entry in your RTE rules, kindly reconsider, get it examined at your level, look at the national education policy, and please shift that age of entry to 6 years so that the whole country is at the same level. आपके 5 years की वजह से हमारा GER भी गड़बड़ आ रहा है, NER भी गड़बड़ आ रहा है, adjusted NER भी गड़बड़ आ रहा है. And these 3 things go into the global index. And global index वालों को समझ ही में नहीं आता कि how is this country having 5 year olds in class 1 and 6 year olds in class 1 and 4 year olds in class 1. So I think all of you need to look at this very seriously. There are 2 reports that we will be coming out with. Last year you would have seen the India Digital Education Report 2020. On the basis of inputs received from you, we are now coming out with India Digital Education Report 2021. And I'm very glad to say that I've gone through the report and all of you have done exceedingly well at online, real-time, virtual and digital education. So all of you are really putting a lot of hard work and it shows. This report will be available to you soon. Secondly, the report on COVID response, all of you have sent in your details. What we found in that is that all states have not done activities in all areas, but in many areas states have done a lot of activities. So we have documented that. It is just waiting for a formal approval, and this would also come in the public domain. Now, once these reports come out in the public domain by next month, all of you must go through the reporting by other states. You would have seen your own state. Please go through the reporting by other states. The idea for documentation is exchange of best practices so that you can adapt and adopt or replicate best practices from other states. The SCERT is supposed to have an assessment cell. In the PAB this time, most of you have been given funding for this purpose. This assessment cell will start with the assessment at foundational level, will do SLAS, will aid in NAS, and will go on to assess the secondary and higher secondary summative examinations by hand-holding the school boards. So if you have not already formed the assessment cells, NIPUN Bharat requires that you form the assessment cells in the SCERTs. So these are some of my comments, and before we finish, I'll ask Manish if he has any comments, and then to wrap up.
Nothing much left, ma'am, after that very comprehensive summation from your side, ma'am, and very useful and all-encompassing kind of inputs. I'd like to thank you, ma'am, for giving the full day for this workshop, and that also the state should realize how important the NIPUN Bharat mission is and how focused our intervention and engagement in NIPUN Bharat will be. Ma'am, I'd just like to talk about one or three things. Firstly, the presentations that have been given here will be shared with the states, and also we are creating a separate page and web link for the NIPUN Bharat within the Ministry of Education website, so it will be uploaded there also. The template that I have displayed will be further fine-tuned a little bit and uploaded through on a digital platform so that you can use it for planning. And we hope that the states will prepare their plans by the end of September. These plans will be ready, and then we'll have online or offline workshops with the states for presenting their plans. So the states will be required to present their plans based on the template, and for the next 5 years these plans will be approved by the steering committee here. Then of course we'll also create a page or a link on the portal for the states to upload their progress. So many of you mentioned that various TLMs have been created, various orders have been issued for setting up of the steering committees and the PMUs. So we'll create a separate page on the portal for you to upload, and it will be your page only, so you can upload anything you want there. Of course, it should be related to NIPUN Bharat. So that also we'll put soon on the portal. We'll create a separate page for the states. So I hope that the states would have gained a lot from the workshop today, and we also have understood a lot about what the states are doing. Of course, there have not been many suggestions from your side today or many comments, but if anything else comes to your mind, or once you analyze the template or the presentation, then you can always get back to us for any clarification or any suggestions. So with these words, ma'am, I once again thank you and all the participants from the states and all the viewers who have joined us on the YouTube. Nearly 7,000 to 8,000 viewers were with us throughout the day. I also like to thank them, and comprising of the diets, the BRCs, CRCs, they are going to play a very crucial role. Teachers, school heads as well, and parents. So here I have a very crucial role, and I am sure we'll try to engage them as much as possible. So thank you everyone, and thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you.